Welcome to a meeting of your Manatee County Board of County Commissioners. Representing District 1, Carol Ann Feltz. Representing District 2, Amanda Ballard. Representing District 3, Tal Sadiq. Representing District 4, Mike Ron. Representing District 5, Dr. Bob McCann. Representing District 6 at large, Jason Bearden. Representing District 7 at large, George Cruz. The County Administrator is Charlie Bishop. Time is set aside at the beginning of each meeting for citizens to speak on any issue. Citizens are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes. Today's meeting is brought to you with closed captioning.
Good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, November 4th, and this is a regular meeting of the Manatee County Board of County Commissioners. Before we get into our agenda, we will start as we do all things, plus in addition, we will be doing an invocation, a moment of silence, and the pledge. The invocation will be led by Pastor Brent Spears from First Baptist Church of Palmetto, which will then be followed by a moment of silence for World War II veteran John Skeen. And we will finish up with a Pledge of Allegiance, and bear with me for a second as I read this because it's a great news story. We have the Palmetto High School's JROTC program here, and 2 weeks ago, their battalion represented Palmetto High School at the internationally recognized Army 10-miler in Washington, D.C. And talking to them, apparently they weren't just recognizing them or representing them, they actually ran it. This annual event attracts thousands of participants from around the world, beginning and ending at the Pentagon. Palmetto High's JROTC was one of the few high school programs nationwide invited to participate and has proudly maintained this distinction for over 10 consecutive years. So today we'll be joined by Cadet Battalion Commander Amanda Torres, accompanied by Chief Warrant Officer John Edmond, one of the program's assistant instructors and coach of the Palmetto Female Raider Team and last year's JROTC National Champions in Kentucky. So please join me in welcoming Cadet Battalion Commander Torres as she leads us in the pledge after we complete the invocation and the moment of silence. So please rise if you are able. Oh, is Pastor Spears here? I don't know who he is, so I can't look out there and tell. If not, Commissioner Bearden, are you okay giving us an invocation?
Let's bow our heads. Father God, thank you again for another beautiful day in Manatee County. Lord, thank you for your grace. Lord, thank you for the celebration this week of the Marine Corps as birthday as well as Veterans Day coming up in the weeks to and next week. And Lord, we just praise you and we honor you and we give you glory just for all the good things that you're doing here in Manatee County, Lord. And we ask for wisdom, for direction so that we can continue to do your will. And we pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we do a moment of silence for John Skeens, I'd like just to recognize who he was. And he was a great American hero. They don't make them like John Skeens anymore. Just to let you know that John Skeens died at 107 years old. He was called to his last active duty station on October 21st of this year at Bay Pines Veterans Hospital. John was drafted in the U.S. Army in 1941, where he fought in major European battles to where he won a Purple Heart Bronze Star, Good Conduct Medal, Presidential Unit Citation Medal, and most of all, he won the French Legion of Honor Medal. That's the highest award that a civilian can be given by the country of France for his liberation of cities in France during World War II. He received his Purple Heart by attacking a German machine gun nest by himself. So this is a true American hero that was called home on October 21st. He is survived by many family members. He has great-grandchildren, grandchildren, and what we have up front is kind of that Colonel Wright has put together for us is a kind of a photo montage of who he was and what he's done. And once we're done with that, the Colonel's going to take it out back into the lobby, and if you'd like to sign something for the family, I know the family would appreciate it. But there will be a celebration of life for him on December 8th at Gold Coast Eagle, I believe from 5:30 to 7:30, and everyone is welcome to attend that celebration of life and honor a great man, a great American, and a great warrior that we lost. So with that, if we could just have a quick moment of silence for John Skeens. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, veterans, for all your service also. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that.
Thank you. Now, Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all for being here and leading our pledge, and thank you, Commissioner Ron, for that moment of silence. Moving on, County Administrator, are there any updates to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. All updates were published with the online agenda. An additional public comment was received after publishing for item 7, agreement to terminate the LURA for address 1420 24th Avenue East. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And a little housekeeping real quick for people standing here. We will be breaking at 11:30 sharp for the annual Veterans Day lunch across the street over at MPAC. So we will be taking a hard lunch from 11:30 to 1:30, just so you're aware as we're moving forward with this agenda today. We'll now move on to awards and proclamations. We will start off with a presentation of the Team Member of the Month for November 2025.
Good morning, Chad Butzo, Public Works. It's been a while since we've been here. We like to be here every other month, so I'll have to talk to the committee about how we can fix that. But this one's long overdue. I have a great team member in Al Newman. So as you may recognize, at some point in time, a lot of times when we get new talent to the county, Al's just approaching his 2-year anniversary with us. He didn't start right out of high school with us, but he took a time to come to the county and bless us with his talents and his experience. The one things I'd like to bring up that I haven't already said already, we mentioned the 44th Avenue saving night when we flow the steel, and he used his electrical experience to say, hey, we need to ground this piece of equipment so we don't waste all these people's effort in the middle of the night here with the interstate closed. Is determination, and this is the individual you want holding your wallet, but he gives the same amount of effort for every little detail. So if you're talking about what color something needs to be, he will give you that same professionalism and that same effort for everything that is being asked of him to do. From the major projects meeting a bid date, but to he will follow up with your details. And he's been a great influence for our team. Bringing that private industry experience into the public sector, we use him and our other senior project managers to help mentor our younger ones and help with some of the supervision and manage multiple projects at a time. So I know Scott was hoping to mention something, but we're very proud to have Al as part of the team and to bring that great mix into what is a diverse work group in project management.
Thank you. The only thing I want to add to what Chad said here is that we were very lucky, and the hiring of Al allowed him to step into some of these big project roles right away, which really did help alleviate a lot of the issues that we were dealing with in projects and everything. And even though it's been a short 2 years, he's been quite the asset for the county. And I just want to extend my greatest thanks to him for doing the jobs that he is doing. Thank you very much.
So Al, on behalf of Manatee County, we want to present you with the November Team Member of the Month, and the platform's yours for at least the next 10 minutes if you need to.
We have a hard stop at 11:30 for lunch.
No, I feel very fortunate to live here in Manatee County, and I feel honored to work with all these fine people building all the nice things here in our backyard in the county, as opposed to everywhere else. Thank you very much. And I couldn't have done it without my wife.
Good save. Thank you very much, Al. We appreciate it. We are now moving on to our proclamations. Before I send people down there, I am entertaining motions for approval of the proclamations.
I move,
Go ahead.
I move to adopt the proclamations as written.
I have a motion to adopt proclamations by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That is approved 7-0. And we will start off with the first proclamation. If you couldn't tell from the baskets in front of us, it is coming up on Farm City Week. Commissioner Feltz. Mr. Garrison, you can come up if you'd like. I wasn't going to assume what you were here for, but I could guess.
I'm not talking about Saturday.
Oh, jeez. Just for everyone's edification, he's got a big Georgia flag in front of his house. So. It was Florida, Georgia. It was a catch, by the way.
Hello. I am very honored to be the presenter of this proclamation, although I do want to correct something that is often repeated, and I have Commissioner Ron to thank for the last comment. I am neither a farmer nor a rancher. What I am is a Floridian. Where I live is in the middle of agriculture. And one of the most important things about the state of Florida and about being a Floridian is our ability to grow food here year-round. And in honor of our veterans, we all know the expression that an Army runs on its stomach, and I'm sure the Marines and the Air Force and everybody else. And being able to produce our own food is the greatest defense we have for our country's health and sustainability. And that's why our agricultural lands are important, not just to Florida, not just to Manatee County, but to the strength of our nation. And it's very much an honor to be able to present this as neither a farmer nor a rancher, so please don't let anybody insult y'all, because that's not who I am. But I am a Floridian. And one of the first things that Florida was used for, our first inhabitants, everyone knew that we could grow anything here. This also leads to, we could also have a great amount of invasives because they're so adaptable to our climate. But we are making strides in restoring our orange groves. We're making strides in utilizing our farmland to produce higher rates of food. So we have ways of preserving this part of our Florida. Our first Florida snowbirds were those that came down to grow things here that they couldn't in the seasons up north. We have a very huge history in our cattle industry that roamed our lands until the 50s. We are restoring that beef industry in the state of Florida. We don't need our products to come from another country when we have the bounty of our Florida lands to produce that in a safe and sustainable manner as long as we preserve them. So in honor of Farm City Week, I would like to read the proclamation. I can. Whereas agriculture continues to be a major contributor to the economy of Manatee County, with an approximate market value of agricultural sales of $322 million and more than 213,000 acres, or 37% of Manatee County land used for production agriculture, which includes vegetable crops, livestock and forage, citrus, ornamental horticulture, commercial fishing, and marine aquaculture, and other products. And whereas this year's Farm City Week celebration theme will be Keeping Ag Alive in 2025, to educate residents with an emphasis on youth on the importance, the value, and the career opportunities found in global agriculture, food and fiber, and natural resource systems. And whereas agricultural producers have a long history of preserving natural resources, farmlands contribute to green spaces, providing habitat for native and endangered species of animals, reptiles, birds, plants, and trees, and farmlands also provide resources to clean water through natural filtration systems. And whereas the first Manatee County Farm City Week celebration was sponsored by the Bradenton Kiwanis Club in 1955, and the tradition has continued to be supported and funded by Bradenton Kiwanis for the past 70 years. And whereas the Farm City Week Committee supports the Keeping Ag Alive in 2025's theme by contributing to educational opportunities for students, these activities include Ag Venture, where Manatee County 4-H provides educational opportunities for over 1,200 Manatee County youth in agricultural awareness, essay and speech contests, and the Beef Workshop and Prospect Show, which prepares youth to show their livestock at the Manatee County Fair. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that November 10th to 22nd, 2025 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Farm City Week in Manatee County, Florida, encouraging all citizens to recognize the importance of agriculture and its contributions to the local economy, our environment, and in the development of youth, and to participate in the many events that are offered during the annual celebration of agriculture in Manatee County. Adopted with a quorum present and voting this Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, Manatee County Board of Commissioners, George Cruz, Chairman.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Ms. Phelps, for reading that. And Mr. Chairman, County Commission, it's great to be up here. My name is Ralph Garrison. I'm an agricultural activist, a member of Manatee County Farm Bureau, which I had an opportunity to meet a lot of you folks earlier this spring and all. And I want to give you some good news of Farm City Week and what we're doing with the committee. This is the 70th year that we celebrated Farm City Week in Manatee County. Farm City Week raises awareness between rural communities and urban communities, between city folk, farmers, and ranchers. So with that, I'd like to say howdy, partners. Howdy, partners. We're all going to hear about partnership here this morning and all with it. I want to bring the attention, Commissioners, to the coffee mugs and the baskets up in front of you there, are compliments of Farm City Week. There's an Ag Facts sheet about Manatee County and another Ag Fact sheet that displays the difficulties that farmers go through all throughout the state of Florida in agriculture with it. So that's in front of you. There's no unity in a community that does not know its past heritage. In Manatee County, our heritage is agriculture. Our forefathers settled on the banks of the Manatee River, grew food crops nearby, put the crops on boats and sent them to all places up the river to Cedar Key. Why Cedar Key? Well, that's where Mr. Plant stopped his train. So we are producing agricultural products in the late 1890s to about 1920, shipping them by boat up into Cedar Key. Today, Manatee County continues to grow safe, affordable, and abundant food. But agriculture is more than a tradition. It firmly cements the base of Manatee County's economy. It is vital to our well-being. Our unique climate helps with this. Plus, we have soils, a soil ridge that runs from southern Hillsborough County right through Manatee County and to northern Sarasota. Nice, firm, sandy soil. We've provided generations of jobs to Manatee County citizens with food, employment, and the love of the land. Manatee County and Farm City Week's goal is to educate citizens of the importance of agriculture in Manatee County. So this year, as we celebrate Farm City Week, as we gather with family and friends to count our blessings, let us give thanks for the bounty, not just with the celebration, but with every day. The safe, plentiful food that is available to us, the products to produce, the clothing, the housing, the medicine, the fuel, all of that combines of products that we use on a daily basis. And it just did not appear here. It's just not there in the store. One of the highlights of Farm City Week is having third graders go out, sponsorship by and help with the 4-H. We've usually had 600 third graders. This year we have 1,200 third graders. We're doubling it. But I remember years ago, one person asked, one little girl raised her hand, or the question was, where does milk come from? She's right up there, raising her hand. Publix was her answer. This is why we have Farm City Week with it. Again, the partnership we want to thank between the city folk and the farmers, the processors, the truckers, the shippers, the advertisers, all of the above have really helped. So in a few weeks, we celebrate Farm City Week. Let's remember the vital city farming partnership that have done so much to improve the quality of our lives. Rural and urban communities working together have made the most of our rich agricultural resources and have made significant contributions to our health, to our well-being, and to the strength of Manatee County's economy. For this, we give thanks. On your ag facts, you'll see that Manatee County contributes $322 million in cash sales of farming products. However, that dollar stretches very small amount to the farmer itself. From American Farm Bureau, it shows you where the dollar of farm money is being spent today. 4% advertising, transportation, and a little bit 5% repairs. Fuel, electricity, packaging, other interest and cost. Labor is about 40%. When it all boils down, out of that dollar, a farmer puts 20 cents in his pocket. So you can see the distribution goes to the overall economy, very, very little to the farmer. After last year, it was kind of a difficult year for keeping farming alive, but we have rebounded. Farmers are very resilient. They keep fighting and going back for more, it seems. You know, they get knocked down, they get back up. That's been the history of agricultural farming in Manatee County. I want to note a few of the Farm City Week highlights that we're having this week. On Friday the 14th, there's going to be a farm tour, and we're going to West County to look at the farms out there. November 15th, there's a farmers market affair with the FFA and the 4-H in downtown Bradenton with the Bradenton Farmers Market. Many of you all have been invited November 18th to the Kiwanis, where we'll introduce the Outstanding Agriculturalist of the Year. I hope you can attend that. That's at noon at the Kiwanis Hall. Leadership Manatee Tour is going out, looking at various fields on their tour this year, and that's on November 19th. November 21st, we're having a Hall of Fame luncheon where we're going to introduce into the Manatee County Agricultural Hall of Fame Mr. Courtney, who was a pioneer in shipping produce. He did an awful lot of things. He's involved politically, religiously, in the city of Palmetto. Courtney name is well respected in Palmetto, but he is one of the first that was able to package up the tomatoes and the fruits and the vegetables and put them on that boat up to Cedar Key so they can get the train and go out to the east and such. And so for his endeavors, we're going to put him into he's inducted into the Manatee County Agricultural Hall of Fame. Finally, on November 22nd, we have a work beef shop where the children bring in their steers to groom them and to learn how to take care of them before we have the fair and before the fair auction with the steers occurs. So again, it's quite a bit of activities. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here. I'm represented by an entourage with Krista Kirby and her group from the Extension Office, who you all strongly support, and we couldn't farm without their help and efforts, so I appreciate the county commissioners supporting them also with it. So in passing, let me leave you with a couple of quotes there. Ms. Phelps gave a pretty good quote there and everything, but I got 2 or 3 of them with it. One is by Daniel Webster. He says, "Let us never forget that cultivation of the land is a most important labor for mankind. If there is one lesson in history which is unmistakable, it is that national strength lies very near the soil, certainly not offshore production." Amen. The other is from Benjamin Franklin. Unstable is the future of a country which has lost its taste for food. So this year, as we get ready to expand our bellies and sit down with family, friends, Thanksgiving time with a bountiful amount of food to eat, let us give thanks to Manatee County. Let's give thanks to the farmers. Let's think of them for all the work and toil that they go through to provide all this food. And never, never, never speak poorly about a farmer if your mouth's full of food. So with that, I thank you very much for this proclamation.
Thank you, Ralph. All right. Thank you all, and we'll see you on the 18th. Okay, moving on to the next one, which is item number 3, Marine Corps' 250th anniversary. We got a twofer of commissioners for this one. I think Lee's actually reading it. Well, he's reading.
Wow.
Any Marines? There he is.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Administrator, Madam Attorney, Lee Washington, Government Relations. Proclamation, Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida. Whereas on November 10th, 1775, the Continental Congress commissioned 2 battalions of Marines, thus marking the birth of the United States Marine Corps. And whereas over the past 250 years, the Marine Corps has embodied the highest ideals of duty, honor, and service, defending the freedoms and security of our nation with valor and sacrifice. And their legacy is woven into the story of American independence, perseverance, and whereas Marines have served in every major conflict in our nation's history. And their legacy is woven into the story of American independence, preservation, national unity, and the citizens of Manatee County honor and recognize those Marines who served and serve from our local community, including veterans, reservists, and active duty personnel for their selfless service and commitment. And whereas the 250th anniversary of the founding of the Marine Corps presents on occasion to reflect upon the celebrate the values of patriotism, courage, and selfless service upon which our nation was founded. Whereas in the spirit of the national pride and civic gratitude, it is fitting and proper for Manatee County to pay tribute to the Marine Corps on this historic milestone. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that November 10th, 2025 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Marine Corps' 250th anniversary in Manatee County, Florida. And further, that the Board of County Commissioners do hereby extend greetings and best wishes to all observing November 10th of 2025 as Marine Corps' 250th anniversary day, adopted with a quorum present and voting this Tuesday, November 4th of 2025. Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida, George Cruz, Chairperson.
Hoorah.
Hoorah.
Good morning. My name is Joe Felice. I'm the Commandant of the local Marine Corps League, Detachment 588. I'd like to thank the Commission for all their support for veterans, and in particular, thank you for recognizing 250 years of Marine Corps service, sacrifice, and history. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you all. And moving on to the next proclamation, Operation Green Light for Veterans Week, read by Commissioner Tal Siddiq. Now that the photo shoot is over, you can proceed.
Good morning. A proclamation by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County.
Whereas the residents of Manatee County hold deep respect and gratitude for all who have selflessly served in the armed forces, protecting our freedoms through unwavering commitment and sacrifice. And whereas countless veterans continue to serve our communities as leaders, mentors, and advocates, helping fellow service members access vital benefits and resources, including over $52 billion annually in federal aid. And whereas nearly 200,000 service members transition to civilian life each year, and many face significant stress, challenges, and emotional hardship during this crucial period of reintegration. And whereas transitioning veterans are at increased risk for suicide during their first year post-service, underscoring the urgent need for public awareness and strong support systems at the community level. And whereas Manatee County proudly joins the National Association of Counties in recognizing Operation Green Light for Veterans by honoring their service and encouraging residents to display green lights. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that November 4 through 11, 2025 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Operation Green Light for Veterans Week in Manatee County, Florida. Adopted with a quorum present and voting this Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, signed by Chairperson George Cruz.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Siddiq.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to instruct the county administrator to light the administrative building green. Do we need to do anything for that, or just, you can do it? Good.
I don't think we need to vote on that.
No, I'm just saying I'd like them to do it.
Yeah, we don't oversee light bulbs, so we'll allow the county administrator to take that advisement and act accordingly. All right. No, we're good. And the final proclamation for this morning is Commissioner McCann, who will be reading a proclamation for Veterans Day.
Any veterans, if you'd like to come up and join us?
I'm honored to read this proclamation. I'm a veteran myself. Don't just thank a veteran, hire a veteran, honor a veteran, help veterans out. Veterans are prone to suicide, as Commissioner Siddiq just said. I think it's very important that you display that green light and that you honor all veterans that served our country. The proclamation is whereas November 11th is designated by Congress as a public holiday to honor America's veterans for their service and sacrifices in defense of freedom and democracy. Whereas the veterans of Manatee County have given their all through service and sacrifice to our country and its enduring pursuit of freedom and democracy. Whereas the veterans of Manatee County express their support for the men and women of the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and Coast Guard who continue to defend our liberties. Whereas it is proper to honor these veterans who have served with selfless love of country, to preserve these United States, its freedoms of democracy, and the inalienable rights of people, whereas the citizens of Manatee County express their ongoing obligation and admiration to our veterans, who are found in every sector of society and are the bedrock of our community. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida, that November 11th, 2025 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Veterans Day in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voting this Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida, George Cruz, Chairperson.
Good morning. I'm Renee Medina. I am the Service Officer and Manager for Veteran Services here in Manatee County. I'd like to thank you for this proclamation this morning and for all of my veterans who are standing up here. Thank you for all that you do and all that you will do. I also want to make sure that the county is aware of several opportunities to honor our veterans this Veterans Day, starting with today, of course, with the Kiwanis Luncheon. But also on November 9th, which is Sunday,
There will be the annual Tribute to Heroes Parade and Block Party on Lakewood Ranch, Main Street, from 2 to 5 p.m., with their Tribute to Heroes Parade starting at 4 p.m. On November 11th, we have a plethora of parades throughout the county to help celebrate, one being Manatee County Veterans Day Ceremony and Parade in Palmetto. That parade begins at 11 a.m. at Sutton Park in Palmetto. The Old Soldiers and Sailors Parade at the City of Anna Maria will host its annual Veterans Day Parade beginning at 11 a.m., as well as the first Parish Veterans Day Parade hosted by the Parish Civic Association from 10 to 2 on November 11th. And last but not least, of course, is the Veterans Day Mass at Sarasota National Cemetery. That will be at 3 p.m. There are several additional celebrations throughout the county that are going on either with the school system or various organizations, which can be found on our forward-facing calendar for Manatee County Veteran Services. And as the Veteran Service Officer, as mentioned, veterans have a hard time transitioning sometimes, and they need assistance. I want to let all veterans know that my office stands ready to assist with any of those needs, whether it be mental health counseling, benefits assistance, homelessness, or any other struggles that you're having. I have a strong office of 11 service officers who are standing ready to help any of those veterans on Veterans Day, and thank you for their service. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you all for your service.
All right, moving on from proclamations. Are there any consent items commissioners wish to pull?
Go ahead. Come on. Item 20, I'd like to pull.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, items 17, 24, and 29.
Are there any others? Okay. With that, I will open up citizen comment for consent items only, minus items 17, 20, 24, and 29. Seeing none, I will close citizen.
I signed up on the card too
Well, it doesn't say that on here. So.
last night. For the record, I have 7, 12, 17, 26. So 17's out, so we can just talk about the other three then. So the first one I'll talk about.
Glenn.
Oh, I'm sorry, Glenn Gadfly, Jabalina, Manatee County. So number 7, and I don't know if you're just going to roll all 4 into my 3 minutes. It's up to you.
I am.
So number 7 is the LoRa. As we know, this is a land use restricted agreement between parties, between the government and an individual. And that party promises to keep it affordable for the length of the LoRa. Typically, they are 20 and 25, 30, and for the good ones, 50 years long. This was only a 10-year LoRa, bought for $159,000, and after 7 years, they want to opt out of it. So I think it's the county's responsibility to say, look, you have to sell this as an affordable house. Instead of opting it out, because we helped you get this house, you need to keep it affordable for the length of the LoRa. The county is letting this person out of the LoRa to sell it at market rate. We have an affordable housing crisis here. And we should say, look, it's not that easy. We went into agreement, 10 years is 10 years, period. So they're gonna walk away after 7 years, probably make $100,000 and not sell it as an affordable house, but at market rate. I just have a problem with that. That's not the deal on affordable houses, and that's not the deal on LoRa's. And a 10-year LoRa is absolutely ridiculous. So that's my 2 cents on that. Can I move on to item 12? We can either restart the clock, or I can just add 3 minutes to that.
Well,
I only got a couple, 12 and 26. And they're all signed up. So however you want to do it.
I don't care, Glenn, however you want to do it. I'm not.
So my question on 12 is that we're going to give the school board $168,000 out of the general fund. I don't mind that if we collected those funds from the tickets from the public. But I can't find that silo of money anywhere. So did the clerk collect $168,000 to cover this program? Did they collect more and say, yeah, we can cover it? Did they collect yet less, and the taxpayer is gonna pay the difference? I don't know. Does anybody know? So I guess I should reach out to the clerk and ask her how much money actually did they collect? It's just a numbers game, and quite frankly, that should be a separate silo of money from the clerk for tickets for driving for the school board. Why you put it into this big slush fund, we grab it out of general fund to pay this, is beyond me. There's not much accountability going on here. It's all if they collected it for the tickets, give it to the school board. And then there has been no metrics of the success of what we get for that money, right? So I tried to figure it out, but it's costing $421 per student over the summer to teach someone to drive, right? I mean, I can go to auction, buy a junk car, and drive that thing around for the kid for all summer long. Anyways, there's no metrics to say this is a good program. How many out of the 400 went on to get their license? How many of the 400 failed? So there's no metrics in the money. That's all I'm saying. And I think we need to do a better job on that. So that's my 2 cents on that. Number 26. So let me go to that one. I live right down the road from Whitfield. So you want to buy a sidewalk for $95,000 that's already there, right? And it says right on there that this is for bicycle and pedestrian traffic. It's ridiculous. That goes nowhere over the railroad tracks. There's no sidewalk, and there's no sidewalk there that goes over to FP&L. This is a sidewalk to nowhere that we already own. So if you want to say we need it for widening the road, then that's what you should say. You shouldn't say we're doing it because for sidewalk, bicycle, and pedestrian traffic. If you want to spend $95,000, go across the street to right here. That's the only piece of property that does not have a sidewalk that would get us from the railroad tracks to 301. And I know this road. I ride my dual hub electric 50-mile-an-hour bike down this road on Sundays to church. And it is a pain in the butt to navigate this street. The tracks are terrible. There's no sidewalk on the other side of the tracks, either at the old Wellcraft or the gas company. You have to go on the road for portions. It's crazy. And why we're doing this when we should be doing this is beyond me. At least give us some connectivity on the south side of Whitfield. It's crazy. Anyways, that's my 2 cents for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on consent minus items 17, 20, 24, and 29? Seeing none, I will close public comment on consent, and I will entertain motions to approve consent minus items 17, 20, 24, and 29. I have a motion by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq. We'll do this verbally. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Is approved unanimously. Moving on to citizen comments on future agenda items. It's not up on my screen, so before someone yells at me for not saying they signed up their name, I will just open this up. Glenn?
I signed up on this too. I don't know.
I literally just mentioned something about that.
I don't know what's going on here. So, a couple things. Glenn Giblina for the record, Manatee County, 39 years. Future agenda items. I want to talk about the Port Authority. We should never have a meeting out at the Port Authority. You want to disrupt everybody that wants to go out there and make a comment to the port. It should be in the chambers. You don't do any live stream out there. You can't have any call-ins. You disrupt 7 commissioners to go out to the port and leave the public out of it. You know, like the last time you guys met, you tried to ram through a special district. Do you think you might have had some public input if you had it here in this dais? You bet you would. All right, I sent you all the affordable housing. We met yesterday for the last time till February. Tell we missed you. I don't know who second chair is, but there should be an elected official there on that, and there was none. So hopefully we can straighten it out. And we should be able to Zoom the meetings and have call-ins, just like the Children's Advisory Board. You have the capabilities to do it. We're not doing it. You keep us out of the loop on the form-based code. You have a lot of talent up there on the affordable housing. You should be using it. All right, so sent you everything on the moratorium, and you got a workshop tomorrow. I think you have enough ammunition from case law that I sent you to move forward on a moratorium, just on the water issues alone, much less the rest of the infrastructure. That needs to move forward. You got to slow it down. You do not have a handle on the stormwater. That alone would give you the ability to do a temporary moratorium, and that's where we need to be. So I hope it comes up. You should have a public meeting on it. Invite the public, see what they think. I kind of know what they're going to say, but you need to move in that direction and slow things up a bit and get things under control. The last thing I want to say is I'm up at night on this. This $50,000 we left on the table of taxpayers' money could have funded an honor flight, could have done a lot of things with it. You're supposed to be conservative Republicans looking out for the tax dollars. You failed miserably on this. And here's the thing. I bring in the facts there's no rebuttal. If they would have come back and say, hey, Glenn, you were wrong. We did this, this, and this, and that's how we came up with the $12,000. You flatlined the public. There was no rebuttal because what I brought to the table were facts. We took a bath on this. The taxpayers got screwed, and I hope it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Tricia Holt?
My name is Tisha Hott. My county of residence is Manatee County, and I have not been sworn.
You don't have to be sworn for public comment.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tisha Hott, and I'm here today not as a disgruntled former employee, but as someone who was deeply respected by the staff of the Manatee County Animal Shelter. Even after resigning, I continue to help with the dogs because I love them and I believe in the mission. My resignation wasn't about walking away. It was about standing up for the animals, for the staff, and for the truth. For over a year, we've raised concerns through the proper channels. We were told not to break the chain of command, even when it failed us. One coworker was fired. another lost her promotion, even though she had Sarah Brown's support to speak with the commissioner. When she applied for another role, she was told that following the chain of command was a condition of consideration, and that the commissioner is here for the people, but not for the people who work for the county. That kind of fear silences people. It's why no one goes on record. If we aren't fired, we're forced to quit. I emailed both Dr. Johnson and Sarah Brown before leaving. Sarah's only response was to ask if I had spoken to Dr. Johnson, as to ensure I had followed the chain of command, not to address the concerns I raised. I was sent a complaint form that didn't work on my phone or the shelter computer, and it only allowed me to report one person, not the systematic issues. I applied for the operations manager / behavioralist position. I'm qualified, I've led by example, and I know what the shelter needs, and had the staff's full support in applying for this role. The position was never filled, and the dogs and the staff and the volunteers are paying the price. 14 salary-paid management roles have been vacated in the last 4 years alone. 3 in the last year alone. That's not turnover, that's a crisis, and it should have raised red flags long ago. I'm asking you to investigate the leadership void, listen to the staff, and take action before this department collapses completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Abel Duarte? Is that even remotely close? Anyone with a name that sounds anything like that? What's that? Oh, okay.
Morning. It's my first time here. What do I do? My
Say-
name
just
is
say your
Abel.
name and county of residence, and you have
All
3
right.
minutes.
All right, my name is Abel Duarte, and I'm a Manatee County resident, and my grievance is for the animal shelter. Hold on, for the discrimination and misuse of public funds. My name is Abel Duarte, and I want to speak to the toxic culture and misuse of public resources that continue to harm the Palmetto shelter. The environment is broken, staff are stretched thin, morale is low, and leadership is absent. Our current manager, Thomas Armstrong, has failed to meet the demands of this role. He lacks the leadership we need right now. He is constantly doing the work of the Cano staff instead of job as a manager. He approves time off when coverage is dangerously low and has made inappropriate remarks, including telling a staff member he looks like a chocolate milkshake. That's not just unprofessional,
All right,
it's racially
hold on.
offensive.
You can pause this clock, because I'll give them the rest of the time. This isn't an HR grievance board. This is a Board of County Commissioners. You're supposed to be speaking of potential future agenda items. This board does not oversee staff. If you want to talk about the overall general leadership of animal welfare or any other department, you have free reign for 3
Okay,
entire
so I
minutes.
just
If
cut-
you want to talk about animals, I'll give you all the time you want. But if you want to start calling out people's names and giving one-sided opinions on things publicly on record, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm sorry. People can yell at me about it all they want. I understand free speech, but you're starting to use people's direct names, staff members' names, and making accusations that they're not here to respond to. I'm not going to allow it.
All right, well, let me continue then on the other sentences then. All right, so y'all don't care about the dogs then, or?
I 100% care about it, and you can email me, and I'll happily speak to you about it. And our county administrator, who oversees our staff, will happily speak to you about it. We have an HR department, and if people get fired or removed or quit, they have exit interviews, they'd happily hear about it. We are interested in this, but I'm interested in a fair discussion on it, not a one-sided discussion on YouTube just to try to throw people under the bus. I'm not going to allow it. I'm sorry.
All right, so I'll just stop talking then.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you for
thank
your
you.
time. Wendy Babcock. Is there anyone else in the room for public comment about future agenda items? I see it. I start with the room. Seeing no one else in the room, I will go to the phones. Caller 309.
Hello, can you guys hear me all right? This is Dalton Nelson, Manatee County resident.
We hear you.
All right, perfect. So I want to address something that I just heard here in the consent agenda items. This is the thing. I understand this is for future agenda. Mr. Cruz, you as the chair of the board, sir, need to show more respect to the people that come up here and speak, whether they're in person to you or they are on the phone. I heard that comment that you made under your breath when Glenn was trying to get his time to talk about these different issues, and you said he was a pain in your ass. That is very disrespectful. And I require, and the people of Manatee County require you to be more respectful to us, because we have earned our time to come up there, whether it's the bitch and gripe and moan or whatever other case it is. We have earned our time to come up there. You have repeatedly on that dais talked about us coming up there and saying that we need to say our piece and we need to be more involved if we want to get anything done. And then you whine and you complain and you moan that we come up there and do it. That's my two piece about that. The other thing is, we are, as Glenn said, in a affordable housing crisis. That is something that Manatee County needs to take very seriously. But you need to stop giving every developer the chance to say, well, 4 houses are a certain percentage and that makes it affordable housing. If you're going to be affordable housing, you need to make it affordable for everybody, not just for 4 or 5 people. That's wrong. I take very, very, very disrespectful to the way that you have not only treated me, but you have treated other people up there with them side comments that I have on recording that you think we cannot hear when you are up close to that microphone. Very disrespectful, sir.
Any other public comment? I would love to hear them. Seeing none, I will close public comment and we will move on to items removed from consent. 4 items were removed. We will start with, well, just so I can just do all of you at once, we'll start with item number 20. So we just go to your 3. We did, but 3 of them are Commissioner McCann. 1 was yours, so I figured I'd get through yours and then Commissioner McCann can just have the run of it. You need your microphone.
I'm sorry. All right. Okay, as you can see from this, this is some work that's on our water treatment plant. And we do have citizens that keep a good eye on our agenda, including our consent agenda items. And just a little bit of background here, which is not provided on our cover sheet. We have a little background discussion, but we don't have some of the detail here. It's $0. It's just asking for an extension, 161 days to finish. In May, they got a 200-day extension. Originally, the job was only scheduled to last 454 days. So I understand that things happen. Maybe you'd be able to give us an explanation of, again, this was a 454-day estimated job. We're already at 361 into it, so our percentage of completion. And the reason that this is important is because there are some concerns of the neighboring area. This is a very big hotspot in my district from the state park to Zipper Road. We've had years of trying to bring attention to some of the things that are happening in that area with our dam, with our water plant, with the rate of growth in that area without supportive infrastructure. In this case, we've had also pleas from the residents in the area to erect some sort of a protection for their communities from the construction that's going on in that area and has been for about 5 years with, I could think of 5 incidents in that area that were brought to our attention by the citizens living in the area. Of those, only one has been resolved, and indeed, the citizens were correct. So it's a very big hotspot. I've pulled it from the agenda to bring notice to that this is not the only activity in that area. Again, it's going on. It was supposed to be finished in 454 days. We're not asking for any more money, but we are asking for the citizens to have some sort of peace, some sort of protection. We're getting it back into the season with no rain, a lot of sand blowing. It's going to be a hot spot. So that's why I pulled it from the agenda for an explanation on why the extensions and what measures we're going to take to make sure that my citizens in that area are given some peace and quiet from the dust and the noise and all that they've been asking for the last 5 years.
All right, well, thank you, Commissioner Feltz, members of the Board of County Commissioners. I'm Patrick Shea, Utilities Director. A lot of great questions, as you spelled out. This project has extended. Take a step back. Project bidding, design build projects really have three elements. They have the scope, they have the cost, and then they have the time. And all contractors, all bidders have to abide by those. For example, if a project needed to be expedited, done very quickly, the cost would be more. So part of the contract documents, some of the legal documents, are the time to complete the project. This is one of those projects where the actual utility of the facilities that we're building out there near the Lake Manatee water treatment plant have not been slowed down. It's more kind of the site specifics, getting it right. So a couple items on here are at the request of some of the landowners and of the county to put in a sidewalk. That's part of a change order that was approved earlier. The fencing part of this is to fence the area from one of the abutting neighbors. Fun story, but the goats will wander onto the property, and our construction crews have to work around goats from time to time and shoo them back to the neighboring property area. So I like to think as responsible for that property, we do what we can to be good property owners. There's a lot of water main improvements that are being done kind of next to this project. There's a lot of home builders that are going on. 64, of course, is being redone at U-Line and 64, so the school was being built, so there's just a lot of projects going on. This project is very close to the water treatment plant, which is very close to the Lake Manatee water, the dam itself, so we're kind of on the further north part of a lot of this construction that's going on. So this, as laid out, it has been extended, and it's not unique for utility projects, especially large utility projects, because of really the availability to get equipment. So one of these delays is the transformer. So electrical equipment, large generators, large PLC units, those can take up to 18 months currently to get delivered to the site. So as we bring forward other utility projects with owner direct purchase, a lot of times we do that in order to be able to meet the construction schedule. So as you alluded to, this project, it's a dewatering project, so we're taking the amount of truck traffic to remove solids that are removed through the treatment process. We're dewatering it or minimizing that so that can be hauled out with less truckloads. So it's an improvement project. It's a site specific kind of reduction in kind of the handling of alum solids, aluminum sulfate solids that are removed as part of the treatment plant. So this is it's going quite well. The contractor's been very open to some site changes. We're working on landscaping improvements right now just to make sure that we're good neighbors to the community.
So we are working, being that this is extended, but have you put the fencing up?
This will approve the purchase and the layout of that fencing.
So that's part of the,
Yeah.
but
So
this
there's
was,
temporary fencing right now.
that's what I thought. I thought we did get some sort of fencing up.
Yeah, there's temporary fencing now to stop the goats and to stop the dust. But this will, the fencing will be a little bit higher quality to kind of camouflage or reduce the site, between the private residence and the facility itself.
Okay, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
No one else on the board. I'll open this up to public comments. I will one person on the phone. I'm not sure if they're on for this item. Caller 750, are you on for this particular item?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I am Mark Van Der Ee, Manatee County. I am speaking to this item number 20, speaking on behalf of the Waterline Road Preservation Group. And yeah, this project started April 2024. It was supposed to have been completed last July. And last May, there was a request for a 200-day extension to the project. And now today, they're asking for another 161 days. You're basically, you start out with a schedule for 454 days, and now the total schedule time for this design build is 815 days. That's a pretty big extension. And my point here is that it's $0, but $0 does not mean zero negative impacts to the community. And the problems that we've had in the past year during this construction is the light pollution, the noise pollution, the congestion on the roadway. Of course, you know, Waterline Road and Dam Road, they're substandard roads. The county commissions, past and present, have put way too much traffic on that road. This construction is on a blind curve. That makes it even worse. There's been a couple of near fatal accidents in the last 18 months on that, near that very location. And it wasn't necessarily because of this construction project. It's just because the road is overloaded. You've got, as the fellow said earlier, you're surrounded by construction projects, housing developments. The road is inundated with construction vehicles passing through, and thanks to the county, you did put up signs restricting the size and weight of vehicles, even though the sheriff's office is not enforcing it. At least the signs are up. Also, you put up signs for the flooding because the road floods regularly, and that has helped a little bit with some of the traffic issues. But what we want is we want this fence up, this privacy fence up. It should have been up from day one, because you need to shield the adjacent animal farm from the activities on this site. It has to happen. I don't know why it's not been done already, but it needs to happen. The speed limit on the road, the county has said they're going to reduce the speed limit. It hasn't happened yet. I don't know why it's taking so long. That needs to happen. That'll help relieve some of the congestion and the hazard on this particular blind curve. The extended construction has caused a lot of the trees on the property that were supposed to be retained. They're dying. They're going to be dead by the time the job's over. The contractor needs to replace those trees appropriately. They need to get the vegetated landscaping in as soon as possible. I know some of it you can't do till the main construction's done.
You got to start wrapping it up, Mark.
Any
Your
little
bells are
bit
going
that
off.
can be done would be very helpful. Thank you very
All right,
much.
Thank you. I have no one else on the phone, nobody in the room. I will close public comment. There's no messages, or nobody on the board. I will entertain motions for approval. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Feltz, second by Commissioner Ron. I think this is popping up any second now. There you go. You can cast your votes now. There you go. It is approved 7-0. Moving on to Commissioner McCann's three items. Item number 17, Commissioner McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there anybody here to talk about item 17?
Hello, Michelle Worley. I'm the manager for construction services in Property Management's division. Our fleet facility roof system did sustain major damage during Hurricane Milton. It was greater than 25%. We did have some engineers come out and take a look at the roof. It is, and the recommendation is to replace it in full. It is not covered under warranty because it is an act of God, so we did do our research on that. We have submitted it for FEMA, in the FEMA program as well, for reimbursement with FEMA. Right now, we're looking at making the award. It was competitively, so we had a design prepared, and it was competitively bid out. You can see in the backup that there were two reasonable or acceptable bids that came in. So we are looking forward to go forward with Crowther Roofing and get our project started and have it completed within a 90-day period.
So we're authorizing $700,000 for a roof. How much of the roof was damaged? 25%?
Greater than 25%. It wasn't just the roofing, it was the insulation underneath as well.
Okay, because Hurricane Milton happened over a year ago. So we've been using this roof for over a year.
So we have some repair. So we have some temporary repairs on the roof, but they're not sustainable. It needs some permanent repairs or permanent replacement.
So immediately after a storm, you have Category B. Oh, sorry, Carrie Knight, Director of Property Management. Immediately after a storm, you have Cat B, which is emergency and protective measures. They're not supposed to be permanent repairs. They're supposed to be a blue tarp type scenario. So we had 12 buildings in the county that sustained roof damage. All of those buildings were repaired within the first 2 to 3 weeks after the storm. And then according to the PA process, which is the FEMA grant program guidelines, we have to go through a certain assessment and then hire an architect. They have to redo the design, and it has to go out for competitive solicitation. We're not allowed at this point to use construction management at risk, which means we have to go out and do a competitive procurement for a hard bid. So it'd be a general contractor. So that's the process we followed. That's why it's taken this long. However, we've done those preventative maintenance multiple times. And we'd like to get this roof done as quickly as possible because those temporary repairs keep failing on us, and we don't want further damage inside the building.
What is our chances of getting reimbursed from FEMA for this?
It is fully eligible for the program, so we believe that our chances are good.
Okay. That's all I have on 17. Thank you.
All right, I have no one else on, oh.
You do.
Well, I did not when I started talking.
No, I have been on the board this whole time, I promise.
Commissioner Ballard.
So I was actually going to ask the question about FEMA reimbursement. What are our chances? Do you think they're good? I guess the other question is we've got greater than 25% damage on that roof. Did we look at just a repair versus an entire replacement, and what was the cost difference?
We did look at a repair. The problem was not the downward force on the roof. The problem was when the soffit got pulled out, then we had extreme uplift. So repair would have left us with the same vulnerability that we had before. So a redesign with an improved system will give us more sustainability. Since we use those buses up to the last possible minute, moving people around pre-storm, it's a very critical facility for us to make sure that that roof performs in excess of what the storms are going to bring. So this roof actually was designed for a higher wind load and failed at a lower wind load. So we will not be using that system ever again.
So what you're saying is that the design of the roof that we had didn't perform as we expected, and so to fix it would kind of continue that vulnerability, and so we need a better designed roof this time. Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
All right, now I have nobody on the board. I will open this up to public comments.
For the record, Glenn Jablina. And George, I did have on there, George, shut your mic off, because I have listened to you in the past, sighing and mowing. So at this time, I'd ask you to step down as chair and hand it over to Dr. McCann as vice chair. I think he'll respect my opinion a little more. Are you willing to do that? Smiling and laughing. There you go, George. So let me ask you something. What's the physical address of this building? Commissioner Ron, that's our district. What's the address?
I'm not sure the number, but it's all out.
What's the, see, nobody knows. What's,
It's the Manatee County
Nobody, that physical address is not anywhere in these 66 pages of documents. What's the actual square footage that's going to be replaced? Anybody? 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 You don't know. That's the problem, right? Metal roofs last 50 years. And by the way, I am a certified licensed roofing contractor in the state of Florida. I don't do commercial, but I know metal roofs. So here's what you did. You put TPO on it, which is a 20-year lifespan anyways. So you want to rip off a perfectly good roof, the rest of that roof that's only 9 years old, right? Now, I sent you information about this, and, you know, two things on here. There's no location map. There's no physical address. There's no PIN number from the property appraiser or the tax collector. The guy on the outside look and say, I'd like to do a little research on this. Can't find any information. You guys know it, but the general public doesn't. I find that in itself disrespectful. And that's just the front part of the roof, right? Is the rest of that okay? Because you've only got about 5,400 square feet that you did put TPO over. And I've worked with TPO. It's a great product. So why don't you just get the 20 years out of the TPO, come back in 20 years, at least we'll have 29 years on a 50-year roof, right? And save the taxpayer some money. This is a ridiculous amount of money for the amount of work that's getting done. And by the way, according to the tax appraiser, you said it was more than 25%. That requires a permit. I don't see any permit that was pulled on this building. Maybe you can explain that. So you guys can just not do it, right? Even though it's over 25%. That built, and did anybody reach out to Willis Smith, the original contractor, and say, hey, who's that roofer we got 9 years ago? Can we get him back and take a look at it? Has the outside roofing contractor from Naples physically been down to inspect the roof? I doubt it. So that's my 2 cents. You don't need to spend this kind of money. Failing all the time, I don't buy it. Either they didn't put the TPO on right, but I don't buy it, it's not buying. That's a 20-year roof. Don't waste the taxpayers' money. Fraud, waste, and abuse. Got to stop.
Any other public comment in the room? Seeing none, I have 2 hands raised. Caller 697.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chairman Cruz, I was on the line to make a public future agenda item, and I didn't get called, and I emailed you while it was live and happening. So I'm wondering if I can go ahead and get my comment done now because I didn't get called prior.
Dina, you cannot, because we're literally in the middle of an item on the agenda right now. I can't veer off into future agenda. As I said, I reopen future agenda items at the end of the meeting. This is a relatively short meeting, so I will keep an eye out for your hand raised at that time. But I can't have people talking about unrelated. I cannot have people speak about unrelated topics in the middle of it. This is not productive.
So that I can be prepared. Since it's a short meeting, do you have any, like, a general idea? I know I can't hold you to a time, but approximately, would I wait for an hour?
I have no idea, Dina.
2 before lunch? What do you think?
It will not be before lunch.
It will not be before lunch. Okay, then I'll join the call after lunch.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 750.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. I'd like to talk to this particular issue, but I just want to make a point that on that previous issue on the dewatering system, you left a couple people hanging on the phone comments, and they're kind of upset about it. And then this past caller mentioned also that she was missed. So maybe you have to do a better job about looking at the call-ins. But on the roofing issue, yeah, I agree with what Mr. Glenn Gibolino was talking about there. Something's amiss here. I think a metal roof should last a long time, even in a hurricane. That's why people put them on, because they're supposed to be resistant to hurricane winds. And I think you should do some more investigation. Was the installation improper? Was the design of the system not followed properly? There's just going forward, spending this kind of money and not understanding what happened in the past and how you got to the problem is not a good approach. Otherwise, you're going to wind up repeating the same mistakes, and next hurricane come down the pike, you're going to be without a roof again if you don't tighten up something on the process of re-roofing. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Any other public comment? Seeing none, just for everyone's edification, everybody up here on this board has a screen that shows every person who's called into Zoom, all 7 of us, plus the county administrator, county attorney, and yellow hands pop up when somebody's looking to speak. Not one person up here saw other people, so if we missed anybody, I apologize. It is not a board oversight. It is either a Zoom or an IT or whatever oversight, because they're not showing up on my screen. So when we do take a recess, I will talk to METV and see if there's some other way of looking at these, because they're not showing up on our screens. With that, I will close public comment, however, and I have Commissioner Ron on the screen, on the board.
Kerry, real quick, did we have a licensed certified engineer review this roof to come up with the conclusion that the roof needed to be replaced?
Not only do we have a licensed certified engineer, we did reach out to the original manufacturer, which has been bought and sold. We did reach out to the original CMAR, and FEMA's been on site and done a full inspection. They've determined that the original roof was installed according to design and that the roof has been properly maintained. What this comes down to is the way that it was originally done as far as engineering, and it needs to be a more robust system, which is why the entire system has to be replaced.
Okay, based on that, based on their findings, the roof will be replaced to the current hurricane standards, correct? To withstand current hurricane winds?
Current hurricane winds or exceeding. Do you know what the mile per hour is? It 155 or 180? It's 170 to 180, so it's exceeding the 155 current requirements.
All right, so then also, this was put out to competitive bid, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
It was an RFP process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Phelps.
Some of those same questions were answered. I did find it odd that in reviewing this, there wasn't an address or I guess there's a lot of pages to it, but I really, on the cover sheet and such, I like to do ride-bys. Not that I know anything about roofs, but I just like to have a ride-by to know what projects we're talking about and getting familiar with them. I think this is something that we're probably going to be facing a lot in the future in terms of when you build a lot, sometimes we have a choice of good, fast, or cheap, and we may have a lot of those situations to make up to in the future. I think Mr. Bishop just mentioned this was the site, they believe, of a tornado, not just hurricane damage, but a tornado. Again, if we had the site, which that's not my district, not an area that I'm overly familiar with, but again, I didn't have an address to do a ride-by while I was around there. My concern is that I'm sure you executed everything to find us not the good, fast, and cheap method, but the sustainable method on those things. It's just that I think we need to be prepared in the future for a lot of these type of things to come up, where our design was tested by not just the hurricanes, but those offshoots, as we are getting more tornadoes than we used to. I just think that it's a lot of money for replacing something that there just might be a little tightening of the belt around here and to make do. But it is a roof, and it is about safety. So I would have to rely on staff to have done their due diligence on this. Just a little bit more detail would have helped, I think, allay the fears. And again, we're going back, what the real point is that we're a little disappointed that the design apparently was substandard.
Well, I did forget that there was a localized tornado in that area, which could have been the reason why it didn't. The winds could have been greater than
Winds are different
135
from
in
one
that
to the other,
area.
right?
So it's hard to exactly tell, but we do know that the roof was inspected by FEMA. It was installed according to design, and it has been maintained, and it is eligible for FEMA reimbursement through the grant program.
So we are pursuing that.
We are pursuing that. So we are trying to limit the exposure on any hurricane project to the county, and we're trying to build those at or in excess of the minimum standards so that the more resilient we can make our county buildings, the faster we can get our business back open for our constituents, for our community, the faster we can get our community back together. So we're trying to do this the most cost-effective way possible, and following the FEMA process is the most cost-effective way possible for our community.
I appreciate you being honest that, we're accepting that things were not designed or built as we might have expected, but there's no recourse on that, is there?
The warranty period's up. It was built according to design.
But you said it was a faulty design.
Well, I forgot about the tornado. So if
It was a design that could withstand, let's say it was rated for a hurricane, but maybe a tornado is a little bit different as far as your wind and things like that.
Yeah, once
But
the soffit-
absolutely no recourse that would we have.
No, that company has been bought and sold, and those warranty periods have passed for that type of, for this type of event. So, yeah, we explored that, and trust me, on all these projects, FEMA comes in and does an audit. They will explore that. Those types of things, that's why this has taken the time that it has taken, because we need to be able to do that due diligence to make sure that there's no other possible source of funds, may it be by warranty or by improper installation or those types of things. But all those avenues were crossed. And then additionally, as far as the other comment was concerned, we're obviously always looking for ways to improve agenda items. So future agenda items will include a property card so that we have a printout or a PDF of the property card so you know exactly where it is in a map. So we'll include that as one of the backup items.
Okay, thank you.
So Carrie, I don't see a budget resolution, a budget amendment resolution. I saw that there's an account number, so you've already accounted for this, right? You're not asking for more funds, as I understand, if I understood the documents correctly. More than what's already been allocated, I'll clarify.
Sheila, the budget director behind me, is telling me that it's already allocated.
Okay. So why is this on the agenda at all? And that's maybe a Charlie question, actually. So unless you're asking us to do something with the public construction bond, you have the budget. I understand the dollar amount in an absolute sense sounds high, but you have a 116,000 square foot facility, so I'm not surprised at the number. Why do you need the board to approve it?
It's greater than 500,000
Square feet?
dollars.
Oh, the dollar amount, okay.
Yeah, yeah. If you would like us,
Well, I was talking square feet,
if the board would like to increase that to $1 million, we wouldn't have to bring these back, but.
Okay. All right, that's all I had, thank you.
Okay.
Last question I have is FEMA. This has been going on for a year now. So the thing is, does FEMA require that we actually rebuild it and they reimburse, or can we wait for FEMA funds?
Well, there's been so many changes to the FEMA process, from my first hurricane, which was Irma in another county, things have changed a little bit over the.
Jody Fisk, Public Safety Director. So going through that FEMA PA process, you have to actually do exactly what they've done. You have to do the temporary fix. Temporary fix is important because that is your protective measure in the immediate. The reason you move on to do the permanent fix is because if you only do the temporary fix and leave it at that, then you take another storm, that item becomes ineligible for reimbursement in the next storm because you didn't do all you could to fix it the first time. So that's the reason for moving to the permanent fix. So you do have to go through the process that we've gone through. We had the FEMA site inspection. They verified maintenance, operation of the roof. They verified, obviously, the storm that it was attributed to. Then they move on. The county goes through the procurement process. They have to verify they've gone through that process. Once they do that, you move forward with the repair, and then as that is completed, you submit your completed documents, because if there's any changes or any hurdles that they run into, I am not a licensed contracted roofing person, so I don't know what those complications might be. But as you go through that process, if there's any change order or change in supplies or an unexpected change in cost, you go through that, then your insurance pays, so whatever associated with that insurance payment, that is done, and then FEMA will give you the final allocated reimbursement amount for what you're eligible for that project. So it's not a long, drawn-out, convoluted process at all.
So they just reimburse, they don't pay in advance, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, and the insurance we had on the roof, did they pay anything at all?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that one.
That would be a question for risk, but I believe it's part of a blanket policy, but I can't speak specifically. But I do know that risk went through and looked at all the buildings, and their insurance adjusters were out here, so they did take a certain percentage of payment based on damaged buildings, but risk would have to answer that specifically.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, we've had public comment. Nobody's on the, whoop, I don't know why I did that, sorry. Nobody's on the board. I will entertain motions for item number 17.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ron, second by Commissioner Ballard. Let's do a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That was approved 5-2, was it? With Commissioner Bearden and McCann in opposition. Moving on to item number 24. Commissioner McCann, this is also yours.
Okay. 24, let's get it up here. Yeah, this one will be a pretty quick question because it has to do with the documents and stuff like that. You know, what are we actually buying here? Because if I look at the map, it looks like we bought Post Road for $10.
Peter Barnwell, Property Acquisition Division Manager. This land's being dedicated to us at no cost. An LDA was done in 2018, Local Development Agreement, which required them to dedicate this land to the county. So this is just the mechanism to dedicate that land.
Okay, and what are we actually buying? Because if I look at the map here, it looks like we bought all of Post Road for $10.
We're not buying anything. It's being dedicated to us. The deed just simply has that terminology in it, but there's no purchase being made, no money's going to them.
Okay, and what impact-free credits were given?
I don't know the number of that.
Okay, because, you know, again, that was one of the questions from my constituents, because it says here that, you know, impact fee credits were given, and we don't know how much.
I don't have that number, no, sir.
Okay, because there's going to be a lot of building in this area right here. And so, you know, when we got this Post Road, does this whole road belong to us, or do we just get easements off that road to get in onto the land?
So Peter would tell you exactly which way the legal descriptions. So on the thoroughfares that have typically been developed in the Lakewood Ranch area, the majority of the right-of-ways that are county maintained come to us via a plat. A lot of times the thoroughfares are built on lands that are owned by the SMR Corporation, initially transferred to the Stewardship District, therefore making them a public road. In this case, This is transferring the deeds of a fully improved with a road, with a sidewalk, with necessary utilities from the stewardship district to the Manatee County as the owning and operator of thoroughfares in Manatee County. And that's what this process is doing right here. Your question about impact fees are wrapped up into a bigger thing than the individual segment of a roadway. The impact fees are wrapped up into the number of different agreements that have been, some for the northwest sector, some for the northeast sector, and I am certainly not prepared to have that material in front of me to say what was a credit or not, but those were package deals that talked about the construction of major items like a post road, like a 44th, a rangeland, and various things to also include White Eagle since we're north of State Road 70 here.
Okay,
I just
and
don't
where
have
could the
that
public,
specifics.
where could the public find these packages so that they can review them?
They're certainly in the board records. What we would need to do is provide you with the right titles, so the searches and easier names to be able to find them and/or post them to the website or make them available. I can have Clark help me research that on finding out how many they are wrapped up into. Sometimes there were amendments to the original agreements, and an old one got rolled into the next one. So, and I do believe that's some of what took place here.
Okay, that's all I have on that, because again, you know, when I look at the map, it looks like we just bought Post Road for $10.
It's a very similar process. It happens for Bourneside. It happened for Lorraine over the courses of time. Happened with University Parkway. You will see various deed transfers in past board agendas. That's how we got our thoroughfares out there.
Okay, great, thank you.
Pam, do you have anything to add to this?
Just to educate the board, any deed of conveyance typically has a monetary amount of consideration in exchange for conveyance, which is why the deed itself recites, I think you said $20.
$10.
Oh, $10, then that's required in any deed of conveyance. You got to have some value of consideration, even nominal.
All right, thank you, Pam. And real quick, completely unrelated to this, there is a car in the alley that is potentially about to get towed. So if you parked illegally in the alleyway outside of here, you may want to move your vehicle. I have nobody else on the board. We'll open up public comment on this item. Seeing none in the room, and we all agree we see none on the screen? Okay, then I will close public comment, and I will entertain motions on this item.
I'll make a motion to approve, we already acquired this.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq. It's on your screen. You can cast your votes now. And that is approved 7-0. I need to give people a short, what did you say, 5 minutes? Okay, I need to give a short 5-minute break. We'll come back, finish up consent and whatever we can do before 11:30. So it is 10:37, call it, so we'll come back at 10:45. Just make it 10:45 for round number. All right. We are back from our short recess and pushing ahead till our 11:30 hard stop. And we are finishing up the items pulled from consent. The final item pulled from consent is item number 29. Commissioner McCann, this is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a reimbursement agreement for Benderson Development. I had some questions yesterday. The thing is, why does the county request bigger pipes than are required?
Currently, what we're doing is we have a master plan that was adopted by the board. The master plan shows the pipe sizes that are necessary to serve the area. There was a facility investment fee adopted. I would have to go back how many years ago. That basically says every development must pay a certain amount of money for that facility investment fee, and that goes towards line extensions. So as long as the developer is building the line per the master plan, they are eligible to get credits for it. This is one where this is actually, even though the agreement's with Benderson, it's for Nate's Honor Rescue. It was when they were building their new things where that connection was. And then as part of that, there's also the ALF that was connected to that line. So there's multiple users on that.
Okay, and when was this enacted that this was on? This is like, what, 9.1.1.12?
I'd have to go back and look through it, but it's been in place since like at least 2015 that I know of, when the facility investment fees were adopted, where we started having a line extension fee, and there was a code adoption to allow for, as long as code was followed with the master plan, the county has the option to have pipes oversized, and they pay their line extension fee, and the county pays the difference for that, and then we recover that as other developments connect in.
Okay, so in other words, we need to look at that master plan again and see what we need to do to fix that so that they are actually using the pipes. Is that correct?
Real quick, just to let you know, tomorrow's work session is on this.
Yep.
So tomorrow we are talking about the master plan and the facility investment fee study tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, and, these pipes that they're hooking into, this is for storm drainage, right?
No, this is for sanitary sewer. It's a force main.
Okay, and for this one, it's $78,000, and if Nate was still alive, he would have probably given that to you. So I appreciate it, thank you.
I have no one else on the board. I'll open this up to public comment. Seeing none, and nobody is on the phone with their hand raised. I will close public comment. I will entertain motions for item number 29.
Make a motion to approve item 29.
I have a motion by Commissioner Siddiq, seconded by Commissioner Ron. You can cast your vote now. And that is approved 6-1 with Commissioner Feltz in opposition. Is that on purpose? Oh, all right, you didn't say anything, so I'm not sure. Okay. Moving on to presentations upon request. Item number 30, County Administrator.
Yes, sir. This is adoption of Resolution R25-187, naming the 39-acre Manatee County-owned land at the northeast corner of the intersection of 27th Street East and 26th Street East in the Brainton as Mixon Farms. Molly White's here for the presentation if needed.
Does anyone need a presentation on this?
Just a quick presentation on, how do we come up with Mixon Farms?
Good morning, Commissioners. Molly White, Sports and Leisure Services. We were directed by the board to bring this resolution back to you for the formal naming of Mixon Farms.
Excellent presentation.
If there's no other questions, I definitely would like to just remind you this Friday, we will do the passing the key ceremony at Mixon starting at 10 o'clock. We invite the community to help as well with the planting of a seed, spreading some mulch, and enjoying some live music and some food trucks as well.
Commissioner Ballard, did you want to say that as well?
Just briefly, so the entire site will be called Mixon Farms. There are still naming opportunities for various aspects of the farm itself. So things like the wedding venue could have a name, the library could have a name, other aspects could could have other names later on.
Your family's field of dreams.
Here we go. It's wonderful.
Who knows?
All right. I have no one else on the board. I'll open this up to public comment. Seeing none and no hands are
No hands raised.
raised. Nope, no prompting.
John, the problem might be with your public comment is they're forgetting to raise their hand. On the-
No. Who?
We have the numbers up there, but they're not.
Because people listen in
Okay.
and,
All right, just.
yeah. I will close public comment and I will entertain motions. Commissioner Ballard, would you like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve the renaming to Mixon Farms by Commissioner Ballard, seconded by Commissioner Siddiq. You can cast your votes now. It is approved 7-0. Item number 31 is also presentation upon request relative to the new high school site plan. Does anyone want a presentation on this item?
I do.
All right. Kevin, were you gonna, was Kevin here? Oh, we're doing it? All right. Oh, you're doing it. All right.
I'm doing it. Yes, good morning.
I'm used to seeing you on Thursdays.
I'll see you again on Thursday.
I'm sure you will.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Katie Labar. I'm a principal planner with Stantec. I'm here on behalf of Manatee County School District. We are pleased to be here with Mr. Mike Penley, with the school district assistant superintendent, Mr. Kevin McQuaid. I also have our civil engineer, Scott McKenna, and Frank Domingo here on, for traffic, should there be any questions. This request is for AAA High School. It is located in Lakewood Ranch, at the southwest corner of Rangeland Parkway and Post Boulevard, on the north side of 59th Avenue East, and it's shown here on the aerial before you. The site is in the Mixed-Use Community Activity Center 1 Future Land Use category, and schools are among the range of potential uses in this land use category per the comprehensive plan. The site is also zoned general agriculture, and again, school is a permitted use in the agriculture zoning district. The capacity of this proposed school is approximately 2,500 students. The site plan shows that proposed development is for just shy of 300,000 square feet of campus that will include 3 different classroom buildings, an auditorium, gymnasium, media center, cafeteria, administrative offices, as well as sports facilities like the basketball, volleyball, and tennis courts, football stadium, baseball, softball, and soccer fields. The site was designed to accommodate staff, student, visitor, and field sports parking. Site access and circulation will provide for pedestrian pathways within the campus that will connect through the entire campus. And vehicular access will also accommodate adequate internal circulation and queue links for drop-off and pickup, both by car and by bus. The school site plan is consistent with Section 350 of the Land Development Code, as well as the amended and restated interlocal agreement for public school facilities planning and the comprehensive plan. We ask that you approve this request today. Again, our team is here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
How much traffic will this put on these roads that are over there now? You know, because, you know, I just asked about Post Road a minute ago, and, you know, obviously we're building Premier Park over there. So, you know, how are these roads going to handle all that traffic?
I'll ask my colleague, Mr. Frank Domingo, to speak to that question as he's the traffic engineer for the project.
For the record, Frank Domingo with Stantec. And I wasn't sworn. Do I need to be sworn? Okay. So the way schools generate traffic tends to be in the non-peak hour. In the AM peak, yes, there will be additional traffic, but in what the county normally measures is the PM peak hour. And high schools generally don't generate a lot of traffic in the PM peak hour. So you could say that the transportation is actually managed because they don't impact the highest hour of the day in terms of consuming capacity. So for the most part, it will operate when there is basically when there is the most capacity is available on the overall network.
How many cars will it put on each of these roads?
Pardon me, I'm looking through the traffic study to find the trip generation. Yes. So the gross trips, I'm not going to add them together. Well, I can add them together if you'd like. The AM arrival will have 1,275 cars in the AM and 800 in the PM. And those are during the dismissal times, which are not, AM peak will be during normal AM, but the PM peak will not be during the 4 to 6 o'clock PM peak hour.
What time will it be?
2 to 3 o'clock.
The facilities that you're building there, I saw that you put down baseball fields, tennis courts, and is this just for the school or is this for the public also?
The facilities that are proposed for sports activities are specifically for the high school.
Okay, so they're not for public use at all?
They are not for public use, no, sir. It's for school use.
Okay, and when do you plan on building this?
Construction is scheduled to start in 2026 for operation in 2027.
Okay, so you're building it simultaneously with Premium Park?
Effectively, yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at this, and I know we need schools in that area badly. But I'm also looking at Lorraine Road and how now we didn't fund it. So is this just dumb? I mean, no, not to have schools, but not to build our infrastructure around the development that's being put in these places. I mean, do we need to fund Lorraine Road? I think we do. And we need to have a conversation about that. I mean, you're looking at 2,000 more students that are going to be in this school. How many more cars is that? I mean, I could tell you right now, going to Lakewood Ranch High School during those hours, how backed up the roads are. We need to have a serious conversation about this. If we're going to talk about smart growth, we really need to talk about that and really be real about it, because I'm looking at this project here, and I know we need schools. We need schools, but then I'm looking at Lorraine Road, and it's not funded to be built out. So when is that going to be put on the agenda to be able to build this out and ensure that this road is being funded?
That was on the agenda 2 months ago.
Yeah, and we defunded it.
Correct.
So
Commissioner,
we need to have that conversation. Like, if we're talking about building a 200,000 square foot school there with traffic being dumped onto those roads at peak hours, we need to really have a real serious conversation about funding Lorraine and how we're going to do that.
They specifically said the traffic was not during peak hour. 2 o'clock in the afternoon is not peak for anybody on the planet.
There's
The
800
advantage
cars,
the advantage of the
there's 800 cars
school.
that's going to be in that section whenever this is developed out. And we have no plan. We have a plan, but we have no way of funding this road right now.
Okay. I think we're not bringing 2,000 more students in from out of town, right? They're already here today. So those 2,000 people are already driving on cars.
Correct. That means they're going to be
Can I at least
diverted
finish
onto
one
those
sentence?
roads.
Okay,
That means
Commissioner
they're gonna be
Siddiq is
diverted.
on the board. Commissioner Siddiq.
Okay, but I'm not done yet.
You have been done.
No, I have
Commissioner
not been
Siddiq, go
done.
ahead.
No, I have not been done, Chairman Cruz. You don't get to choose when I'm done. I get to choose when I'm done. If I'm on the board, that means I get to speak about this
Please
particular
speak about
project.
this item, Commissioner Bearden.
We need to have a serious conversation about this. Because, again, that road is dangerous. Let's just call it for what it is. It's a dangerous road. So, that's all I have.
Hold on. Are you sure?
I just said it.
Okay, because last time you turned off your microphone and pushed it back, which gave me the indication you were done.
Interrupted me, first off.
Commissioner Siddiq, you're up.
Is there any, so I'll talk about the sports facilities. So I see this happen relatively often. There's a public demand for the school for a variety, for any of the sports facilities. I have a case in point in my district. For a variety of reasons, security is usually what I hear, fears of people hiding, stowing weapons, that type of thing. The conversation usually turns into, well, no, the public can't use these fields, or I see you have a stadium, football stadium, baseball fields, and more. So the question we'll likely get from residents is, well, that's a nice field in District 5, why can't we use it because Premier is busy? So what if any consideration will be made in the future for potential public utilization in some form? I'll just leave that open-ended of those facilities.
So typically, we do not open our fields, for the record, Mike Penley with the school district, sorry. Typically, we do not open up our fields for public use, but there's nothing that precludes us from doing that. And I think those are conversations that your administration and my administration need to have. It is possible there could be some shared use, but we're not willing to commit to that today.
Okay.
If I could also address another item that,
I'm done.
regarding Lorraine Road, Mr. Chairman. So last night, we're going through a countywide redistricting at all school levels. And last night, the maps were posted for the proposed zones. The zone for this high school AAA starts at Lorraine Road and goes east. So it would just be anything on the east side of Lorraine Road.
Okay. Commissioner Bearden.
What type of impact fees are we looking to collect on this property? Can somebody give me an amount?
We're exempt from impact fees.
Exempt. Okay.
Yeah, neither's Bob's. Okay, here, go ahead.
I think, again, we are all in agreement that we need schools. I've just, the area that I'm kind of familiar with, this is not the only thing we have planned over there. I mean, we're looking at something on the agenda Thursday that this is huge. And schools are going to have a certain amount of traffic. I'm assuming with your own fields and stadiums that we're talking about, hopefully a lot of community support and all that. I also understand that this would benefit, you said from the district, we would be starting at Lorraine Road and extending out east. And I know the school district may be limited on what lands they have. They have traded off a few in the past. It's just an extremely congested area that I think we have grave concerns about the traffic capacity. I know that we were in a stage for a while there where we were putting our schools on main roads, and what I hear more from the parents and the families is that they would like to see these schools more appropriately placed, maybe even within or between subdivisions and keeping them off of the main roads. And in this case, Lorraine and 70 there, post when we're having the activities now with the fields there, it's a pretty congested area. And if we're looking at the further development, I think that you're going to be capacity with this one, of course, too, with East River Ranch. That's going to fill your school. If you're thinking that it's going to service people who are here now from Lorraine Road out east, that'll be filled directly with just the pending construction that we have in that area that's already approved. And in that location, it's very worrisome because it's really a tough area in over there, as some of these places have been designed to get in and out. It's too far for 675 to be used as a thoroughfare between. We don't have an alternate route there that runs 64 to 70, Bourne-side, but I think that's my hesitation with this. There's just so much activity in that area and planned for that area that plopping a school in the middle of it, I just sense that, one, it's probably going to be over capacity by the time that it's open, that maybe we have another location, and I just worry about the traffic coming in and out. Schools do generate traffic, and that is young drivers. And I just have some concerns if this is the best location for a school site with everything else that we have going on in that area, and with the condition of Lorraine Road. It's just very concerning. But I don't know that we have any alternatives, or that any alternatives have been explored.
All right, I'm on the board. Look, they're the school board. We're the Board of County Commissioners. They spend all of their time working on things like site locations. They know more about where the kids live and what's going to be over capacity on any given parcel of land than all of us collectively up on this board will ever know in our lifetime. That's their job. They don't come to us and start telling us about, what speed limits we should have out west, or, whether or not we should, build a new park someplace. They stay in their lane and we stay in our lane. This school is in an area, to your point, if your argument is this will be over capacity before they get done, imagine what the other schools are now without this being done. My daughter goes to Lakewood Ranch High School. They just had to build a new building, and it was full like 4 seconds later. They were still taking the tape off the windows, and that building was full. This school has been planned since before virtually anything else out there. Like all this new stuff that was getting approved, this school was planned to eventually be a location. There's very few locations of this size that a school board can have, and they own it. What are we going to do? Tell them, now you go take your money and go find some other land and compete on the free market to buy land someplace else that now we're going to deem the infrastructure sufficient out east? There's no place they could put this. If they put it at U-Line and 64, people will complain about that. If they put it on Bourne-side and 70, someone will complain about that. There's no good place for them to put it without somebody talking about traffic. But here's the thing, which I alluded to before. These aren't new kids. These aren't 2,000, it's not like when you make the argument about a multifamily and people coming from DeSoto or Pinellas and you're adding new cars. These kids are already here. These kids exist. What they're doing now is driving further. These young kids, these dangerous kids, are driving further because they're going to Lakewood Ranch, or they're driving out and choicing into Braden River, or choicing into an undercapacity school like Bayshore or Southeast just to find a desk to sit in. So what you're doing is you're capturing traffic. You're capturing traffic closer to where they are. And if you put it in the right location, like my daughter went to Mona Jane for middle school, tons of kids walked and biked there. Why? Because it was in the right location. It wasn't on a major road. Major roads are terrible places for schools because, one, that means you just have all the parent traffic blocking up a major road. We don't need that. And two, you have kids walking and biking on major roads, which is unsafe. Mona Jane captures a ton of walkers and bikers because of its location, and it allows itself to be able to have the overflow for the traffic when they're waiting for pickup. This is the right location. In fact, this is even better than other places because during the time these pickups will happen, nothing's happening at Premier. So what do you have? You have a post office, you got a self-storage facility, and you got empty fields. This is effectively in the middle of nowhere traffic-wise. This traffic is going to happen when no other traffic is happening out there. So this is almost going to be seamless relative to it. This isn't like school's getting out at 5 p.m. when everyone's coming home. This traffic will be long gone before the first person gets off work. This is where the school board decided to put it. I'm certainly no smarter than that school board, and when it comes to site selection, they are a million times smarter than me. They determine this is the right location based on the radiuses they use and the areas to capture the right number of kids for high schools. All we're doing here is approving a site plan on something that's already approved to build as a school relative to the existing zoning. We can have discussions about infrastructure, but what's your alternative? You always have to, when you decide how to vote, you always have to say, what's going to happen if I vote the other way? Well, if you vote no on this, and basically prohibit the school board from building schools for high school kids that are in overcapacity schools as more kids are coming in, now what? What's your alternative? You're going to go to all these parents and say, Lakewood Ranch High School is now going to have 5,000 school kids in it for a school that has a capacity of about 2, and so all the kids are going to be in 80-person classes and 2 shifts. Like, this is what you're going to tell the parents, that we're prohibiting schools from being built? We make arguments that government has very limited roles of what we should do, but building public schools for public education is one of them, and that's the task of the school board. They're just coming in here almost administratively like, hey, can we build what we said we were going to build a decade ago in the place where we said we were going to build it, to teach your kids? Like, I don't understand what the alternative is. You can argue the schools, you can argue the unfortunateness of Lorraine not being built, but somebody needs to argue what the alternative is. Well, what are you going to wait for? Like, what's the next step? Where are these kids going to go if you prohibit this? That's what I haven't heard anybody say is what else? I'm 100% going to approve this because I'm going to trust that our school board knows what they're doing about educating our children. You are if you're going to vote no on a school. Commissioner Siddiq, please don't interrupt me, Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you. I'll refocus my questions about infrastructure. So here's one of the questions I had at least. As far as the future planning for infrastructure goes, I understand that there are mutual aid agreements. You also have the developer, I'm forgetting the phrase, but there's a cost share based on the impact that they have on school resources. So I understand that part. What was a little bit more murky for me was the potential for future infrastructure improvements. And so one of the gaps I observe, at least in the more developed parts of town, is there's a lot of after-the-fact additions to the CIP, mostly sidewalks. Have you had conversations with our planners, our administration, and staff about potential future projects that might need to go into the CIP to support the school?
Yes, we have. In fact, we met with your staff a week ago Friday to discuss potential shared improvements at the intersection of Post and Rangeland, at Post and 59th, and at the entrance to Premier and the school off of Post Road. So we're in active discussions with them. So we do see that there's an advantage for us to participate at this time in putting some of those improvements in, even though they're not warranted. And when I say they're not warranted, they will be when we build the entire school. On day one, we are not building the entire school. We will not build classroom 6 and classroom 8. So we will open the school with approximately 1,170 student stations. There's a reason for that. It will be more expensive to build the 2 remaining buildings later, but there's new legislation, that's Schools of Hope legislation. And what it says is, and originally it was for schools that had a C grade or below.
Yep, with capacity.
Yeah, but now it's for any school that has unused space. One of 6 providers can come in and take over that space. We have to provide it to them at no cost. We have to provide their transportation at no cost. We have to provide their food service at no cost, their maintenance and utilities at no cost. So it's imperative that we don't get ahead of ourselves. We almost have to get in a situation where the school's over capacity before we can add on more. But today we're permitting everything, planning on building 1,170. So with that 1,170, which we won't fill on day one, because the way it works is we typically open a high school with 9th and 10th grade. There certainly won't be a demand for any of these traffic improvements. Yet we're in discussions with your staff because we think it may be advantageous to do it now.
Okay. I appreciate you at least somewhat mentioning Schools of Hope. I'm watching that with some concern as far as the capacity goes, so I appreciate you answering that. Real quick on the projects, the only question I have is, since we just approved our this school is going to open FY '27, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we just approved our FY '26 to '28 CIP. I don't recall the specific intersections and improvements, but can you attest to whether there is any alignment between I know you have a 5-year work program, we have our CIP. Is there an alignment between our long-term planning budgets for those improvements? Like, do we know the dollar amounts? Are they in the CIP, at least from the county perspective?
I cannot respond to that. Your staff would need to do that, I think.
Okay, maybe Chad, you can. I know you're getting up. I just want to make sure that they're there, since we just approved that.
Good morning. There's one thing that's absolutely in the CIP is a planned traffic signal at the intersection of Rangeland and Post. We have absolutely on the watch list, because there's past funding from a previous year for some improvement at Post and 59th Avenue. Not yet knowing exactly what that is the best solution there. Right now, it's a 4-way stop because it's really, at the moment, geared for when Premier has issues. So the 4-way stop is working, but it's on our watch list. The other intersection of concern that's not addressed immediately, it was included to be signalized as 59th and Lorraine. With Lorraine not being in the capital improvement, that intersection of 59th and Lorraine would be one that would either we would be proposing something to have signalization at or very near occupancy of the school, just because of the increased turning movements to deal with that. So within the county CIP, the intersection at Post and Rangeland is already planned to be signalized. We know we want to do something at 59th and Post, and clearly 59th and Lorraine. Those would be the things. And so the other items that we had worked or mentioned with the school board, the actual direct school entrances, one on 59th, one on Post, those would be things that we would like to see if we could partner in and make those entrances better from the immediate day rather than coming back later.
Okay, last question real quick. We can always move some of those projects up. It doesn't sound like we had the plan or the design for the rest of those efforts initially.
Correct. Now,
Okay.
where we're at with, within those individual signals is if we can put something in with a span wire, we can get, if there's not a lot of pavement moving around, like Rangeland and Post, we can do that with a span wire reasonably under control. That's in the $500,000 range for just signalizing intersections. If we're talking about having to lay down and move curbs, it gets quite a bit more expensive from there.
Regarding some of the comments, and I think Chairman Cruz has been very arguing a point that I think we have some agreement on. As I said, I believe I said the words, "What is the alternative?" So it's not like it's under, a consideration. So I think that sometimes what might come across as we are actually more in agreement than perhaps the tone that was used. The problem, again, that we have is that looking at this on the bigger picture, and the school board, again, exactly, it's a separate body, but there have been cases where the school board has sold property that they own, understanding that now at this point in time, because of maybe decisions that we've made, that is a proper or an improper place. So there is a very interfacing situation we're in with the school board and with the county. So we aren't independent, and we do have to look at, just as I would expect it, I believe we've had a seat for a school board member on the planning commission that they're perfectly entitled to take part, which we need, and I would encourage someone to do that because we need that interaction there. And having their input with our planning. And in certain situations, I think we have to look at both the county's plans and the school board plans because they are not independent of each other. And it's not that I think I'm making the same points as Commissioner Cruz seemed to put in against what I said, but what I said was we have a lot going on in that area. And I'm not really certain if that is the best choice, or we've looked at some alternatives, or we've taken into consideration where we're at. Had we been able to put more into Lorraine Road, it may not be such a problem. But I think we look at all that, and we don't know if there's been any alternatives presented. And as far as overcrowded schools, I'm a product of the state of Florida school system. I've never been when I was going to school, we had 50 kids in a classroom built for 25. Somehow we made it here. But I just have concerns about this because of the amount of activity in that area, because of the lack of, and even the construction activity that still goes on. I'm just really worried whether this school in this location is the right place at the right time, and I'd like to know if any alternatives were discussed. Does the school, at one time, the school board had property off of Dam Road, they had property off of 675, but it was sold, and we're still constructing on those areas. So I just would like to be open to a discussion on what are the alternatives. Have any alternatives been explored? And are we looking at this area with the big picture of everything that's going on in there to plop a school in the middle of it? I'm a little concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will have to say, having discussions with Chad yesterday and the funding of Lorraine, I do have obviously some major concerns. Here's the difference between Lakewood Ranch Boulevard and Mona Jane. Guess what? The infrastructure is built around those schools. They're big, wide roads. I drive them almost every single day. I drive down Lorraine almost every single day. Now, Chairman, your job is the safety and welfare of our constituents. That's your job. I'm not denying the fact that the school board knows where to put a school. I know that there needs to be a school in that specific area. I know that. for a fact, based on all the new developments that are being put in that area. However, I've also driven down Lorraine every single day. And I don't want the blood on my hands when that first head-on collision happens with two teenage kids. Period. Because that's what's going to happen. Kids driving down that road fast, all of a sudden, there's a head-on collision. All I'm going to say is, I told you so. And so that's where I'm at with it. And I'm not going to do anything until I see that road funded. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Nicole, did you need to come up, or Rachel, or whoever? It is 11:27.
Good morning, Rachel Layton for staff. The applicant did a great job of trying to cover all of the material, and the appropriate infrastructure has been reviewed by staff. So this part of the process is really the second step in everything. The site was approved by a previous board for this piece of property to be a high school. So I want to be cognizant of that as well. And I want to share just this piece of statute with you as you're making your considerations. It is Florida Statutes 1013.33, Coordination of Planning with Local Government Bodies. And in this document, it does refer back to our interlocal agreement, which we have with the school district, and we meet with them quarterly, and we talk about these projects as they're getting ready to upload them to Acela as we navigate. And we send it to all of our review departments, just as we do a final site plan, so that it's getting the review, the technical review necessary for it. And staff does offer reasonable development standards and conditions in accordance with the plans that are reviewed. So under this policy, statute 1013.33, under number 7, a local governing body may not deny the site applicant based on the adequacy of the site plan as it relates solely to the needs of the school. So the school board is here telling you today that there is a need for this school. Further, it says, if the site is consistent with the comprehensive plan's land use policies and categories in which public schools are identified as allowable uses, the local government may not deny the application, but it may impose reasonable development standards and conditions in accordance with statute 1013.51 and consider the site plan and its adequacy. So I would ask that the board take that into consideration as we move forward with the school district and the amount of work that they've done for this site and this plan itself. We do have not only Public Works, but we have our transportation planning staff here to be able to answer any other questions that you have with process or procedures for the school. Thank you.
All right, I have no one else on the board.
No, I'm still on the board, Mr. Chairman. Remember, I showed this to you.
Yeah,
So-
well, you said you wanted to go last. I was going to open up public comment. Did you
Okay.
want to go?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I'll open this up to public comment. Seeing none, and nobody's on the phone, I will close public comment. No one's still on the board. Now, Commissioner McCann, you're up.
I believe we're at a hard stop time, and, I cannot do this in just 1 minute.
How much time do you need?
I'm probably going to need at least 5 to 10 minutes.
Doors opened at 11 a.m. My issue is I've got school board, I got school staff here, I've got consultants here, I've got a room full of people here, and we're going to be breaking for 2 entire hours. Go ahead, just do your.
How many students are coming to this school, and where are they coming from?
Again, Mike Penley for the record. We are building initially 1,170 student stations.
So how many of those stations will be filled?
We open it with 9th and 10th grade. I can't tell you the exact number of students there, but by the time it includes 11th and 12th grade, which would be 2 additional years, we anticipate 970 students.
And how many students, are all schools in that area filled to capacity already?
Well, the only high school in that area is Lakewood Ranch High School, and it's 170 students over capacity. And I've got to say, that's from a count that we did back in August. It might be more now.
So you're saying that you need to build this new school in this location for 170 students right now?
There's more development coming. If you drive anywhere east of Lorraine, there's a lot
I
of
drive
dirt
there
being
all the
pushed.
time. I live over there.
Yeah, there's a lot of dirt being pushed, so it's to accommodate those students as well.
Okay, and so far, it's only 170 students that you need to move?
That's what we need to move, but as I mentioned, by the time we include 11th and 12th grade, we know there's 970 students in that district right now.
And when will that time be, that you need to include 11th and 12th grade?
2 years after opening. So
2 years after opening?
Yeah, we open in 27, August of 27. By August of 29, it will include all 4 grades.
Okay, August of 29. Okay, and then you're going to be building more buildings because obviously with the Schools of Hope, they can take some of your space away.
Correct.
Okay, so, how much of it will be built for that purpose?
For what purpose?
For Schools of Hope to come in and actually take some of your space?
We're not intending to build any space for them.
Okay, so in other words, you're not going to complete the whole thing because you don't want that to happen?
Correct.
Okay, and as far as the roads go around there, again, we're getting a lot of complaints about, Ridgeland already being over capacity. We're going to be building a park over there. We're going to be building a hotel over there. We're going to be building a police station over there. We're going to be building, aquatic center over there. So there's so many things that are being built over there already. You don't think your construction at this time, would be detrimental to the traffic that's over there or detrimental to the people that live over there?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. And as far as the statute goes, I think that was a misinterpretation of the statute. We have the right to deny or approve these things. Otherwise, you wouldn't be putting it on here. Okay, this is not just a pass-through. This is not just a statement where we just come in and say, oh, well, we got to do this. This is not like a final plat. This is not an administrative thing. This is before the board for a reason. Okay? And the thing is that, there are a lot of safety issues here, and public health and safety is what the board is supposed to do. And, at this time, I just cannot see bringing this, forward for us because, it's just an inopportune time with all the building that's on here. And it's pretty convenient that all this stuff, Post Road came up today, this came up today, and at a subsequent meeting, we're going to be bringing up more about Premier Park than we did before. So the thing is, talking here in the sunshine, I mean, you're building a little city over there right now. Okay, and, you have a 2-lane road, on Post Boulevard. I mean, it's not that big. You're talking about traffic signaling that you need to put in to make this school happen that hasn't been budgeted for. So the thing is, I just don't see it happening right now. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, we know it's 4 lanes. All right, thanks. Nobody else is on the board. I've already called for public comment. I'll entertain motions. Nothing's up.
I'm going to make a motion for denial based on staff. Okay, motion for denial. That's it.
I have a motion to deny by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Bearden.
Sir, may I interrupt? Can we frame the motion in the form that's in the cover page, because that's how the motion should be styled?
That's fine.
Okay, I'll read it into the record. Based on the staff report, the evidence presented, comments made at the public hearing, and finding the request to be inconsistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and the applicable standards for review in the Land Development Code as conditioned herein, you move to deny Manatee County Resolution 25-202, School Site Plan SSP-25-03, which includes a 297,300 square foot public high school facility.
Okay, you can cast your votes now. Remember, a vote yes is to deny it, and a vote no is not to deny it. You
I
can't
vote-
vote absent.
I vote yes because my computer's not working.
Commissioner McCann was a yes.
It was signed out.
Yeah, he had a red thing.
Yeah.
The motion to deny fails 3-4 with Commissioners Feltz, McCann, and Bearden in favor of denial, and Commissioners Ballard, Sadiq, Ron, and Cruz against. I will now still entertain
Mr.
any
Chair.
motions. Yes.
Cool. I'd make a motion to defer to no date certain.
Why?
Seconded.
I'll second that. We need to have a discussion on the right road before we do anything. We need to figure out a way to fund it.
I have a motion to defer to no date certain.
If I may,
You're going to it, anyway.
Chief Assistant County Attorney Sarah Schenk be heard on that motion, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Sarah Shank, I just wanted to make you aware, so in the state statute, this is your deadline to vote today. We had 90 days to do this, this is it, so there's no deferral, it's either yes or no, or your options today. It's a unique situation on the state statute for schools. They give us a very quick deadline.
Since we're in a, we apparently are rushing to the deadline, perhaps the better choice would have been to take care of our lunch and then come back, because it's obviously a little bit more than I think it would be prudent to do that. I mean, we rushed, and we don't need to rush.
We've spent over an hour on a presentation upon
George.
request.
Let's just do it after lunch.
Just,
Have a conversation.
I have a motion on the floor. I still have to have Commissioner Sadiq pull it.
but can we reopen?
I will pull the
Is that what
motion.
you would like?
If I can address it real quick.
Actually, yes, you can. If that's the motion.
Sure. So I'll withdraw the motion. I'm just getting tired of 4-3 votes on things. I'd just like to see, at least assume good faith on part of some of the questions here. And I felt satisfied with my line of questioning with staff, but I mean, this is an important asset for our school, for our county. I don't think it should be a split vote. So I'm hopeful during the lunch break that's sufficient time, so I'll withdraw my motion.
I'm still entertaining motions. If no one wants to make a motion and we want to go to lunch, then I'll tell everyone just to come back here 2 hours from now to continue this presentation upon request. Okay. I don't know what we're going to gain sitting at Kiwanis, but go ahead. Is anyone going to make a motion, or I'm going to gavel us out to lunch?
Chair, I'll make a motion to move to.
Commissioner Ron?
Before he makes a motion, I didn't take my second off yet. And, you know, the thing is that.
There's no motion to second. He already removed his
Well-
motion. You can't second a non-existent motion.
Yeah. but
You don't have
you
control
normally-
over his motion.
But you normally ask if you agree with that.
I
And
want to know what happens if we deny this. Can I have a question? Can I ask that question? If we happen to deny this, does it just get pushed out?
We don't have
Will it
microphones
just
on.
Yeah,
Be presented again?
I don't know what's.
No, the mics are on if you turn them on.
I'm sorry. Is it okay if I speak, Chair? My question
The
is.
clerk was asking you to turn your microphone so she could take minutes of your meeting.
Oh, okay. No, I was asking if it was okay for me to speak.
Go ahead.
Okay. If we happen to deny this, then does this just get, if they re-present it, does this get pushed out to the next meeting, to the next board meeting? Or what can we do at that point in time, since we cannot prolong this?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, Sarah Shank. There is a dispute resolution process that can be triggered by the school board that requires a joint meeting with the school board and Board of County Commissioners. And I can consult with the county attorney as the details. I haven't looked that up right recently.
Yeah.
But it's Plan 4, an interlocal agreement for school planning, if there's a loggerhead on that.
We need, like I said, we need to figure out a way to fund this road. And so we need to have that discussion. If we're going to put a school there and all this other stuff there in that area, we need to have a solution on funding this road for the future. So, I mean, can we not figure that out in like the next week? I mean, before the next meeting? I mean,
You're going to figure out how to fund a $400 million road that we just removed from the CIP after a lengthy conversation a few months ago, and you're going to figure this out in the next week after we default on the 90-day timeline for this decision.
we could figure out everything else out, right? Like, I mean, we've figured out how to fund other roads that have needed to be funded. Why can't we figure out this one?
Okay,
You know, I mean, if we're going to continue to keep putting things in that area, that needs to be a hard discussion that we need to have because of the growth that's happening. We keep talking about smart growth, but these decisions that we're making, I'd call it dumb growth, to be honest with you.
Okay, we are massively past time. If we're going to continue talking, I'm just gaveling us out till 1:30 because we're already going to be incredibly late for this lunch. We are on recess till 1:30.
I don't think my, oh, there we go. All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our meeting of the Manatee County Tourist Development Council for October of 2025. We are happy to be here on a beautiful and cool morning, and so we'll get started the way we always do with a Pledge of Allegiance and our invocation. So let's go with the pledge first. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we've got our pinch hitter for the pledge, or for the invocation, Justin.
Yes, hello, Justin, Strategic Partnership and Development Manager. Today's invocation. As we begin, may we bow our heads. May we be guided by wisdom, humility, and spirit of service. Help us weigh what's good for our residents, our small businesses, and our visitors alike. May we work today to strengthen our local culture, protect our natural places, and grow a welcoming economy that benefits all. Grant us clear minds, respectful dialogue, and decisions that stand the test of time. Thank you.
Amen. That was beautiful. Thank you. All right, so now our first thing on the agenda is approving our meeting minutes from August. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And that is approved unanimously. And now we can move on to public comment. Do we have anyone in the public who would like to make public comment today? There is a 3-minute limit. I don't see anyone standing up. So I will close public comment. Thank you very much. And now we have our marketing and public relations update from Colby Gason.
Good morning, everyone. Lan, do you mind making that full screen? Good morning, Tony. Thank you so much, Elliot. I don't have children, so I'm able to be with you here today. But equally proud of Kelly and her daughter. So today I'm going to give you a brief recap of what we've been doing the past 6 to 8 months and give you a look ahead of what we have planned as we move into this new fiscal year. Behind me, we have Jen Carlisle from Manatee Media. She is a woman of many talents. She oversees what we call the Honey Badger section, which is kind of the southeast of partnerships for Manatee Media. We fall under that umbrella, specifically within Florida. They oversee our website PR and our digital marketing, and they have also helped us just recently reproduce our destination guides because we blew through them, which is a good problem to have, and I'll mention that. Also behind me is Brianna Francis. She is the PR director, also with Manatee Media, as they are also our public relations provider. So they both kind of work in two different entities, but as a whole, do a lot for us in services. Not here today is Falgren Mortine. They are our creative service provider. They also provide a lot of day-to-day creative. They are our creative strategists. They handle any kind of creative copywriting needs we have. They also developed our new marketing strategy for this year when it comes to our new campaign that we rolled out in the spring that we'll be moving forward with into this year. That's already performing really well. So with that, I'll move forward and happy to answer any questions as we go along. So
Leisure marketing, we had an interesting start to the year. Anytime we're faced with adverse situations, we always want to make sure that we get ahead of the messaging, and that's exactly what we did. We turned on our marketing as soon as the destination told us that we were ready. That's because we have amazing partners who worked together, so it was more of an opportunity to keep up with them. So we were very aggressive in our marketing, we were very strategic in our messaging, and with that, we also sought out opportunities to really make sure that we were getting directly to travel intent, high-end consumers, that they're who we speak to on a consistent basis. But again, we wanted to be a little bit more aggressive to make sure we were really getting those impressions and that ROI that we really needed coming out of that situation. And let me tell you, we had a fantastic year. As you can see, we had over 82 million impressions alone. That's phenomenal. For the size of destination we are and the marketing budget that we work with, that alone means that we put together a very strategic marketing plan. That means we're getting in front of the people that we have intent to get in front of, and that we are effective in the marketing that we do. Through that, the way that we support our marketing budget is through public relations efforts. So Keenan Singleton, our communications manager, and I traveled to New York City in January. That was fun. Yes, thank you. Where I think it was 10 degrees and actually snowing in Florida at the time, truly. To do 22 one-on-one appointments with journalists. That was very impactful. It's led to hosting opportunities and longevity of conversations that are continuing to carry on into this year for podcast, other kinds of different diverse media exposures. We also did desk sides. I really need to talk to Brianna because she also sent me to Chicago in February. But again, our messaging is very effective when you're selling sunshine and it's 10 degrees outside. One of those meetings was actually with Meetings Today to really promote our new convention space, and that has led to a significant impact and interest from that publication and many other within that trade. We also went to Texas more virtually. That is a market of significant opportunity. It's kind of tenfold, but we have several nonstops between Dallas and Houston. We hit those markets hard, so now we're working on bringing them into market as we get into this year. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we had the opportunity, as you can see in the photo, we partnered with Visit Sarasota to do a media mission in Indianapolis, again in February, Brianna. Which was very effective. This was fun because we actually got to kind of combine our message as Florida's West Coast. It was a good test to see how our messaging works jointly together and how the press perceives it. And together with that event alone, we had over 3 million unique monthly visitations from the placements that we earned from that one event. So as an overall result from the pitching efforts from Manatee Media, from a public relations perspective, really leaning into our cultural stories like our Back to Angola Festival, our Best Beaches experience, really making sure that Anna Maria Island is top of mind, especially coming out of last year. Leaning into our Floribean flavors, our fresh Florida ingredients, seasonal travel, which is where we focus on families and couples, depending on the seasonality. And generational travel is really becoming a hot topic for us. We were able to get 85 placements in some very significant publications, as you can see listed, that had over 621 million unique monthly visitors. So one of the biggest placements we had was actually hosting a journalist from Food and Wine magazine, and it was a beautiful, beautiful online display. We sent her out with a local fisherman. She ate at our local restaurants, and it was a beautiful story about our local ingredients, how we use local Cortez, just really understanding who we are as a culinary destination. Looking ahead into next year, we're going to continue to focus on our markets broken out into our primaries, our secondary markets, and our drive. Our primary markets are markets that are really markets that we have an established presence in. We have been hitting these markets hard over the past 15 plus years that this brand has really been resonating. New York, Pittsburgh being those very, very well-established markets. Obviously Pittsburgh because they are our sister city, and New York is kind of our tried and true. We've seen it be reliant during adverse situations, blue sky situations. That's really a market that no matter what, we always can see strong impressions and visitation from. The secondary markets are markets of opportunity. These are markets that we've been working hard to either keep the brand relevant in because we see strong visitation from them, or we have new nonstops that we've been trying to grow awareness of the brand in those destinations. For instance, our Hartford, New Haven, whereas Indianapolis, Minneapolis, those are very well-established markets for us. They love us, and we want to make sure that they continue to keep us top of mind when they're considering a beach destination, especially a Florida beach destination. We also see very strong drive market. We are really leaning into the new nonstop from Miami. Miami was already a very strong drive market from us. They are affluent. So we want to make sure that those people understand that you don't have to drive 4 hours now. You now have a direct nonstop from SRQ and Miami to get here in a matter of minutes to go coast to coast to enjoy our beaches. Orlando is the same way. West Palm Beach is a market we've been tapping into that we're growing brand awareness in. Jacksonville, and then Atlanta is one that is both drive and fly. This is a breakdown of our marketing plan for this year based off of spend. Now, we will always, always, always go after women. Women are our bread and butter. They're the decision makers in any household when you're going on a trip. Sorry for any other, if you think otherwise, but they are. So, honey, where are we going? We're going to Anna Maria Island. So that is what we like to perpetuate, and we want to keep top of mind. We are also targeting households with median incomes of $125 and up. Quiet luxury is really something that we've been leaning into, and we're perpetuating throughout how our creative looks, how we're targeting people from a digital perspective, and we're also relaying that through our public relation messaging. Seasonal marketing is really big for us. Right now in the fall, we're really going after couples, always families, but then we shift a little bit more into families as we get more into the year. So we are always, always, always diversifying this, but leaning on our 4 primary pillars. Those are really what we stand on as a destination, who we are to attract people here. We never want to pretend to be something we're not, and we want to attract people who are looking for those qualities in a destination to say, hey, we have those. You can come here and enjoy that from our perspective. So that's leaning into beaches, arts and culture, outdoors, and culinary experiences, and always love it like a local too. Sustainability is always an undertow message that we have worked in there. But those are always from retargeting, remarketing, we're always making sure that we are being dynamic and staying in front of travel intent people who are looking to come to beach destinations. And then this is a very fun, digestible way to see our marketing plan. So you can see we're very heavy on digital. Out of home is going to be our kind of tried and trues of keeping top of mind awareness in our sister city through our continued partnership with the Pittsburgh Penguins, which we actually hit 10 years this year. We've been partnering with them for 10 years, so we're celebrating that. The Pittsburgh Pirates is obviously a great way to keep that brand awareness through our spring training and continued annual awareness. Mixed media is always an opportunity where it's maybe some video, streaming, online articles, diversified media opportunities. Print, that's kind of a little more traditional, but we always want to make sure that we're extending our reach through Visit Florida, and we did a really interesting partnership with Wanderlust, and there's more to come on that. And then using social media. social media is super aspirational. It's a great way to really connect one-on-one with people when they're scrolling and to get them to stop and engage with our brand. So this is a very high-level snapshot of kind of what we're doing to engage with this year. But we always want to make sure we're meeting people wherever they are in the process of booking travel, whether that's top of mind aspirational or they're getting ready to click book and book that flight and book that short-term rental. We always want to make sure that they're always thinking of the Bradenton area throughout every step of that way. Yep, so Wanderlust is primarily a UK publication, but they are probably one of the most predominant print publications, I would say, in the world. They are very esteemed. They are high quality, not only in the level of photography and the quality of the publication itself, but also in the journalism and the writing that they do. So what we're doing is we're doing a book-a-zine with them. It'll be the first in North America to be produced. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. So we are working on finalizing that right now. So it, again, will focus on those 4 pillars of the destination, and it'll be a great way to really introduce people from a high level and a very elegant luxury level to our destination by partnering with an esteemed publication like Wanderlust. From a PR perspective, we're going to hit Texas still. We're going to go into Raleigh-Durham, my hometown. Really excited about that because we have a nonstop with Bree, so that's an opportunity to make sure they know who we are. And then we just completed a very successful media mission to Pittsburgh. Again, keeping that top of mind awareness. Those are those 2 good examples of how we're keeping top of mind awareness, but also growing awareness in destinations through public relations. We're also going to continue to attract influencers and journalists from these cities like Houston, Dallas. We are going to bring them in from Miami. Boston's a great opportunity. We want to keep the Northeast coming because that's a strong market of opportunity. And then, of course, bringing them in from Raleigh once we get that first touch point during that event. And then leaning into our storylines of being real, authentic Florida, being the premier Florida beach destination for families, multi-generational travel, our Floridian flavors, really leaning into our arts and culture, and then, of course, always making sure that they're aware of our Love It Like a Local principles. And then that's it.
Madam Chair, if I may just cross-check real quick.
Ooh.
I didn't mean that literally. There you go. Just a couple cross-checking items. You saw the digital supersedes every other kind of marketing buy. Very targeted. Digital, once you know how to do it, makes it pretty simple stupid. You can hone in on just women. You can hone in on an age range, a household income. And then you get the analytics of your return of your investment. The top of mind brand awareness, i.e. Pittsburgh, Manhattan, New York, those are, you never say never, but right now those are the only 2 cities that our brand is mature in, okay? When you have a lean budget, which I embrace, you know, you're not going to have too many mature markets. So New York, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And in a nutshell, it's saying, hey, ladies, when you're ready to plan your vacation, don't forget about us because we know that you've been here before probably. You know where we're at geographically, and you know our characteristics. So that's why you'll get out of home Pittsburgh Pirates, Pittsburgh Penguins. We've cut deals with Madison Square Garden, and it's amazing on how it resonates really, really quick. Finally, why do we have a sister city relationship, Pittsburgh and Bradenton? First, if you Google sister cities in the domestic U.S., you'll find just Pittsburgh and Bradenton, because there's territory there, right? Well, we don't want to be sister cities with Chicago because Manatee County, you'll poach our businesses and bring them to the Bradenton area, okay? But what it is we share ideas, arts and cultural ideas, sporting event ideas, and now we've kind of, working with county administration, are looking at economic development organizations up there, because me as a Steel City kid, the demise of the steel industry devastated that beautiful city for 20 years. Why? It was the number one and only industry that fed that community. So now it's medical, education, technology. Carnegie Mellon is feeding all those Googles and Amazon and Sony from coming in and putting their HQ there. So if we can learn how to diversify more than just the tourism industry that feeds it, then that's great. So those unique relationships, I know Tony's been up to Pittsburgh with us a little bit. Eric used to hang out there in another life. So it makes it kind of special. Finally, Brittany McFarland, raise your hand right there. So Brittany, we knew her as a student at USF, graduated with the highest honors. She interned with us, and then she started working part-time, and then another department hired her full-time, government affairs. I joked with Casey Zempel saying, oh, he goes, sorry, we took Brittany. I said, don't worry, we'll hire her back. I was kidding. Guess what? We hired her back, and now she's our marketing coordinator supporting, what's your name, Colby? Yes. Thank you. And look at the smile, the personality traits. She's got a very high ceiling, so we're blessed to have a lot of talent working for a guy like me who just gets by mentally. Thank you. Any questions for Colby before I carry on?
Madam Chair, if I may. Colby, I'd like to say that that was one of the most articulate speaking engagements in regards to exactly what you've laid out here as far as what we've got going. But one thing I wanted to ask you is, any thoughts about TikTok at all?
That's an excellent question. So per government regulations, we cannot directly be on TikTok. But one way we are able to have a presence on TikTok is by hosting influencers who they themselves may have their own TikToks. So if they come here, they develop reels, which are videos for social media. They then post those on their own social media that promote the area. That's a way for us to still have a presence while we can't directly do so.
All right. I've noticed there are many hotels and resorts on the island that are starting to utilize that format.
And Eric, I was going to say, I just learned something. I just remembered that let's talk about that, because if it's Manatee County policy, let's look at that. I think it's policy and not Florida law. So we're going to dig into that a little bit further, because sometimes, Madam Chair, we can do things a little bit different than how the ad valorem tax is used. So yeah, let's follow up with that. Thank you for bringing it up, Eric.
Hey, Colby, just one more thing. Has anyone done a study on, as far as the island goes, the average return guest percentage per se? For instance.
By visitation or spending or?
No, visitation.
Yeah, first-timers are going to be, we're right around 90% within 12 months.
No, I'm talking about the second and the third. Anybody done that?
We're not tracking it.
You're not?
No, sir.
Why?
Don't know if there's a need to track it. I think the mindset was always, maybe it's arrogant, that we know once we get them once, they're going to keep coming back over and over and over, because the first-time visitor rate is going to be north of 30%, which exceeds best practices. We want to capture the ROI after the first time, and we could take it a step further. I think maybe we've got to figure out if there's a cost to it, how that really benefits us. I don't even track the...
But then that would only show you
Yeah.
the achievement that you've done by getting him here first, and
Yeah.
now you're retaining him for a second part.
Yeah, we'll look at it. We don't even track the conversion to a real estate owner or a business owner. We know it's there. But it's a good question. Why don't we talk about it and look at it? But you know what we're tracking today.
Yeah.
Thank you, Colby.
Yeah, we'll be able to work with our research firm to potentially track that information.
Thank you.
I see him feverishly taking notes right now. I will give you this example, though. I was on the island recently. I was taking a fun bartending class at a new business out there. There was a couple who has been coming down here since they got married 30 years ago from Cincinnati, and they refused to go anywhere else from a beach perspective because of that first-time impression. So I'm always conducting my own personal research studies anytime I'm out on the island and engaging with people. I always like to kind of hear what was their first impression of the island and what keeps them coming back. So it's always nice to hear that just personally firsthand when they have no idea who I am.
Yeah, that occurs quite a bit.
Yeah.
People will say, I got married here 10 years ago, this is my anniversary, this is the third time I've been on the island, I love it, you know.
Yeah, but it would be nice to have something that's actually firm and we can attribute to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colby, great presentation.
Thank you.
Seeing you were on deck. to do it. This might sound pretty stupid, but what do you mean by impressions?
Yeah, so that's how many people have seen our advertising.
So it could be a good impression or a bad impression?
We see them all as good impressions.
Okay.
That means they're getting in front of the people that we have intended to see it. So I really wouldn't quantify it as a bad impression.
Okay.
That means we're getting it in front of those women who are travel intent and they're meeting that average household median income that we want to get in front of.
Okay, the next dumb question.
Not a dumb question.
UVM, could you define a UVM?
Yeah, so a UVM is a unique monthly visitor to, so let's say you read the New York Times and you check it every day. That check from you is a unique monthly visit, and that leads to the quantifying number that they have at the end of the month for a readership perspective. It's kind of the new age way for any digital publication to gauge what their readership is from a digital perspective.
Okay, and I take it the primary and the secondary cities, most of those cities have nonstop flights out of SRQ?
All of them.
Yeah, I've always kind of, when people say, how do you establish your target market, there's a lot of different ways to establish it and really leaning on third-party research. But I go remedial for Elliott is follow the nonstop flight. Not all nonstop flights align with our target, but most of them do. It's Northeast, Midwest, Texas.
Because it makes it easy for the people to get
It does, and then you're partnering with the airline, so you're getting an extra push there as well. You'll see a little statistic with Isaiah on how SRQ now deployment has gone a lot higher where Tampa International's come down. Used to be totally the opposite, so it's working. You brought up a really good question that you called dumb. I don't want to assume. The digital buys are on platforms that people have intent to travel. So when there's an impression, they're curious of the characteristics to consider the vacation here.
Yeah.
We're not, if you're on Amazon buying, something for your house, our banner's not coming up there because you don't have intent at that point. Very important to know.
Yep.
Now I get it. Thank you.
And I will say too that in these different markets, though they're all nonstops, they all may have different interests in our destination. So if we find that New Haven really loves arts and culture, and we're seeing that in the statistics of the advertising, we'll lean into that from a marketing perspective. We'll serve them more ads about our arts and culture. Or if, Chicago wants more culinary experiences, we'll give them more about what kind of culinary experiences, toes in the sand dining that they can have here. So there's a way for us to continue to diversify and give more direct marketing, even within the segmentation of how it just being a nonstop.
So with the digital ad spend, you talk a lot about impressions. My question is, how many of those impressions are you leading to the website, right? It's Bradenton Gulf Islands. Your team has done a phenomenal job with that website. I've kind of dove into it. The content that you put on there, the video, it's really, really good. How many of those impressions you talk about on the travel ads, et cetera, how many of them are we catching in that catcher's mitt on that website?
Excellent question, Tony. I believe last year alone we had over 1 million visits to our website, which is very significant. Again, that means we're doing a lot with a relegated budget, and we're being very strategic and direct in the marketing that we're doing to have an impact. So that's why we're continuously working with our website to make sure that we're continuously developing it to make sure we're putting content on there to where if they're looking for culinary, we're sending them to that content on the website to keep them engaged in our product.
Yeah, that's good. I think, and as everybody said, great job on the report. I'd just say one thing to include on there is specifically the web, kind of the web presence, the web traffic, and kind of highlighting all that you're doing there and celebrating the arts and the culture, the things to do, the places to eat, the places to stay. You've done a really, really good job, and I think that that's really where we'll be able to get a direct impact into the overall community is through that beautiful website that you guys have built.
Let me color commentate Colby for a second. And Tony, thanks for bringing that up. We plan on once a year going over analytics on our website. Remember, the website is the heart. Everything should be driven to the website. We're working on what we call a microsite for the convention center. Okay, the website, I am who I am. The website isn't where it needs to be, where we want it to be today. So if you think it's good now, it needs to be a lot better to meet best practices. So that is just a moving part. A stagnant website is a terrible website. So, but we have a team in place to. We've made good strides. A little bit ways to go. Probably by the end of the holidays, it'll be where we want it to be. That meets total best practices. But yeah, everything goes right to the website. Right to the website. The Anna Maria Chamber. Why do we have a partner with them? Because organically, your wife's in New York, and oh, Tony, let's go to Anna Maria Island. You Google Anna Maria Island. They're going to be right at the top there. You click on Anna Maria Chamber. Now it goes to the website. So our support as a TDC with that chamber helps them with best practices on that website. So we get them right there as well. So, it's a puzzle, right? So it's not just all about our website.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to bring that up, that's such a big, piece to this whole thing. We call it, in our house, we call it the catcher's mitt, right? Like, so what are we actually catching them on? And that website is such a big component to everything. And I love that you're trying to stay, top of mind, current, right? We innovate, we don't imitate. I think that's a great mindset, so, good job. And just kind of for the record, I was the one who told my wife we're going to Anna Maria Island, by the way. She didn't tell me.
You're the exception.
I'm just saying.
Thank
I
you for
almost
being
made
the
a comment,
exception.
but I'll refrain.
Thank you very much, Colby.
Thanks,
That was
Colby. Great
wonderful.
job.
Yeah, thank you.
Do we have any other questions, comments? All right, we can move on. Elliot's going to talk about City of Holmes Beach multimodal path enhancements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As most of you, maybe Tony and Commissioner Diggins wasn't on the TDC yet, this came to us about a year ago, and Dave said maybe two. And, there was some adversity last year, so I think that I told the Board of County Commissioners I lost track of it last year, totally honest. The Board of County Commissioners and the City of Holmes Beach had a really good joint meeting not too long ago, and this came up. And when they came to us the first time, the TDC had questions about, are we integrating these pedestrian bike trails, paths, up and down the 7 Mile Island? And at that point, they weren't. Recently, through collaboration, and Mayor Titsworth got out in front of it, they've been having meetings with the adjacent mayors, being Mayor Short and Mayor Chappie, and all three mayors acknowledged the importance of an integrated 7-mile-long pedestrian bike trail that is really important to not only Manatee County government, the Tourist Development Council, but we as residents, for safety, for enhancing multimodal transportation, for the greater good. Number two, going way back in time, almost 8 years ago, the county applied for a Tiger grant. That's a highly competitive federal grant that, and I reminded in the joint sessions that every city pledged money if Manatee County was awarded that Tiger grant. This TDC at that time pledged $1.2 million if that Tiger grant was awarded. Manatee County did not get that grant. I think it went to Miami. So I acknowledge that we're going to try to find that old application, dust it off, and see if there's another Tiger grant, because this is what I would call a seed that kind of recreates the focus to continue to enhance multimodal transportation on the island. Finally, we're having good communication with the city of Holmes Beach about trying to figure out a way to bring the ferry to the city of Holmes Beach. With this added amenity, it'll integrate with the people that board and offload on the ferry. So it all integrates together. So where we're at today is I acknowledge the Board of County Commissioners and the City of Holmes Beach at that joint session that on this date I would request a recommendation from the TDC so I can take that recommendation so the Board of County Commissioners can make a decision. The business deal is they're asking for $395,000 in change. The City of Holmes Beach is pledging $133,000 in change. Please keep in mind that the City of Holmes Beach is the second highest collector of the tourism tax, with unincorporated Manatee County being the #1 collector. Sometimes you don't make decisions, business decisions based on that, but I think any time that you can partner with a city that is really highly involved in tourism, it makes good sense. So with that, obviously Commissioner Dan Diggins is on the City of Holmes Beach Commission. We have Chad in the audience if there's any questions that I can't answer. If there's questions, we're here for you, Madam Chair, and if there's no questions, I'm going to seek a recommendation.
Do we have any questions or follow-up from any of our members? Okay. Okay.
So I think this matter was discussed, and I believe there was a vote taken, but I'm not sure right now. But I do believe with all the improvements, which is going to really benefit all the tourists, all the residents, and how important they are, and how good they will be for the system. But the thing I see is we are trying to access a bucket of money which should not be used in for this kind of purpose. I mean, we are doing some wonderful stuff with marketing. We are doing, destination marketing, improvements to our parks and recs facilities, and I think those are the purposes. And convention center, a lot of things that we are constantly working on. And I do believe that's the right use of the funds. Destination marketing is the reason why this fund was originally collected. There are easily other places like the MPO or the FTOT where this money should come from. And I believe that this is not the right use of the fund. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Chair, I would respectfully disagree. The amount of taxes that are generated out of the island and Holmes Beach would warrant this being addressed and being passed through. So many people are trying to walk down sidewalks that don't exist. I can tell you that in front of my business, there's none, okay? And it's something that I truly believe needs to take place, especially on the island. Thank you.
Tony?
I think I'm punished for being late, so I got the microphone that didn't work.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I deserve it.
It's actually my regular mic, so I think that's just a you issue.
It probably is an issue. I humbly admit it. But I'm actually kind of on the same page as Eric, Mr. Patel. I believe that the use of tourism tax, especially the way that I know that I'm the rookie on the board here and been here, what, 6, 8 months, maybe 8 months? I think it's my 4th meeting.
In late twice.
Yeah, but I mean, I can tell you just diving in and looking into the numbers and the diversity that this tourism board has made recommendations, I think is really unique, and I think that it's important. Things like multimodal transportation is an amenity for tourism, right? It's almost an expectation, and I say that I come here again, I've been working here now for almost 10 years, so I'm almost a local. I think it's like about 20 years so you can consider yourself a local, so I'm halfway there. But I did come from California, and I can tell you in California, multimodal transportation is everywhere. In the county that I lived in, I could get on an e-bike or in an e-scooter or, any other form of rollerblades or whatever, and I could access my entire county. And that was not just me as the resident, but that was also for the tourists that were coming there, and it's an incredible amenity. And I can tell you, being in the hotel business, people who visit the hotel are looking for things like that. When they come here, they want a jogging trail, right? They want to be able to have a place, like especially out on Anna Maria Island, to ride a bike. And I think that this is a perfect situation for us to contribute. Now, with that being said, I agree with you also, where the FDOT, right, and other authorities need to come and participate in these types of expenses, because it shouldn't be solely on tourism, because this is also for the residents, because they'll be using it as well. But I think that when the tourism board makes a recommendation to the county, I think it comes back to, well, who else is, right? Like I've heard Elliot always talk about like a three-legged stool, right? And I see in this as kind of a two-legged stool. I think you got the City of Holmes Beach is contributing to this. I think that makes sense. The tourism is contributing to this. Are there other means to help continue to contribute to the multimodal trail? I think the answer has to be yes, and we need to continue to look through that, because like I said, connecting this entire county through multimodal transportation should be on the agenda of all who's involved, in my mind, so.
Commissioner Diggins.
Yes, thank you. I don't exactly have an unbiased opinion here, but I'll share it anyway. The people that use these multimodal transportation, probably, I'm just guessing, 90% are tourists, okay? They're the ones that rent the e-bikes. They're the ones that rent the golf carts. They're the ones that are out there jogging. You won't see me out there jogging, but they're out there. I just think it's a good use of money for the tourist, because the tourists use these things more than the citizens do. Also, I'm just going to give a little shout out to what's happened in the past. Holmes Beach has probably contributed, or the bed tax in Holmes Beach has probably contributed about $45 million over the last 10 years to TDC. To this date, the only thing Holmes Beach has ever received is $144,200. So this is basically going to triple the amount that Holmes Beach gets out of this. Yeah. So that's my sales pitch, and I know it's not an unbiased pitch.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take a chair's privilege really quick, and so I have to agree with some of the statements that have been made by Eric and Tony and Commissioner Diggins. I think it's an excellent use of our TDC funds. When people come to a beach destination, when they come to an island, they want to be able to have that laid-back lifestyle where they can ride a bike, where they can walk down the sidewalk, where they can ride on a golf cart. And I think that being able to provide that kind of amenity is huge. It's huge for the tourists. It gives that kind of lifestyle that people want to have, that's, laid back on the beach. And also, there is an ancillary benefit for residents as well. And so I think it's an excellent use, and I think that people will appreciate it quite a bit.
Madam Chair, if I may, just a couple housekeeping. I'm grinning at you because you know how much I love you. This is for public consumption, and the city of Holmes Beach did ask us how much was collected in the city for the last 20 years. I think that's how Commissioner Diggins got that number. The 143,000 grants that went back over those years, in my tenure as director, I've only gotten 3 applications from the city of Holmes Beach. 2 of them were Grassy Point, which the TDC and the board approved right away, and now this one. It's because of the law is so restricted and based on the characteristics of the city of Holmes Beach, it's hard to apply for opportunities with the restrictive tax. The water ferry would change that situation. So just for public consumption, because we don't want residents saying, oh my gosh, everybody else is benefiting and we're getting 143,000. MPO, we're having collaboration with them because they build multimodal transportation paths The challenge with the MPO is once it's on the priority list, it usually doesn't happen until 5 years later. The city of Holmes Beach did get, Chad, I think it was a state grant that Mayor Titsworth told me about. Remember, this ask a year ago was $800,000 and change. So now it's come down because Holmes Beach did facilitate that grant. And now we could use hearing everybody out. We could actually, if recommended and approved by the board, when we go after a Tiger grant or equivalent, now we can use that investment as match for a future grant.
Any other discussion, comments? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is going to be used to fill in gaps because there's multimodal pathways north of what we're talking about and south. And this is going to fill in that gap on one of our main thoroughfares. We only have a couple thoroughfares in the island. And then it's going to also add a 5-foot, 6-foot, 8-foot, I knew it was one of those numbers, 8-foot sidewalk from the main thoroughfare directly to the beach. That'll be 5. Okay, I thought it was 5. Okay. So again, it's not doing the whole island, it's just filling in the gap that is open right now.
From the park to the entrance of the beach.
Correct.
Tony?
Can I borrow your mic again? Thank you, Dan. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to owe you a lunch, I think. No, the question that I had is there a study, because Manatee County is well on its way with being able to provide this multimodal transportation. There's pieces of it throughout this entire county. And really, it's just missing some connectivity in certain places. The Legacy Trail, as they call it, and I know that the FDOT does have certain pieces of this on their radar, but my question, and I haven't looked into the connection, I'm focused more kind of urban core. The Bradenton Riverwalk is gorgeous with that new bridge and the multimodal transportation that's going to connect the convention center and the city of Palmetto. But what is the connectivity with this multimodal trail from the island to the mainland? Has there been any studies? I don't know, anybody knows the Legacy Trail, is that?
Yeah, Charlie Hunsaker's heading up the trails countywide, and he's really good at it. I think the funding's now kicking in, so we're going to see even in the urban core, we're going to see an evolution there. There has been discussion with the new bridges going to the island to be able to add that extra lane for bicycle pedestrian. That is the most important for us. When they talked about Cortez Bridge, starting construction sooner than later, it said, oh my gosh, that makes the water ferry even that much more important. So it's there. And then as we dust off the old Tiger grant, there was a conceptual 7-mile trail up and down that. It's tough. Total respect, all 3 cities. It's tough to have 3 cities within 7 miles. So part of the dynamics is to get everybody on the same page. As we sit here today, I feel really, really good that the 3 mayors led by the 3 commissions communicate well, and they embrace that, what we're talking about this morning. So it's an opportunity. If you want to get in the mud with Charlie Hunsaker, I can help you do that on trails.
Yeah, you know, I have a bit of a passion for that. I think that it's, like I said, we're well on our way. I mean, and with the water ferry system combined with multimodal transportation, I mean, I've told everybody, like, if this whole thing gets executed, I believe this community deserves to be nominated for Riverwalk of the Year. I mean, if you think about it, miles of multimodal transportation, waterfront with a water ferry connecting you to the beautiful white sands of Anna Maria Island, which is our #1 amenity, and then, you know, kind of the new thing that's going on with the freebie, you know, point-to-point transportation between the 2 cities and, like, expanding on that. I believe that that's putting this community at top of mind for, you know, for those types of amenities. So, yeah, I'd love to continue to see this be an initiative. And to your point, Elliot, with 3 cities, there's more than that. Is there 7 cities in Manatee County, I believe? Parish, Bradenton, Palmetto. 6. Sorry, 6. You know, with the multiple cities, you know, being connected, I think the county kind of taking the lead on this to be able to communicate and asking all of the stakeholders to participate in this position. You know, Holmes Beach is stepping up and participating in the multimodal. I think each of the municipalities stepping up, but I think the Manatee County has more of the firepower to really try and truly make this happen with relationships with the state, with the FDOT, the MPOs, right, all those different things. So I think this is a huge initiative, and I think that this board should continue to look at it as also being another entity that should be willing to participate in continuing to enhance this amenity. So.
Sure, and I can provide just a little bit more on what we're doing with regard to trails, and there's a big effort actually to put trails all through Palmetto, which is going to be really important. So we've got our Legacy Trail as well as our Gateway Greenway Trail, so we've got an east to west and a north to south. And so that has been a huge passion of Commissioner Cruz ever since he was elected. And finally, we're starting to move forward and actually get some funding and a lot of support from FDOT on that. And so FDOT has given us funding for design on that. And so we're in design and just kind of working on how do we actually make it happen.
Fantastic. Cool.
All right. So with that, I think that we do need action on this, so we would need a motion for a recommendation.
I'll make the motion.
All right, do we have a second? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we have any opposed? All right.
Awesome.
Passes
Thank you all.
unanimously. Thank you. All right, now we have a tourism update from Isaiah Lewis.
Good morning. How is everyone doing?
Very well.
All right. I just need to wait for our presentation to load up, and then I can kind of get into the data for you. I'll be a little short and sweet with it here today. We're going to cover the June to September time period of our data collection. That's technically our quarterly period. I want to note for the record, though, that this will be a little bit different next year. Next year, we'll be doing July to September. We started our research process in June, so we wanted to make sure that data was included in our report, but you'll be seeing quarterly reports from us. So October to December will be the next, January to March, April to June, July to September. But this one's a little bit larger just to include the June data collection that we did collect in there. All right, and then let's see if, there we go. So to start my presentation, I will get into the overall large numbers here. So looking at our data collection over the June to September months, we're seeing a total visitation of all visitors, so that's paid accommodations, unpaid accommodations, and day trippers of 685,000, with a room nights number of 851,000 and a direct spend of 634 million over the June to September time period. I want to add a couple numbers to that so you guys can have a little bit more context. When we look specifically at paid visitors accounted for 2 and 3 of those visitors, so 456,000 were paid visitors. And then when we look at the spending, nearly 80% of the spending came from visitors who were in paid accommodations. When we look at the occupancy room rates and kind of our general lodging metrics, here we have a combined metrics on the first column on the left, showing an occupancy of around 62% with an ADR of 274 and a RevPAR of 174 over our transient lodging units of 11,215. We separated those out into hotels and vacation rentals for you guys' awareness, just so you guys can kind of see the difference of what hotel occupancy, ADR, and RevPAR is versus vacation rentals. I want to note that units are not the same for vacation rentals versus a hotel. Vacation rentals are, you can have 10 people staying in one house, so that is one unit technically. So units aren't the same when you're comparing directly to a hotel in terms of how that actually works. Next, we'll look at the travel party size and length of stay. The typical travel party size, so the average was around 3 people in June to September with a length of stay of 5.4 nights. And we look at the visitor origin of where those visitors are coming from. It shows that our marketing efforts are doing really well. We're seeing 212 visitors visiting from Florida, 212,000 visitors visiting Florida, 143,000 visiting from the Southeast, 116,000 estimated from the Northeast, and then 164,000 estimated from the Midwest, with the West and international following up those at around 20,000 to 27,000 there in our estimates. When we look further at international and where those international markets are coming from, you're seeing a heavy visitor in the international markets from the UK and other Central European countries, which is down there in the footnote. When we looked closer to kind of see, hey, where are those direct markets coming from? Your top 3 markets, a couple of drive markets with Tampa and Orlando, followed by New York City, and then the DC DMA is also in there as your top 4 markets of origin. Next, when we look at our visitor arrivals, we're seeing that 52% of visitors drove in June to September, with another 26% saying they flew into SRQ, another 13% saying they flew into Tampa, and another 9% saying they flew into Orlando International Airport, and then another less than 1% saying they flew or drove via other transportations. As I said, that was short and sweet for you guys, so that brings me to the end of my presentation. Let me know if you guys have any questions. The full version of this report, Elliot has back with the team at the office, so we can go dive into anything if you guys have any questions after that.
Commissioner
Matt?
Diggins? Oh,
I'm sorry.
Eric, I'll take you next.
Yeah, Isaiah, just if you can go back to the slide that shows the visitor origin.
This one?
That one right there.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, do you have numbers from past years so we have a comparison?
So our data collection started in June to September, so we
Okay.
don't have a direct apples-to-apples
Okay.
comparison. We don't want to compare to the previous vendor because their methodology was different than how we do it.
Okay, I think
So
you
we-
told me that
yep.
last meeting.
So we don't want to, I'm not trying to compare directly to them in our research. You'll see next year direct comparisons once we get to a full year of data collection. But since this is our first year doing this and we're in our first months, we're just showing you what we have collected so far through our data collection
So
process.
this would be a good question next year then.
Yes, next
Yeah.
year you'll have a direct comparison to what this looks like around this time period.
Madam Chair,
if I
I'm
may.
going to color commentate Isaiah here a little bit. Yeah, that was prefaced. The methodology is minor, but, 2, 3, 4%, it means a lot to some people. We're trending right now, probably down in that 3 to 5% kind of range overall visitors in, and pretty similar with Sarasota as well. We target an upper middle class clientele that isn't as bothered with all the societal dynamics that we see watching the news every day. So we have a little bit of a competitive edge because of the target, especially like in the United Kingdom, Germany. So you're seeing that uptick now, that 20,500. Really, like Colby said, we're gone from families, couples to couples domestic, and that's where you need your push from the Brits and the Germans and the Swiss and the Austrians as well. But what I like about this is it's pretty consistent from Northeast to Midwest to a little bit even the Texas of the numbers coming in. The summertime, you're going to have supersede everything the drive market. Drive market meaning Atlanta, 8 hours, within 8 hours or closer.
And to tangentially add to that, we work with the rest of the Southwest Florida divisions of tourism, so I can kind of give you guys an idea. I can't be direct of what their numbers are, just because that's their proprietary data, but for looking kind of over that July to September time period, you are seeing your neighbors to the south have similar numbers that are a little slightly down year over year. When you look at a little bit further south, when you're getting towards those areas that were affected by the hurricanes last year, their numbers are slightly up because of the hurricanes. So their numbers differ slightly because of that. Because they lost so much visitation in July to September last year, this year is now slightly up because of that. But we are seeing nationally on trends, and I know we don't want to get too much into nationally, but in the state of Florida, what we're seeing is a June that was really strong, a July that was very strong, a little bit of a softening in August, and then a bigger softening in September. That may not be necessarily match what is happening here in this county, but we are seeing that in other destinations in Florida that we work with.
Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Isaiah, if I may, where are you getting your stats from? I mean, kudos to my team and staff. We've got the highest rating on the entire island through TripAdvisor. And your predecessor or the other company that was doing this would send us this via email, and we would fill in the blanks for them. So I haven't received any of this.
So in terms of where our data collection is coming from, our data collection is...
No one has contacted my resort in regards to filling in these blanks on percentages that you have just
for this slide is what you're talking about, the occupancy room
Anything,
rate slide?
just anything.
So our data collection is visitor profiling, which is collecting surveys in person at different locations around the county. If you would, I'd love to partner with you, so if you want to give me your contact
Please, yeah.
information, we can connect on that, and I can connect with Ekaterina, who's managing
Certainly.
on our team. But
Yeah.
in terms of our occupancy study, we are sending that out to the hotels in the area. We would love to have you included in that, if you're not included in that as well. I'll check with our team, I'll look back at the data to make sure that they're part of the process. But we're also looking at key data, which is a vacation rental and hotel supporting platform, as well as DBPR for looking at sourcing our data specifically for numbers like this, which include our occupancy and room rates and things of that nature.
So to be clear, you're sending this out to different hotels, resorts, et cetera? right?
Yes,
Okay.
within
Via
the
email.
area,
Okay.
yes. And then we're
And
also
then the
using
in-person,
online
how does that
platforms.
work?
In-person data collection is used via iPads, so we hire interviewers who live here locally, so we hire local residents to go out to different locations, whether it is your beaches, different hotel properties that work with us as well, or other outdoor locations of things of that nature, kind of attractions. And we have our surveyors ask questions on an iPad to visitors about their stay. We run through complete sample methods to make sure that they're doing their job correctly and there's not bias being shown in that. We train our interviewers on that. We've been doing this for 40 years. So we're well aware of what we're doing in this industry in terms of data collection. And then beyond in-person data collection, we are also using emails, email campaigns, as well as social media surveys. So putting out our survey onto social media or platforms like Dynata, which have larger sample sizes of people who are visiting. We ask them if they're visiting the area, and they take the survey. So it's a little bit of a multimodal approach. So that way, we're making sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's and collecting all visitors to the area. Our approach is we're steadily strong for over 40 years.
Thank you so much. This is very well done, I must say. Very well done.
Madam Chair, the surveys known as interceptors in our world will move around the teams based on seasonality. There may be time when we plant them at a signature event in downtown Bradenton or at Premier Sports Campus for a major, or even the Outlet Mall. In most cases, they're on the island, on the beaches. I think your sample size needs to be on the short-term rentals, at least 10%. To get to the methodology that you need to get to. So thank you for telling us you're not getting the questionnaire.
And Isaiah, if I could just ask a question really quick about the breakdown. So we have our Midwest, and that's the geographic breakdown of our visitors. So we have international, and I know that I always hear Canada just kind of gets folded in elsewhere. How are they folded in here? Like, are they folded in kind of split between Northeast and Midwest, or is it just not a large enough sample size to count separately?
Do you want to answer that?
I did that. Ontario's very small, not consistent with other West Coast destinations. I'll say it, I mean, we may get 5,000 overnight stays out of Ontario in a year. And it's driving me crazy. The previous research would say, Canada's down 2%, 2% of nothing's nothing. And then the media would say, oh my gosh, Canada, not Joe, Canada's down. And so I said, put it into North America or Northeast. We've looked at Montreal, a little bit more affluent. Montreal, more French. They're going to the East Coast. So pick your poison. A lot of the Ontario plates that we see coming into the wintertime are Canadians that are driving by that are staying here for 3-4 months. And, but it is rolled into Northeast. We're not shunning that market. We're putting very little, if any, digital in that market, but we are doing public relations from time to time because Air Canada flies that nonstop as well, to give you a short answer. Thank you. A long-winded short answer.
So I think there we go. I think these are all good questions. I do have to admit, I think I saw an email from your firm, and I didn't. I don't think I responded, so I have to get you the right email. Did you respond, Christian? Oh, never mind. Thank you, Christian. Christian does all the work, so that's a good thing. So I did see the email, and I'm glad that Christian was able to respond. I have some follow-up questions about data collection as well. Number one is, do you utilize tools like Smith Travel Research and CBRE? Like, is any of that data included in your data gathering?
Okay, so with Smith Travel Research, CVB does not have Smith Travel Research, so we don't look directly at it, but we do have it in other counties, so we're able to kind of see how that is moving, but it's not directly used in our calculations there.
I highly recommend STR.
We have no interest in being members of Smith Travel because we have down St. Germain's. It's worked for years. It's best practice. If we're bringing on Smith Travel, we're kind of looking over their shoulder to make sure they're doing their job.
It's a simple report that doesn't
Yeah,
cost a
yeah,
lot
but
of
there's a
money,
cost
actually.
to it.
Not a lot.
You know, yeah, so maybe you and I can talk internally.
Yeah.
It's always worked, leaning on one research firm that are leaders in the state of Florida to get what we need to be successful.
I think a data collection, including that, would be helpful, and we can kind of take that offline. The other question is the visitor origin. How are you tracking that specifically? Is this like GPS related, or is it all survey?
Survey asking what is your home zip code address to the visitors, and then we are able to run our data set using Displayer to figure out what that region of origin goes to, what that market goes to, and where the state of origin goes to based off of their zip code. So we ask in our survey, hey, where is your home zip code? And then that information brings back to our results here.
So out of the 685,000 visitors in the third quarter, how many surveys were actually completed to get the overall math?
That's a great question. We had collected, I think it's around 750 surveys, which statistically is very significant. In the 95% confidence interval, that gets you at plus or minus 3.5 and some change. If I'm doing math off my head of like, hey, you're in the margin of error of 3.5% data accuracy, which is very, very solid. And to get to that next level, because that's the next question of, hey, how much data to get to an even more statistically significant sample size, that becomes a compounding number. So like from 700 to get to double that, 1,400, only gets you down about less than 0.5%. So it gets you down to like 3, which then you have to equate the cost of how much it costs to collect data from your interviewers and the different locations to get double the amount of surveys you're doing. So it's in that right pocket of, hey, you're collecting enough data to have a statistically significant sample size. This is a methodology that we work with without the state, or throughout the state in terms of sample sizes. This is a very strong one.
Have you considered any GPS data? I know that it was several years ago now, maybe 8 or 9 years ago, I hired a GPS tracking company to be able to actually truly tell me. It's really scary what you can track, what we all do on this phone, just to let everybody know, like, if you pay for it, you can find out. But have you considered doing anything like that?
They're guided by us. We will geofence signature events from time to time to collect data where they're coming from, what they're doing while they're in destination, but not every week throughout the year. Remember, to do what we do to bring prospective visitors to the county line, there's only a certain amount of data that we need. So I'm always, and Colby can tell you, to nauseam, I'm making sure that we're not, if you spend so much money on research and then you don't have enough of money left to market the brand, what's the point in the first place? So there's balance there. So through a lot of, never say never, we're always open mind, but we feel like we have a really good handle through best practices of the data that we need in the most efficient manner to meet the objectives for the county. There are going to be properties and restaurants that are going to drill down on certain data that we don't need that you want. But in short, to pay them to do cell phone tracking and all that probably doesn't make sense for signature events. Sometimes for a new event, absolutely, we'll geofence an event, and then there'll be a ad hoc fee for that.
That's good. I think more importantly, like for me, and I know Elliot, we can talk a little bit more about this, but Smith Travel Research sounds to me like it would be much more credible. No offense to a survey of 700 to get to a total of 600,000 visitors, but that Smith Travel Research report run quarterly. Do you think that would be beneficial to your team to be able to have access to a quarterly STR report?
I'm not going to put him on the spot because we'll talk about that offline. He serves us through a scope of services. There are a few DMOs that do Smith Travel. Let's talk offline.
Yeah,
I don't want to get in the mud, and I don't want to put him in a weird situation, okay?
Then my last comment, I'm so sorry, this is obviously near and dear to my heart, getting into all these stats here. I think that this is fantastic, this visitor origin, and I know you just started in June. I'm really, really curious to see how this tracks over the future, quarterly seasons, right? Like how does quarter 4 look versus quarter 3 versus quarter 2? And then almost even more significantly than that, I think it would be good for us as a CVB to really, truly, and I'm sure you guys probably are, but paying attention to our neighboring counties and communities to just kind of have a really good idea on how their quarterly origins and where their target markets and where their origins are coming from. I've never looked out beyond that, but I assume that you guys are looking at that as well.
To a certain extent. We partner with our neighbors. Certain times we compete. Sometimes we partner. A lot of it's brand position. So enough to get a feel for the market, but we're a believer, let's just be who we are, let's lead and not follow, and we've had success with that, but sometimes we will piggyback off of a partner knowing that they have more money than us in brand position, and then just pick off some tourists. Joe, don't write that in the newspaper.
All right, that's it. Sorry, thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Good questions.
Yeah, Isaiah, I have a rental house on the island that I've owned for 11 years, and these track what I see anecdotally. Of course, it's only one data point, because during the summer, the people that rent the place are from Florida. They really are. I mean, because they're on vacation, the kids are there. The people that rent the place in January through April are from Michigan, Wisconsin, places like that. So I can anecdotally say this reflects my experience in 11 years. So thank you.
Thank you for supporting the data. You will definitely see, to Tony's earlier point, once we get into quarterlies and we get more data collection, I know I keep saying wait, but once we get into those annuals, into that second year of data collection, that's when the magic starts to happen. You guys get to see, hey, here's how this compares to last quarter, here's how this compares to last year. That's when the data collection kind of becomes a bigger brain tease to break out, and that's when my research nerd brain is like, cool, let's look and cross tease and look at different things there. So there's definitely some cool stuff there that we would do once we get to the full fiscal year of reporting from that angle.
I don't think there's any more questions, so I'll close this out for Isaiah. I lost sleep when we lost research data because we lost all that institutional knowledge. Now, we hired the leader in Florida doing what they do, but there's some case study without being to the point where when some DMOs change research firms, I've heard so many stakeholders say the numbers look so different. So that's where, and I lost sleep because it's like, okay, in about a year, we're not going to be able to match year from year and all that. And it's really, really close. But we'll get there. And we have a long-term contract with Down St. Germain. They're based out of Tallahassee. So we hired the right firm to get the data that we need to be successful.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. All right, and now we have City of Holmes Beach 75th Anniversary Celebration.
Yeah, this is a quick one. So I didn't know until several months ago that the City of Holmes Beach is celebrating their 75th anniversary as a city. They're going to do some special events to celebrate that. We actually felt it was appropriate to partner with the City of Holmes Beach. City of Holmes Beach is really humble on this one. They appreciate that we approach them. So we thought we came up with a good win-win where we can sponsor it $15,000 to help with their activities. Colby and her staff would promote it on social media, in kind. So not only the residents can celebrate it, but some of the visitors that have become traditional visitors that may be in town during that. So we're asking for a recommendation, and any questions, I'm here.
Any questions? All right, if no questions or discussion, we need a motion.
I'll make the motion that we proceed with the was it $15,000?
Yes, sir, $15,000.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All right, all in favor of this recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed? That passes unanimously. And so now we can move on to any new or old business. Does anybody have anything they'd like to discuss? Cody?
Sorry, last thing. I just want to brag a little bit. I just got back from the largest hospitality conference in the world in Scottsdale, Arizona, where I found out that the Palmetto Marriott Resort and Spa has won an award as Opening of the Year with Marriott International, which is a really, really big deal. Yeah, thank you. They'll be making an announcement officially in Hawaii in November, and there'll be some press releases and everything to go out about it. But just thought I'd let the TDC know that we've got a very significant project that is bringing literally national and international recognition in the hospitality industry to this county. So thought I'd brag a little bit.
Congratulations, that's very
Fantastic.
exciting.
Yeah, really,
Anything
really
else? Yes, Commissioner Diggins?
Yeah, I just want to talk about our anniversary celebration. It's going to be in first week in December. There's going to be bands and all kinds of food vendors there, and it's going to bring a lot of people in from other communities like the Tampa area, Sarasota. So it's going to be, that's why the $15,000 is going to be very helpful to us, because it's going to support a lot of logistics. It's going to be held in our city field, which we just finished sodding last week, Chad? Yesterday. So,
Hopefully, we don't tear it up too bad.
yeah, I think it's going to be okay. So we took a big hit with the hurricane, because City Field, that's where we stored all the yard waste and debris, and it covered the whole thing, and it was 40 feet tall and everything, so it killed all the grass. So we got some money to resod it and everything, and it's going to be ready. It'll be ready. So I just want to say thank you, board.
Madam Chair, I'll
Yeah.
just, Convention Center ribbon cutting will be November 13th. 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, Colby? 9 o'clock. We'll have some special guests there that really helped get the Manatee Civic Center built in 1983. So we hope you all can join us. We did do 2 open houses a little over a week ago. You know, we're conquering and dividing, so, you know, we're out in the marketplace targeting meeting planners that fit the size facility that the TDC and the Board of County Commissioners help us build. But we also want to go, you know, guerrilla locally. So we're doing those one-on-one tours, and I've done a handful of them. And what's really exciting for a guy that's been in that building for 32 years is when they walk in the grand ballroom, every single time the 2 words are, "Oh, wow." It's amazing. So can't wait, if you haven't seen it, for you all to see it. And stay tuned. We're out there now. Now the work has just begun, because now it's time to bring in that out-of-town business. Finally, on my end, December 15th, next TDC meeting, 9 o'clock in this room.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Patel, did you have anything?
No, not.
Okay. Mr. Wick? Okay, so I will close us out. We have our Mixon Park Passing of the Key ceremony on November 7th, and that's going to be at 10:30 a.m. So that's the passing of the key from the Mixon family to the county. And so we will be starting a farmer's market over there. We've got a movie night planned on November 14th, so we've got a lot of exciting stuff to come there, a possible partnership with the school district for FFA and 4-H kids, so lots of very exciting stuff for the county. All right, and so with that, we are now adjourned.
Thank you all. Amanda,
All right, good evening, everybody. Let's get started on this ribbon cutting. Today is the official ribbon cutting and the grand opening of this new baseball field here at Braden River Park. The Board of County Commissioners in Manatee County are working very hard to make sure that all of our parks are in pristine conditions, so all of our kids have a great place to play and get exercise and get outdoors. And this is the first step in some of our synthetic fields we're working on for Little League. So my name is George Cruz. I'm the chair of the Board of County Commissioners for Manatee County, and we're here today to celebrate this milestone. And it's not just about a ribbon cutting. This is the beginning of a new chapter of baseball for all of you. This is a field that's going to last, it's going to perform, and it's going to serve this community and your children for years to come. So with that, I want to turn it over to the MC for this evening, District 5 Commissioner, Dr. Bob McCann.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz, and thank you all for being here. As is our tradition in Manatee County, we begin by honoring God and the country. Please join me in welcoming Reverend Randall LaRoche from Elwood Park Baptist Church to lead our invocation.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this place where kids can come and gather, families can come and gather and enjoy the game of baseball. And we thank you for this. These resources have been used to create this place. It will be a great field for students, for kids to play on for many years to come. We pray over and lift up to you the leadership of Braden River Little League, and also all the parents, all the coaches, all the players. We thank you for each person that participates. And Lord, we pray, Lord, for safety on this field and good sportsmanship. And Lord, that people would show love and honor to one another. We thank you again for this time of getting this field ready and correctly just honoring you with this. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Reverend LaRoche. Now to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, please welcome Alejandro Pena, former Braden River player and all-star participant.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, in liberty and justice for all. And then for the Little League pledge, I trust in God, I love my country, and respect its laws. I will play fair and strive to win, but win or lose, I'll always do my best. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. Now let's turn our attention to what we were here to celebrate, this incredible project that transformed a well-loved but worn field into a modern, resilient diamond for players of all ages. To share more about the county's commitment to providing top-quality recreational parks, please welcome Marcus Francis, Parks and Recreation Manager with our Sports and Leisure Department Services.
Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the Board of County Commissioners, Administrator Charlie Bishop, Director Molly White, Braden River Supervisor Scott Reed, the dedicated construction teams, and the countless staff members who have helped today a reality. As a 20-year employee of Manatee County government and a resident for nearly 45 years, I deeply appreciate your knowledge, time, and unwavering commitment to delivering high-quality, impactful, and generational improvements to our parks. Thank you for your vision, your hard work, and your dedication to our community. What an exciting day for Manatee County, Braden River Park, and baseball players of all ages. Today, we're not only opening a new baseball field, we're opening the county's first public synthetic turf field. This field represents community pride. It shows what's possible when people come together with a shared vision to create something lasting that benefits so many. From Braden River Little League players perfecting the balance between competition and sportsmanship, to Gulf Coast Heat turning years of hard work into wins, to the Adult Baseball League socializing and staying young at heart, and of course the weekend visitors we welcome through USSSA Baseball. One of the great things about this new synthetic turf field is the year-round accessibility it provides. Rainouts? There'll be few. Summer sod repairs? A thing of the past. Athletes of all ages will enjoy a consistent, high-quality field of play. Not to mention, coaches' white New Balance sneakers will stay white a little longer. So today, let's celebrate not just a field, but what it stands for: community, pride, opportunity, and the promise of countless innings, friendships, and memories to come. Thank you again to everyone who played a role in making this possible.
Thank you, Marcus. This new synthetic field is a true game changer, offering a durable, low-maintenance surface that can withstand heavy play and unpredictable weather. It means more games, more practices, and more memories right here at Braden River. To share how this impacts the Little League and its players, please welcome Brooks Vanderees, Braden River Little League board member.
Thank you. I've been a coach, board member out here for a long time, and honestly, we've been putting Band-Aids on these fields for all that time. So it's fantastic to see this the field out here, as nice as it is. I think the kids are going to be excited to play on it. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see all the changes around here. I want to thank the county for getting all this done. This is a lot. This is the best I've ever seen these fields. I want to thank all the staff at Braden River Little League and the other Little Leagues around the area for all the volunteer work they do. And most importantly, I want to tell the kids, have some fun on this field. This is a great field. Enjoy the game. Let's play some ball. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooks. And thank you again to everyone who joined us today. Now comes the moment we've been waiting for, the official ribbon cutting. We invite our dignitaries to come forward and join us as we dedicate this field to athletes and families, and community members will enjoy it for generations to come.
Carrie.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The 44th Avenue Extension ribbon cutting was celebrated, marking the importance and the milestone Manatee County has reached.
44th Avenue has been in the works for decades and decades and decades before I was born. And it's been getting funded for not quite as long, but for quite a long time. This is the first east-west thoroughfare that this county is building ourselves. And by ourselves, I mean with public-private partnerships, with work with DOT, to allow eastern Manatee, where all of our growth is, to connect with western Manatee and our beaches and our barrier islands. So this is a great day. This is the culmination of a process that started way before my time.
It's been a topic of discussion since 1968. In 1989, it was included in the comprehensive plan and the master plan for transportation, but the actual efforts probably began for the county around 2013.
The biggest challenge has been finding the money to support this road being built. This has been a significant investment, but proves to be for the greater good of Manatee County.
Lakewood Ranch has made a significant investment also. They've built around 7 miles of roadway. The county's built around 8, so the two pieces are a significant east-west roadway network to support Manatee County.
This roadway will have significant impact, relieving congestion off State Road 64 and 70, saving approximately 21,000 trips per day.
This final piece was an expensive, very engineer-specific project because it has a flyover on 75. It also has a separate bridge over an existing retention pond that couldn't be impacted. So there's ultimately 3 bridges over this one small little piece, but it's the final piece. I think the best way to support a project that you care about is to make your voice heard. We have a board of county commissioners that's very open to speaking with the citizens and hearing their concerns. A number of us are having town halls. We've been running surveys through the county. So if there's a part of infrastructure, I know there's a lot of infrastructure that needs improved, but there's a part that is really important to you, your community, your family, then make your voice heard, because we have to continuously look for where as I said, the best good for your dollars are. Now that this project's done, we're taking this off the table. It's going to allow us to start looking for the next grand project to move Manatee County forward.
Some cats, like Miss Whiskers here, prefer the comfort of indoor living, plenty of lap time, fresh food, and a spot next to her favorite window. Not all cats are like Miss Whiskers, though. As a matter of fact, some cats thrive in the great outdoors, preferring the role of a working cat. These cats, though they may seem like outsiders, play a vital role in our ecosystem. They're skilled hunters, helping to control pests like rodents and insects from invading your homes and gardens. Trap, neuter, return is the most humane and effective method for managing a feral cat population. It involves trapping cats, spaying and neutering them, and returning them to their colony. This not only prevents the birth of more kittens, but also improves the cat's health and reduces nuisance behaviors like spraying and fighting. By caring for colony cats and practicing TNR, we're not only helping cats, but also benefiting our community and environment. By dedicating just a few minutes of your day, you can contribute by supporting and caring for these cats while they perform invaluable pest control duties for the community. For some helpful do's and don'ts when caring for a cat colony, please visit mymanatee.org/cat.
All right, everyone, we are back from lunch, and we are continuing with item number 31. Before we do continue, there was a typo, we'll call it, on the agenda. This is not a legislative item. This is a quasi-judicial item. So we have to do two things to clean this up. First, everyone on this board, has there been any ex parte communication?
Other than what we did in here, no.
Okay. So any ex parte communication prior to this conversation here? No? Okay.
Kevin talked to me about it while we were at the meeting, and I just said, I want safety. That was it.
Okay.
While we were at the Kiwanis meeting.
Oh, at the lunch right now, in the middle of this. Okay, before we knew it was quasi. Fair enough. And I spoke to both the Chairman Choate and some others at the lunch as well, not knowing this was quasi.
Same with Kevin.
Yeah. And the second thing is 5 people, as best we can recollect, spoke prior to this, having not been sworn in. So anyone who intends to potentially speak for the remainder of this, or if you are Katie, Frank, Mike, Chad, or Rachel, and have already spoken, please get sworn in now.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate? I do. Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, county of residence, and if you've been sworn.
And real quick, I know this is just a pain. Each of you, again, Katie, Frank, Mike, Chad Butzo, and Rachel, can you just quickly come up, state your name, and just verify that what you had previously said is true and accurate?
Yes, Rachel Layton for staff. Everything that I presented earlier in the hearing is truthful and accurate.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Katie Labar with Stantec representing the school district. Everything that I have said up until this point has been truthful and accurate.
Frank Domingo with Stantec representing the school board. Everything that I have said up to this point has been truthful and accurate.
Mike Penley from the School District of Manatee County, and everything I've said up to this point is truthful and accurate.
Chad Butzo, Manatee County. Everything I had stated before up until this point is truthful and accurate.
Thank you. County Attorney, does that clean everything up? All right, thank you. We will continue. I have 2 people on the board. Commissioner Feltz. Okay, Commissioner Siddiq.
No, just to refine some of the concerns I had, I think there are a few comprehensive plan policies, 213, 22, that and a few others that I'm concerned about concerned about this development adequately satisfying. We all know the infrastructure is inadequate out there, but there are certain decisions our board has made that affect that. My concern is I'd just like to see some better collaboration with this board and the school board when it comes to planning. I know the staff level conversations have been had, but in this particular area, we are seeing a tremendous amount of growth, and oftentimes we then have to come in and fill that. You can argue that's a county responsibility. I think there needs to be a mutual responsibility, mutual solutioning on that front. So for myself, it's beyond the hard infrastructure. I think some level of public utilization for the sports facilities is I think, where I get hung up on. It's something that we've heard about on the west side pretty significantly over the years, especially as there's very few parcels of land for us to provide emerging needs for, in particular Seaflower, GT Braids, all capped out. But I'm going to see about at least 10,000 people moving there. So at least with this property and future ones, I'd like to see some consideration in the interlocal agreements for public utilization of some facilities. And I'd be open to seeing what that partnership can look like between the school board and this county. I don't want to be unreasonable. But the fact is we just can't keep pumping hundreds of millions into parks and facilities and other things that our residents want out there. And so I think there's a need for a partnership there. And I'd like to see that reflected here somehow. Other than that, that's all I had to clarify my comments earlier.
I appreciate that, we need more schools, and obviously we have a lot of problems building in that area. That area is being overbuilt very fast. One of the things I'd like to maybe suggest is, we still want to talk about this some more. So, we know there's a timeline here, and obviously we don't want to deny or approve something that isn't going to work for the people in that area. So I'd like to ask Ms. Shank to come up, and I would like to ask Ms. Shank, what would happen if the school board withdrew their request now, and when could they bring it back so that we could have time to discuss this with the school board?
Well, it would be up to the school board. They have the ability to withdraw the application. They're the applicant. I do want to also clarify one timeline issue. So I confer with staff, the 45 days expires Thursday, November 6th. So theoretically, it could continue the matter to Thursday. So I wanted to clarify that as well. I don't know if the school board wants a continuance or wants to, you can also consider stipulations regarding transportation matters, but they would have to propose that.
So my ask would be, would the school board, like a continuance so we can at least discuss this?
Just make sure to state your name, whether you've been sworn.
I have been sworn. Chad Choate, Manatee County, Chair of Manatee County School Board. So, thank you all for letting me speak, and obviously I didn't sign up. I don't know if we have to sign up or not sign up, but I appreciate the time. So, with all due respect, this school and this site has been the 5-year plan for 5 years. We've been consistently talking about it for about a year and a half on the planning of it, the project itself. We've been doing rezoning in our whole county for since February. It's now the last day, well, I guess November 6th, we have till Thursday. So it's been here in the county for 43 days. And we're already at a crunch time to build this. We're beyond where we need it. We're over 100% capacities in the schools that these high school kids are being housed now. And it's not in our best interest to hold and to wait for future talks, however long that may be. To Commissioner Siddiq, to your point, I absolutely agree with you. I think that there can be and there should be more workings with us and how we can use our facilities, our basketball courts, tennis courts, things like that. King Middle School is a great example of a collaboration between the district and the county. So we could absolutely do and look to do more of those things. And I think there's some acres there left that we could potentially do that at this facility and this site. I really do appreciate the thinking about the safety, especially our students' safety, right? That's obviously our number one concern always. I do believe, though, that where the districts are drawn for this school, from a traffic standpoint, on Lorraine and 70, the majority of this school, I would say probably 75%, is going to come between a window of above 70, in between 64, east of Lorraine and west of 675. So you're talking about Rangeland, et cetera. There are a lot of school kids are going to be able to walk, ride their bike, golf cart. I know we didn't want to hear golf cart talk and ordinances on golf carts, but the reality is that's where this is. This is truly right. I mean, Rangeland Road is right there. That'll be the main, I expect, the main avenue of where these kids will be coming from, all through Lorraine Lakes and all those subdivisions that are already there. Everything west of Lorraine Road won't be going here. All these kids that are currently, these students that are currently going, that would be, as of 2027, districted for the school, are already going past this school to Lakewood Ranch High School. Or they're going across the river up to Parrish. So we're already seeing the traffic being affected because of these students that are near this school. So when this school being built, it's going to be closer to the actual students. So therefore, the traffic is not going to be as long as a ride. So, but I'm absolutely 100% for let's work together, let's collaborate. I think we could create something really special in that park, especially with Premier Sports. But I don't believe that we can delay this any more than it's been delayed. It's been sitting here for over a month now. 45 days are almost up. And I'd like to see, hopefully, obviously, an approval so that we can get going with our construction services. Thank you, guys.
Where is the entry point for the school going to be? On what road?
Mike Penley for the record. We have multiple entry points. We have the students will come off of Post Road, sorry. Rangeland will be the entrance for staff and buses. And students will also be able to access the site from 59th. So there's 3 different access points.
It's unfortunate that we're not meeting tomorrow, because that would have been a good place for the conversation. But the thing is, again, with what's going on in that area, what's being built now, and I didn't hear a promise of we could use your facilities, such as a baseball field or something like that. Obviously you want to work on that later, but you're looking for an approval now. So, again, this is something that, Ms. Shank, what I was asking was, I understand the timeline they have now. If they were to withdraw the application, what would happen to the timeline, and when would they be able to bring this back so that we can actually have a conversation before we make a snap decision? And again, it's been here for 45 days, but this is the first time it's come before us.
Yes, I understand. It's up to the school board if they wish to withdraw the application and when they want to bring it back, because it's their project. I
But
can't
again,
give
what
them a
happens to
deadline.
the timeline? The timeline just, stops there, and then, when they bring it back, it starts another timeline? Is that what happens?
Correct. That's what I would think.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right. I'm on. A couple of things. One, ironically enough, we are meeting tomorrow. It's just half the board requested Zoom links. So we are, in fact, meeting tomorrow. We were supposed to have a joint meeting with the school board, but we had caught wind that half the board had no intention of coming, which isn't surprising because I've done joint meetings with partial boards. So we could have had this conversation with the school board. We canceled it due to lack of implied attendance. But a couple of things here. One, this isn't really a snap decision. As Chairman Choate pointed out, this has been in the works for years and years and years. Like, if you read the Observer, if you even speak to people in the public, everyone's known this school is coming. And the zoning portion of this school has been all over Bradenton Herald and Bradenton Times and the Observer and everything under the sun. They just send out the final map so you can check to see where your kids are going, and it's been in the news. And that zoning was spurred on by a number of schools, this being one of them. It's on the map. This has been a pretty public thing that this school is being built. Yet we've talked about projects around here. We've talked about CIP around here. Nobody up on this board has ever mentioned this school coming up as a concern relative to anything that we've discussed out there. And here's my concern, and this is more of a question for Charlie. All right. This is listed under presentation upon request. Historically, for my 5 years here, presentation upon request have been, both on the land use and regular, have been reserved for items that nobody in the public has commented on, and nobody on the board asked significant enough questions during briefings to warrant the assumption of a presentation. So they're basically put on presentation upon request. They're larger than something to put on consent, but not important enough or deemed important enough to make a presentation planned. So my question is, if we think the next 48 hours is going to make sure everyone up here is educated enough to have this conversation again, but nobody seemed to have a problem with it during briefings to a point where this got moved. So was this a
Excuse me, Commissioner Cruz, I was briefed yesterday, and I said, make sure it's not on consent, make sure there is a presentation, make sure these people were available. So please find out what you're saying before you say it.
Commissioner McCann, first, we try not to interrupt each other. It's unprofessional. Second, I am trying to find out by speaking to my county administrator and asking him if there were questions during briefings. I'm sorry that your briefings occur after the final agenda has come out, so it's impossible to modify them after the fact. That's why I'm asking a question, to find out. and it is not on consent. So I'm just trying to figure out how much, because this is more of an administrative side of things, how much conversation was had on this item during the course of 7 briefings, and why was it still on presentation upon request? Because it would have been better served to have Chad and his school board here from the start, and have more people here from the start, which they may not have deemed to be important based on his position on the agenda.
Courtney DePaul, Deputy County Administrator. I'll speak if, okay.
Have you been sworn?
So I have not been sworn.
Oh, Courtney, jeez. This is why we never get out of
I
here.
think I would have done to say, I'm sorry.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the board are truthful and accurate?
I do. I swear I was never going to be that person, so I apologize. So this item is on presentations upon request because it is quasi-judicial, so it has to be advertised. We did not move it to presentations scheduled after the briefing that I had yesterday. We knew that there might be a discussion, and we emailed Mike Penley and had him be prepared, which is why he was here today, along with their staff.
And as Commissioner McCann expressed, he did forewarn us that he wanted a presentation on this.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. I just want to make sure we're not using presentation upon request incorrectly, because this is a long conversation to have for something like this, but
Yes, sir.
that clarifies that. Okay. I mean, the only thing seemingly outstanding from some people has now transitioned to the shared fields. We've had these conversations, and I think most people on both boards have been on board with it. It's a larger discussion. This isn't a one-off discussion on a one-off project to hold a school hostage. We've talked about this at King. We've talked about this at Miller. There's a lot of places. I've made the argument that we should be sharing facilities with a school, but that's a larger discussion because there's a matter of who's covering the liability insurance. There's a matter of who's covering the maintenance costs. There's the reciprocal side of things, where are the swim teams going to be allowed to use our pools going forward? Are their soccer teams allowed to use our soccer fields? How does that impact our relationships with the Chargers and the Florida Premiers and so forth? So this is a larger discussion. This is a discussion I think we should have. I think we're at a point where we need some of your facilities and you need some of our facilities. But I don't think that's a discussion to have today. And the people in this room aren't the right people to have that discussion. So I think that's something we should put on a near-term agenda, but that's not making a decision. Look, I trust the school board. We cannot hold kids and their ability to have, proper schooling and proper capacity schools hostage over CIP projects. And so, I can't make a motion, but when a motion comes up to ultimately approve this, I will approve it because the school board has spent years and years and years planning for this and lots of dollars with the work associated with this. And I'm not going to derail them over this. And I just don't think, I think if the conceptual thing is we're not going to allow this to be built until a rain's done, or we're not going to allow this to be built until we work out a reciprocal interlocal agreement over parks, then those are not things that are going to happen tomorrow. Those are not things going to happen Thursday. Those are not things that are going to happen in the next 6 to 12 months, coming to decisions about parks and coming up with $400 million for Lorraine. So if those are the things that are hanging people up, 48 hours is not going to help this argument. At this point in time, the question becomes whether or not the school board knows more about what they need for education facilities than we do. Commissioner Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will have to say that there have been some commissioners on this board that have been consistent on Lorraine Road. Time and time again, as projects come up, there have been commissioners on this board that have voted against those projects. Why? Due to safety concerns, which they should have those type of concerns, okay? And also, before we found out that Lorraine was not getting funded, there could have been maybe some different decisions on this board. But there wasn't. The funding got pulled, and so now we don't even have an idea when that road's going to be built. Look, I live right across the street from Lorraine Road. I see it every single day. I drive down it every single day to go to the Publix, to go down to 64, and so on. Okay? We cannot continue. What I'm saying is we cannot continue just to approve things blindly without a plan, because our job is to, what? Develop the infrastructure around these projects. And we're doing this blindly. We're saying, build a school, build the developments. We don't have a way to fund this. We don't know how we're going to fund it, but we're just going to keep building, building, and building without a plan, and that's just plain dumb. And you know what? I don't want to continue to make dumb decisions on this board, but if you want to make dumb decisions, that's on you. And like I said, when that first head-on collision happens, when those kids, have a head-on collision, and we're not having this discussion, then that's on you too. So that's all I have to say. If I have to take a stand and be maybe one of the few that take a stand on something, at least I take a stand on something. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion based upon the staff report, evidence presented, comments made at the public hearing, and find the request to be consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and the applicable standards for review in the Land Development Code as condition wherein I move to adopt Manatee County Resolution Number 25202/School Site Plan SSP 2503, approval of the school site plan, which includes a 297 300 square foot public high school facility.
I seconded it. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ron, seconded by myself. There's no one on the board. Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the meeting tomorrow being canceled, it was fully my intent to at least bring up this shared use facilities concept. I think, more generally speaking, it's an efficiency conversation. We're obviously being asked by the state, which is looking to eliminate all non-school property taxes to somehow fill in the difference. But I think to the chairman's point, the broader conversation is, can we start working together to address needs in the community? I don't appreciate the notion we're holding a school hostage to that. This is the only opportunity I have to ask you those questions because we're not meeting tomorrow, but I know the chairs are meeting tomorrow. So I will move this forward. I believe our kids out there do deserve an education. They deserve to have this built sooner. Plus, I know Rich Tatum loves talking about the cost of schools, and hopefully he gets that bill passed and we can reduce the cost for building schools. But in any event, I'm happy to support this, but I do want to see those conversations about shared use for facilities, and I'm more than happy to have conversations about any facility in my district, and thanks again for King Middle, for how we can make sure our kids are getting out there, getting involved in sports and staying off the streets and getting in trouble. So I'm happy to move this forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now there's no one on the board. There is a motion on the screen. Motion by Commissioner Ron, second by myself. Commissioner Ballard, you have not voted. There you are. And is approved 4-3 with myself, Commissioner Ballard, Commissioner Siddiq, Commissioner Ron approval, and Commissioners Feltz, McCann, and Bearden in opposition. Go build a school. All right. Moving on, sorry, I'm going to quickly jump ahead to item number 39 because Jody has to get out of here. It's the adoption of resolution R25213 for the burn ban state of local emergency.
Good afternoon, Jody Fisk, Public Safety Director. So our Emergency Management Division regularly talks with our Fire Chiefs Association as well as Forestry. They are all in agreement that we need to enact a burn ban. It's just been a very, very dry season. So based on our index, which is the Catch Byron Drought Index, the agreement among the fire chiefs is typically if we are at 600 or below, it's time to enact the burn ban. We are hovering right around that 600. It's been dipping below 600 over the last couple of days. And so I am requesting that you guys enact the local state of emergency. It will run for 7 days, and if we need to renew it, we can go ahead and do that. I'm shooting for that 7 votes across the board.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. There's nobody on the board. I'll open this up to public comment. Seeing none, and nobody is on the phone. So I'll close public comment, and if there are no comments by this board, you can cast your votes now. That is approved 7-0.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. Now backtracking up to Community and Veteran Services, item number 32, appointment for a seat on the Department of Children and Families for the Children's Services Advisory, appoint a Department of Children and Families representative to the Children's Services Advisory Board. I believe there's only one person, right?
Correct.
Yes. So I don't know if we need to go into this one. Does someone want to make a motion to nominate this one person?
I'll nominate Kristen Gallagher.
We don't need a second. There's nobody else, so we're going to just do this verbally. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Is approved unanimously. What?
You didn't do public comment?
I hate public comment for these appointments. I mean, it seems like we're just setting ourselves up. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment on the vote we already took. Okay. Just want to bang out this other appointment real quick, or do you want to move through these things in order?
Go ahead and bang it out.
Okay, we have an appointment of one member to the Government Efficiency Liaison Committee. There were multiple people on that one, but let's just get the appointments out of the way. Courtney?
Yes, so we had a gentleman resign from the board. He needed more time for his family, and so now we have 7 applicants. So I don't know if taking nominations.
I nominate Covert.
Who?
Mr. Covert.
Jeff Covert.
Anyone else have any other?
Yes, I'd like to nominate David Neff from District 4.
David Neff. Oh, we're just going for the IT people here?
They're all IT people.
They work from home, definitely.
Anyone else? Nothing else? Okay. Then I'll just unilaterally close nominations. So we have 2. We have Jeff Covert from District 5, and we have David Neff from District 4. I will open this up to public comment. Anyone want to say anything bad about any of our applicants? Seeing none, and no one's on the phone, I will close public comment. Do you just want to call them out? That's Covert and Neff.
Sure, so Jeff Covert.
He said it first, and I didn't care.
3.
4. Carol's the world's worst.
Okay. So 4 was Commissioner Phelps.
You're short. You're behind the thing there.
And then, so guessing, let's see, who's the other one? It's David Neff.
There was only one position, so.
3 more? Yeah.
And there was a majority.
Okay. Just a quick thing. Unfortunately, Stephanie and Brent couldn't be here for this item. They have a call right now with the state Doge team because they have asked if we would be willing to be a pilot for something that they're working on. So they are taking that call too, and they'll give you more information about that.
Tell them we will do it for the small fee of $112 million.
So we'll keep you posted.
Second
No,
that.
I'm kidding. We're actually working well with the Doge side of that
And
equation.
we're really excited, and we're looking forward to the opportunity to see what they have for us.
We actually, I wasn't in the meeting, but I know we had a meeting with Eric and the Doge team when we were up at Tallahassee, or Stephanie did.
Yes.
And, the Doge side, we've been working well with.
They said it was great, so.
They're
we're
less
looking forward
throw us under the bus than some of the other parts of
to
it.
No, it's a collaborative relationship, so we're excited.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Welcome, Jeff Covert. Now backtracking, approval of the 2026 Board of County Commissions meeting calendar. We have an option A and an option B.
Do we need a presentation on this, or can we make a motion?
This is listed as presentation. Well, I mean, it's not a real presentation, just explain what the 2 options are so people understand, and then we can talk about them.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Knapp, Development Services. This agenda item appeared before you on October 21st, and that day you were presented with one calendar, the one that's identified as option A today in your packet. And then that option A is similar, but not identical to what calendar you had in 2025. And on that day, October 21st, there was some discussion about alternatives, which is what you will see in option B. Option B is to hold 2 Board of County Commissioner meetings a month, with the second one of the month being light, and so that then you could accommodate the land use in the afternoon. And then also that same motion was to show a calendar that held work sessions quarterly. So that is the difference between A and B.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt calendar option B,
Which one is that? I don't
the
have
one
it
with the 2 meetings a month.
I mean, we're gonna have a conversation on it. Okay, so Commissioner Siddiq made a motion for option B, and it was seconded by Commissioner Bearden. Nobody's on the board. You,
I'm on the board.
okay, Commissioner Ballard.
I will not be voting for option B. I just don't think that it provides us with enough time to get the work done that we need to get done. I don't think that quarterly work sessions are enough, and I just don't see us realistically getting through all the business that we need to get through, and I think we'll end up adding lots of meetings kind of midstream to keep up with the workload.
All right, Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you. I don't think the option A is efficient. I think it's very costly in terms of time for staff. And I think we should force ourselves to be a little bit more disciplined with meetings. As far as the work sessions go, I think the attendance can certainly be better, but I think the topics could be also more meaningful in many ways too. I was having conversations with our staff about some of the work sessions, just having to come up with ideas for some of them. We can always add more of the work sessions, but I think we're very bloated as far as the regular meetings are concerned, so I'm going to be supporting option B.
Commissioner Phelps.
I do tend to agree with Commissioner Ballard. I don't think we could work enough. I think there's so much that we have to do. I'm hesitant. I've always been more in favor of dividing up our land use meetings from our general meetings. I could have a work session every week, but I realize that that might be a minority of things, but I think I would go for A, and remember, as we've said, we change this as it goes along, even though this does give us some opportunity to plan our personal lives if we have one, and vacations, seminars, and things like that. I just don't think that I think we have a lot of work to do, and I'm not for discounting any of that.
All right, no one else on the board? Yeah, look, I pushed to create option B before this year. My big push was to get rid of land use. I went through and analyzed all of our meetings from 2024 and how much time we actually were sitting here and how most places only have 2 meetings. I know some do not, but most, a lot do. Bigger ones than us, like Orange County. But I don't see a scenario where this board is capable of it. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This meeting should have been 2 hours. And it's 2 in the afternoon, and we still have items left. And this is one of the shortest agendas I think I've ever seen. I mean, what would happen if we now had to go into this Thursday's land use meeting after we're done here? Like, how would that physically work? Like, I wish to God we could do this. What I'd like to see is a best effort of people doing, because to say we need to force ourselves to be efficient, well, then just be efficient. You don't have to force yourself, because it's not like you have nothing better to do. It's not like, to a point, I think Commissioner Beard made the good analogy last meeting about goldfish or whatever, the bigger the bowl you put in, the bigger they go. Just because we have all this time doesn't mean we have to use all this time. Ain't getting paid by the hour. Like, if we were done, be done. We can go hand out food with Meals on Wheels, 4 o'clock, Dream Church. So let's prove that we can do this efficiently. And then we can have that discussion in the second quarter of next year about eliminating land use, because we've proven that we can finish up a regular meeting with limited items by lunch and that we can get through things in a timely manner. If we could do that, I'm all for it. I pushed for this. I advocated for this. I just don't believe that we're in a position to be able to do this. I think it's going to be a strain on staff. I think it's going to be a strain on this board, because unless we start implementing time limits on speaking or number of times you can speak, which nobody's been open to in the past, there's nothing that stops us from having a multiple-hour conversation about a school site. And I want everyone to have that opportunity to have that conversation if they want to. So I'm going to have no choice but to vote for option A, only because I'm afraid January and February are going to be miserable messes if we try to cram these things in. I'd rather go the other way and prove we can get them done, and then remove meetings in March, April, and so on and so forth before we do the notices for land use. So I'd rather see us prove it first. So I'm going to have to vote no on this option B and stick with option A, which, to be fair, is substantially better than it used to be. We used to have meetings every single week because it was like first and third Monday, or first and third Tuesday, and second and third Thursday, or second and fourth. So every week you had a meeting. You were always here. Whereas now we have this block, which is a pain for 72 hours the first week, today, and then tomorrow with work session, and Thursday with land use. Then you only have one more meeting the whole rest of the month. I think this is a much better system than we used to have. It's not perfect, but neither are we. So I'm going to have to vote no on this just because I want to make sure we can do it before I commit to it at the expense of staff and our sanity. Commissioner Sadiq.
I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes to try and make our meetings more efficient, especially when it comes to briefings in particular. But I think if you don't make the first step, and I don't necessarily think January, February is a good example because the Mosaic mining permit items got pushed, so we have more meetings at that point. But if you look at the rest of the year, it's a little bit better. Look, there are counties larger than us that have been growing faster than us. Pasco is a great example. If they can do it, and granted, they have a public briefing, not a private 7 of us, but I think we have to, a bit of more of an optimist. I think we have to take the reins a little bit, especially from staff on this one, and force ourselves to be a little bit more efficient. And at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, we can always make the inverse change next year. But I think we have to push to do something because we just can't keep spending more of our time and resources just to fill up meetings. And I agree with Commissioner Beard, and I think if you have the capacity, it'll get met. So I'm going to support B. I think we can always make the inverse move to add more meetings. I would prefer to have that than to subtract them. It's easier to do that. So I think option B is just a good first step to show the public we can be more efficient with their resources, and then certainly be flexible when it comes to expanding their ability to voice their concerns. We've already reinstated public comment. You have Facebook comments. You can call in at both ends of the meeting. I think part of it is just being a little bit more strict with existing rules. I think we've had this year's new members to bond, so I think it's helped make things on the tail end of this year more efficient. But I'd like to see us really go towards option B. That's all.
Commissioner Beard.
I think a lot of the work that needs to be done is going to be in the in-between of the actual meetings itself, with us commissioners doing the actual research, which I think we all do, right? I think we all do research and ask good questions to the staff. And sometimes I'm up here asking 30, 40 questions to the staff, right? So that the public knows what's actually going on. And I think the public appreciates that. I'm going to have to agree with Commissioner Sadiq. I mean, we could always add if we need to, right? And so what is the cost for us actually adding all these extra meetings to the county? Because if we're going to talk about Doge and we're going to be efficient, let's talk about the actual cost that it costs the county to add all extra meetings. What's it cost us to even run a meeting? Based on the hourly wages that we're having to meet with all the commissioners, 7, all the staff time that it takes to prepare these meetings. Does anybody know?
No, sir, not to include the bailiffs outside also.
Okay. I would say that it was pretty significant amount. I mean, I think it's costing our taxpayers a massive amount of money to have extra meetings.
Those people are still going to be here.
I get that, but they could be working on getting more permits approved. They could be working on planning out how we're going to fund Lorraine Road. They could be doing a lot of other things that need to get done within the county, right? Instead of spending an hour with you, an hour with you, an hour with you, an hour with you, hour with you, hour, and then having to plan around those actual meetings.
So you want to cancel briefings?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that every time we have more meetings, it's costing the county more money.
Well, my point is.
That's what I'm saying.
My point is if you add land use to regular to accomplish option B, it's different staff who handles land use meetings as regular, so they would still have an hour with you, and 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 an hour with you.
They canceled mine yesterday.
So you would still have those people using that same time. You would still have the same briefings.
I'm just saying we need to be more efficient. And I don't think that.
I don't disagree. I made
Yeah,
this
I
motion to
just
do
think
this.
that, I just think that we need to be more efficient. And I
Okay.
don't think,
All
with A, that we're being more efficient, that it's costing the taxpayers more money.
Okay. At the end of the day, I think this is just a subjective opinion. I don't think anyone's going to convince anybody of fact. Commissioner Siddiq.
No, it's fine, let's just get to the vote.
Okay. I'll open this up to public comment. Seeing none and nobody's on the phone, I will close public comment. The motion is to approve option B, which is the twice-a-month meetings. Motion made by Commissioner Siddiq, seconded by Commissioner Bearden. You can cast your votes now. And that fails 3-4 with Commissioners Siddiq, McCann, and Bearden in favor, and Commissioners Cruz, Feltz, Ballard, and Ron in opposition. We need to approve a calendar, so I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve option A for the 26th
Second.
Board of County Commissioners.
I have a motion to approve option A by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. We've had these discussions. You can cast your votes now. And that is approved 4-3 with Commissioners Feltz, Ballard, Ron, and Cruz in support, and Commissioners Siddiq, McCann, and Bearden in opposition. Moving on to our second to last item, which is authorization for staff to proceed with the expansion of emergency vehicle preemption project using the remaining allocated generational impact funding.
I want one of those for my car.
Good afternoon. For the record, Vishal Kakkar, Traffic Engineering Division Manager with Public Works. When the generational impact funding came around, $1 million were set aside for emergency vehicle preemption, of which we picked the first phase as a test pilot phase, about $300,000, 24 intersections generally to serve around here, going to Manatee Memorial Hospital. Most of the intersections are on Manatee Avenue, US 41, going across DeSoto Bridge and around this area. That project has been deemed successful. Our EMS team likes to have that. Some of the concerns at the time that we had were, how is it going to impact the peak rush hour traffic? Just simply what the system does is it has a unit that sits inside the controller cabinet on the side of the road and another unit that sits in an ambulance. It is not at every single call. It is hardwired into lights and sirens. So only when there are lights and sirens activated, which our EMS team has protocol for, it's not for every single call. When that is activated, that device will communicate from ambulance to the controller, and it will give a preemption, which is basically saying, I'll give you green and go. What it does on a corridor like this is if you have a long line of cars, then it will flush them out and it will give them a priority. And then it will return to the normal operation. With the success of that, knowing that if there were no major issues, we will come back for the remaining $700,000 from the generational impact and expand this. We were lucky to have timely conversations with MPO and FDOT. They had some year-end funding available, and we were able to partner with them. So that's why our scope of phase 2 is much larger. And so they are funding the hardware that goes inside the cabinet for all 95 intersections. So the rest of our money can go to equip all of our remaining ambulances, district vehicles, and anything that we need to do to timing plans and everything that we need to get going for FDOT's approval. And the map that you have in front of you and which is attached to the agenda, quickly, the green dots are the ones where we are active right now. The red dots are the ones that we intend to cover with this phase 2. So that is where we are. Right now, the request is for your authorization. So our fiscal team, FMD, will come, I believe they said a December 16th meeting with a formal budget amendment so that we can move forward, so that monies can be, they are holding money, they can be moved towards this fund, and then we can proceed. So that is where we are.
Okay, we have no one on the board. Glad this is moving forward. I mean, originally, when we first did this, I think we even commented that this was definitely gonna get expanded. At the end of the day, no one was gonna not like this. I'm glad it worked out the way we all anticipated to, and this money was already budgeted. This isn't new money. This is just utilizing the remainder of the budget.
Yes, sir.
Funded funds, so. Okay, open this up to public comment. Seeing none, I will close public comment. No one's on the board, and what are you looking for? You're looking for a motion to authorize this?
Yes, sir.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq. It's up on the board. Cast your votes now.
I need one for my car.
If there was anybody left, I'm sorry, you're in the midst of a vote.
That is approved 7-0.
So since we're still here, but a reminder, we have the traffic safety event this weekend out at the Lakewood Ranch Library. And family bike ride, it's all 9 to noon. Family bike ride roughly like 10:30. Nice and safe. Shameless plug. Michelle and team's going to be on Sunco 7 tomorrow, advertising that at noon tomorrow.
Yeah, if you are available, please, we are going to close one of the lanes on Rangeland Parkway. There will be sheriff's deputy guiding as well. So this is a good event for families, bicycles, no e-bikes, just pedal bikes. Come out there with the family to ride on-road in a protected environment, if you will, to give them exposure, rules of the road.
Okay.
Glad you're doing that before you build the school in Fremont Park.
Yes.
All right, moving on to item number 36, the START Annual Report. There's no action on any remaining items.
Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney, I'm Charlie Hunsaker, Natural Resources Department. I'm here to introduce Sandy Gilbert, who is Chief Executive Officer of the organization Solutions to Prevent Red Tide. And they have a presentation today about their annual work here in Manatee County that is supported by private foundation grants and your assistance as well, to make some meaningful changes to homeowners' efforts and partnerships in improving the ponds in their neighborhoods, which have a direct correlation to the water quality of Manatee River, Sarasota Bay, and it's done at their level, at their effort. Very little involvement on our part. I'm also here, like to introduce Michelle Atkinson, who is the horticultural agent, ecological horticultural agent with Extension, that is providing assistance to Sandy and their efforts in these neighborhood ponds. And Sandy has a short presentation, and I appreciate your time to hear that presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I have been sworn. I'm Sandy Gilbert, as Charlie said. I want to begin by thanking you for your support with us to help get our public education program updated. That's our Start One website, our monthly e-newsletter, and our very popular Red Tide and You presentation. And then I want to tell you about the very exciting growth of our pond program here in Manatee County. You are looking at a healthy stormwater pond. It has two very distinct elements. First, it has a no-mower zone that's at least 3 feet wide and 8 inches to 15 inches high all around the pond. And secondly, it has native aquatic plants in the littoral zone or the shallow water. Now, a pond with these key elements will enhance flood control, reduce unsightly algal growth, help control costly bank erosion, and provide habitat for wildlife. Unfortunately, many people think this is how a pond should look. This pond is actually naked and is going to have problems down the line. It has, again, no-mow zone, so that's going to mean heavy lawnmowers are going to ride over the bank and create erosion. And it has no plants in the water to suck up nutrients and defend the banks against erosion from the water itself. And so this pond will begin to look like this. It will have algal growth, unattractive, poor water quality, and of course, notice there's no wildlife. Even worse, it will begin to look like this. This is the real threat to our neighborhoods. The cost of fixing banks that look like that, and the cost is quite significant. For example, if you had to redo these banks with geotube, it's basically a big balloon filled with some gravel and earth. To hold that bank up, it would cost you $80 to $100 per linear foot. If that didn't work, and it often doesn't, or it was deemed to be too steep of erosion for geotube, they would use geoweb. That's plastic trays that they filled with earth. And you notice those things, grass things on parkways, are these huge, they're almost vertical, but they can grow grass. That's where that technique came from. You could grow grass almost this way by setting up these geotubes. By contrast, our program that we offer to neighborhoods costs $1.50 a linear foot for each plant that our $5,000 grant pays for, and then the community would have to pay $1.50 about to plant that. That is a huge difference than the $80 and $100 a foot you need to repair a pond when it's too far gone. That's why we have this kind of a report to give you. This is what's happened this year to do with our work. First of all, we have worked with 28 of your communities. That has a population of over 26,000 people. We've given out 5,000 grants, $5,000 grants. You can buy a lot of water plants for $1.50 with $5,000. And we have funded what turns out to be 19.4 miles of new pond shoreline. What's most exciting about that is 68% of it, or 11.1 miles, was all done this year. We've been in business here 3 years, but we got that much done just in this 1 year, which means what? The people in Manatee County know about the program and they're taking advantage of it. And we also partnered with your Natural Resources Department and the Estuary Program on the planting of the plants at G.T. Bray Park's entry pond, and in there we put another 5,000 plants. You're looking at a test pond community in Sarasota County. It happens to be the Windward community. And there we began to work with University of Florida, IFAS research data that can measure nitrogen and phosphorus, chlorophyll, and water quality. And we can do that through that IFAS system. And what we did is we learned at this particular community, just think of this number, that they had 88% less nitrogen in their pond during the rainy season when they don't fertilize. And we took that data to them. Now, experts will tell you the fertilizer isn't the only reason that that was such a great difference, but it's one of the reasons. So in order to test how much it was, we met with the people in the community and we convinced them to drop the amount of nitrogen in their fertilizer mix from 20, that's that first number on the bag you see at Home Depot, 20 to 16. And to drop the number of applications per year from 6 to 4. And they did that. So in May 23, before they started the program, they had quite a bit of nitrogen in their pond. A year later, in May of 24, It was 46% less nitrogen in the pond. These are not small numbers. This is big stuff. And remember, all of these ponds run into a major waterway like the Manatee River or Philippi Creek. So we're pretty excited about that. Now, unfortunately, we found out in working with your ponds that your people were not aware of the IFAS program and were not using it. So we brought this to Michelle's attention, and she worked with her IFAS colleagues in Gainesville, and they have committed to do now up to 20 neighborhoods with ponds in Manatee County. So you can start measuring how well your ponds are doing in reducing nutrients, and we're pretty excited about that. This is a picture of the entrance pond of the Perico Bay Club here in Manatee County. 2 years ago, they had some problems with their irrigation water. They're right on the bay. They're getting lots of saltwater intrusion. It was so bad, they felt if we keep watering, we won't be able to water. So they asked their pond vendor, what do we do? He says, very simple. You take all the grass around those ponds and you get rid of it. And you plant the plants that you see in this picture instead. Now, you'll have to admit it looks very nice. You can see that. But what's really amazing, because of the plants being there, they're native Florida plants. They aren't watered very much, and they're not fertilized. So what happened? 6 months after they did this, that pond had 32% less nitrogen in it. And a year after they did it, it had 70% less nitrogen in it. So we hope that the kind of progress we're making in water quality will make you feel good about your support of our program. And we have brought, in the last 3 years, $200,000 to communities in Manatee County through the Barancic Foundation to fix their ponds. We're excited, and I hope you are. Thank you. And I can answer any questions. Charlie is here and Michelle is here. If you have any questions at all about the program, please let us know.
Sure. Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Phelps?
So how do we get your program into some of our communities?
Well, we pretty much respond to requests. We don't go around soliciting the business. And as I mentioned, most of all the progress we've made has been in the last year. Why? Because your communities have heard about it.
Right.
So when they hear about it and they go to a meeting with other communities, they say, oh, have you guys getting that grant? What grant are you talking about? Next thing we know, that community calls us. So I feel we're on the map pretty well, and we're pretty well known. We have the newsletter that we put out and mention, if you want a grant this year, contact me, et cetera, et cetera. But we're pretty well known now. You know, the big communities with big water ponds, they know who we are and they're interested in working with us.
Well, of course, you know, my district is one of the largest growing districts. I get a lot of questions from people who have bought property, and it's like, well, I bought my property and there was a beautiful lake in front of it, and now there's no water in it. And then, you know, you look at the map and it's like, that wasn't a lake, that was a drainage ditch, or passive, what they call passive ponds that come and go. We used to call them a flag pond, you know, that would just be something that assembled by rain, and as long as the rain quantities kept up, we had those ponds out there. But we get a lot of questions about that, and of course, I think it is a familiarity with a proper Florida landscape of what we have marketed out there, as far as you have you know, the grass goes all the way to the riverbank, or it goes all the way to where that healthy area is, to leave that natural border in there for so many reasons. And it still can be, I know people like seeing just the rolling grass going all the way to the riverbank or over to the edge of the pond, but we know that's not healthy for it. And so we get a lot of questions about that. And of course, the other ones are with who is in charge of maintaining, those ponds, whether it is the HOA or the CDD or the individual homeowners. And I think it takes a lot of education on what is a healthy Florida pond and what isn't. I happen to enjoy my own 1 acre to 2 acre lake, depending on the season.
Of course.
And it's a constantly changing scene there because of the water levels going in and out. You could tell the differences in the water quality because of the change in the agricultural areas out there with the automated watering now that used to be hand done before. Now we just don't waste as much water. We've found better ways of utilizing that. But I'd just like to, I'll be having a town hall November 12th, and I'd like to introduce a lot about your program to that area because I think it would be beneficial. And maybe start having some IFAS classes and things like that at our parish park. Even coming out, I know in Mayaca we, supposedly know it all about the water and the land and all, but I would appreciate y'all doing some classes and all out there. I know most take place at GT Bray and on this area of town, but I think parish could really use some of your programs.
Right.
So I'd invite you to do that.
We have a presentation called Healthy Ponds, and part of what you've been saying is key in it. First of all, we keep hearing, this doesn't look like my lake in Ohio.
Yeah, it's
Say,
probably
of
not
course
going
it
to.
doesn't, because it isn't, and it has to be maintained where your lake in Ohio doesn't. And then your point about the water going down, we have people calling up and saying they want to have it flooded so it gets back. They're stormwater ponds, they're different, and as we speak with people, they begin to get it, and they begin to realize what they can do to make it look better and perform better, and that's why I love this program. The government's not doing it, you can't even go there, this is private property, but we have citizens working on water quality that ends up affecting the Manatee River, and they're doing it themselves. And the more they get involved, the more prouder they are. You go and some guy says, I don't like, when you start there, he says, I don't like the no-mow zone, it doesn't look good, or so, whatever. And the next thing you know, a year later, after everything's going on, he's out bragging to everybody about how they've reduced all the nutrients. So contact me, and I will come and give, it's about a 16-minute presentation, and then we're usually there an hour and a half answering questions. But the key is, it's education. They got to know what to do, know it's affordable, and then they do it.
Anybody
Anyone
else?
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Next item, Commissioner Ballard, you deferred this to no set date?
It is deferred, but I found out that we are getting a presentation on potential LDC changes on Thursday, and it was suggested that we roll that discussion into the larger discussion, and I agreed with that.
Okay, yeah, and I spoke to him as well about potentially doing a bigger work session-y kind of thing relative to that, because the issue we're running into is we have this comp plan that's been written since Commissioner Ron made a motion in January 2023, and he'd like to see it at some point, but obviously with things at the state, it's a problem. That said, there were we all had tons of interviews on it, we had work sessions out with the public on it. There were just some good things that wouldn't violate Senate Bill 180. We need to start having these discussions. Your thing may be a little more questionable, but the argument was we're not prohibiting people from building. It's just an incentive, which could fall under something separate than Senate Bill 180 because it's not affecting someone's ability. It's not more burdensome on their ability to build. It's just whether or not we give them any funding.
Correct. So my item was removing incentives for affordable housing above 80% AMI.
That's what you've talked about. Well, I think the board as a whole is 100% in agreement on it. It's just a matter of how we manage it. But it also doesn't fit into Livable Manatee, because Livable Manatee has to do with impact fees, where we've already removed it over 80% for
Correct.
impact fees. The issue we're trying to do is remove the density bonus portion of it, and
Correct.
that doesn't fall into Livable Manatee.
Correct,
Yeah.
which I also realized after
Yeah.
putting it on the agenda, but I was like, well, initially I said, let's leave it on and just have the discussion and give staff direction, and then they said, well, we're having a larger discussion on Thursday, so let's just roll it all in together, and I was fine with that.
Yeah, and then I said if it goes anyplace, I wanted to have a bigger one about minimum lot sizes and parking ratios and density bonuses and mixed income bonuses, which I think is, not mixed income, mixed use, which I think is one of the worst things in our entire comp plan. Okay, so that's deferred to no date certain, but we will be touching on it, discussing it on this Thursday. Citizen comments, future agenda. I said I'd reopen it. There are 2 people on the line. Do either of these people want to speak on future agenda items? Please raise your hand. There you go. Look at that. 697. They'll go. It takes a second to click through. There's a time lag.
Hello?
Yep,
Am I on?
you're on.
Hi, this is Dina Sabo, for the record, Manatee County resident. Calling today to ask for an update regarding the jail kennels. Earlier this year, the projected date was August, end of August, that we would have dogs moved in. I have sent a couple of emails in the last 6 weeks, and I have not had a response from anyone regarding that timeline, if it is shifted or, where we're at with that project. Cal, you had said at the beginning of the year that you were requesting a quarterly update on the record, and we haven't had that in quite a while either, so I'm reminding you of that. Regarding today's comments, I thought it was interesting timing that on October 15th, I sent a detailed email out listing my concerns about high employee turnover and what could be at the root of that, and if there's something we can do to reduce the employee turnover rate at the shelter. And then there's an employee or an ex-employee that stands up to talk about, the conditions, the understaffing, the pressure, the overwork, and all of that. So I thank her for showing up and speaking on behalf of the other staff and the dogs, because it is a root issue that I'm sure there's plenty of solutions to. I'm just asking everyone to give the proper directives to really dive in and look at that, because that's a lot of employee turnover consistently. Lastly, I asked in an email that was sent again in October, I've sent 2, October 15th and 27th, to be updated on the Kuranda beds, because I was being told that the new shelter build was too small and would not hold a Kuranda bed for the dogs. And I was hoping to bring that to your attention before things got too far gone. I'd like an update on that. Cruz, you said when we send emails, you'll get to us. I know you guys are really busy, and the dog shelter is just one of many divisions in your purview. However, I just wanted to say that to date, from March 2023 to date, I have sent 88 emails to Commissioners Bearden, Ballard, and Ron, all regarding the animal shelter, and I have yet to receive a response, ever. To date, I've sent Tail and Mr. McCann 22 emails, and I have no responses. George, you've always been really good about responding. Lately, you've been missing in action since July. Carol, thank you for always taking the time to get back to me and have a conversation about what's happening with the shelter. I do appreciate that. So that's about it for the day. If we could get an update, that would be great, and find out where these jail kennels are, that would be even better. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Caller 635, are you on just to watch on Zoom, or were you going to speak? I just want to make sure I don't get accused of anything. Okay, with that, I will then close public comment. Public comments are closed. Charlie, you have anything?
Yeah, I gave an update on the jail kennels quickly. We do have a temporary TCO. We are waiting on final electrical components to be installed by FPL. Right now, there is no plan to move the animals to the jail kennel unless there's an overflow. Right now, we're under capacity. I did tour the Bishop project last week. It's come along nicely. Per your guidance, we want that open by the holidays, and I believe we're still on track to make that happen.
Well, we already have a ribbon cutting date, so you better make it happen.
Yep.
That'd be really awkward.
Yeah, not phase two, though, not the animal adoption building.
Correct, but for everyone, the ribbon cutting is scheduled for Wednesday, December 17th at 11 a.m. at Bishop, at which point in time the animals will be moved over from Palmetto. So you're looking at next month, ahead of the end of the year, we're having the ribbon cutting with the new kennels over at Bishop. Pam, you have anything? No? Any commissioners? Commissioner Feltz?
Sarah's really excited. She did something like this in the past where she used to be. So we're going to do a Black Friday animal adoption event. We're really excited about that. It just went on socials, I think yesterday or the day prior I saw it. And then we're also going to do, we're probably at the ribbon cutting going to also do a pet adoption event simultaneously. So it'll be an exciting time to try to get animals adopted. Yes, and Charlie may bring his dude, who is a female dog.
I mean, in the past at these ribbon cuttings, we've given out these little knick-knack things that we put up on our shelves. We just give everyone a dog. We'll clear that thing out.
How many will you take?
I'm not allowed to take any because my rescue dog hates other dogs. Yes. We actually tried to foster a couple dogs during the storm, and we brought our dog over. Nope, not going to happen. No, wasn't going to have it. Commissioner Feltz, any final comments?
I just wanted, I appreciate Dina, and I keep in touch about some things. Sarah and I have had some discussions about our, making our, whatever we want to call it, whether we're going to call it a task force or Citizens Advisory Committee or a Citizens Advisory Task Force or whatever we want to do. We're hoping to present something on that. And keeping in mind, I mean, I'm a big animal person. I feel terrible that I don't have more animals, but I have 73,000 humans to.
That's surprising since you're a rancher.
Yes, it is, isn't it? I just raise very small. More than 3 acres are a rancher, right? Well, we have a new saying for that out there. It's called being a 5-acre cowboy. So, yeah, it's 10 acres there. But we are making some headway with that in getting those. And I want people to keep in mind that our animal services is under public safety, okay? Well, whatever, it's a matter of public safety. And we have an amazing amount of animal rescues, rehabs, things like that, that they've got to get in on the act as far as helping us get these animals out of our shelters. There's some of them that have been there for too long. You know, a dog that's been somewhere for 8 years in a shelter is that's their home. That's going to be hard to acclimate them somewhere. So we're asking a lot of our rescues and rehabs out there to definitely encourage the spaying and neutering of your animals. Adopt and don't shop. The best animal you're going to get is probably one that needs you. And I wish I could have more, but you also have to be a responsible animal owner. And I'd like to ask our Citizens Advisory Committees. We had a very lively LMAC meeting last night. I know that each of us serve on some Citizen Advisory Committee as the Commissioner liaison. Commissioner Cruz, when we started off this year with him as chairman, we added an item to our agendas for reporting in of our Citizens Advisory Committees, and we've waited for them, and I think that it's time for us to ask them to start making use of that opportunity that we gave them.
To be fair, I have with a handful of them. I talked to the Library Advisory Committee about it.
The
talked to
library was
Affor-
nice enough to send us they actually emailed us an update on their
They
activities,
used to all
which I
do, they
thought
used
was,
to all do that. We used to get them from
They
Career
should.
Source, we used to get them from a bunch of them. But the point is, I've talked to the Affordable Housing Board, I talked to the Library Board, and I talked to a third one, I can't remember who it was, and offered them that slot. They're just not being utilized, so they are aware of them. They're just, we can't compel them to come in
Yes, we
front of
can.
us and speak.
yes, we can.
Okay.
Don't volunteer if you're not going to.
Okay.
You know, I mean, we have 3 different historical commissions. We have, how many citizens advisory groups are we at? About 20 now? And we don't hear from them. So are they necessary? Because even if they aren't meeting, we still have to put out the agendas for their meetings, hold their spaces and that kind of thing. So any of you who are on a commissioner liaison to a citizens advisory committee, can you encourage your chairmans of those citizens advisories to come in and let us know what's up and what they're doing? And if they're not necessary anymore, or people have no interest in it, it's not something I think we need to, carry on with.
No, sir, I'm good.
You look like you're about to talk, so I'm gonna go fast. Anything?
Yeah, I just want to mention civility and professionalism. Commissioner McCann, under your breath at every meeting, you keep saying how fun it's going to be in 2026 when you can get rid of people who don't vote with you. I think it's inappropriate. I think it's unprofessional. I think it's against our civility rules. Thank you.
Yeah, why would you say that about Commissioner Bearden? Score star. Okay. Commissioner McCann.
I appreciate your statement, and I also appreciate your statements in meetings where you turn around and say that I want to fund illegal alien kids. I think that was really great. So, again, if you want to be professional, be professional. Next, this is not a dialogue. Next, I wanted to say to the public that if we get emails, for all the commissioners, it's difficult for us to answer those emails. If you want something from me specifically, send it to me so that I don't have to answer and, have all commissioners on it. The other thing I wanted to ask is, where is our curfew ordinance, and when can we expect that?
It's okay, just give me one moment. Give me one moment, please. Commissioner McCann, I got an inquiry from the school district and from your aide, I think it was last week, regarding the ordinance, and I responded to your aide, I think, and you as well, but let me make sure. Yes. I sent the board, let me find this. I emailed the entire board my memorandum and the copy of the ordinance back on, sorry, let me get my dates correctly here.
This is why
September
we can't have
6th,
two meetings.
2025. So it was sent to every member of this board and county administration back on September 6th. So it's now with county staff
Correct.
to do
So-
the next steps and bring this matter before the board.
Yep, the motion was like a 6-part motion, and the motion after the step where the county attorney drafts the ordinance was to distribute it to the board and to staff. So government relations is currently distributing it to, for comment from the school board. I just spoke to Stephanie about this last week. The school board, the sheriff's office, the cities, because City of Bradenton is involved, obviously, City of Palmetto probably is involved. And so we're giving them an opportunity to review it, have their lawyers review it, and then it'll go back. So it is in review currently. I will have Stephanie send an update to the entire board, probably tomorrow, giving you an expectation for how long that's going to take.
Well, just to be clear, the motion didn't direct it to be routed through the cities. It was simply to the sheriff's office and the school district
for their review and
We were going to give a
employment.
cursory review.
I'm just
Okay.
letting you know.
That's just because the city of Bradenton was here and present during that as well.
But why would, but our curfew wouldn't overlay their
The
municipality, so why
city
would they
ha-
have a say in it?
Because they might want to see it. The city does have, I think the city has a curfew in place, the city of Bradenton. Palmetto does not, but we were going to offer it as just a cursory, hey, this is what we're doing. We do that in a, excuse me?
They can adopt ours.
Yeah, they could adopt ours too. So anyway, so that, I'll get an update to everybody tomorrow.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Commissioner Siddiq.
Cool. First thing, Florida Farm Bureau. So I meet with the board on a semi-regular basis and had the conversation with Ben King recently, their president. He and the board are interested in a joint meeting with our Board of County Commissioners. I know they've had one-off conversations, but in the spirit of similar ones we've had with the cities, they were interested in having a public meeting with us. I think part of the conversation veered towards some education on part of the public about what the actual state of agriculture is as opposed to what you see on Facebook. The other part of it is just to have a dialogue between us about what this board and the Florida Farm Bureau and other agriculturalists can really, what if anything can we affect in the general world of agriculture? And so there's a pretty good conversation I've had with Ben, and I think it might be a fairly productive one. So I'd just like to see if there's this isn't a vote, but I think if a way to gauge interest, and then we can work with staff to find the appropriate time this year or next. I think it could be a very interesting, productive meeting, especially as we have we get a lot of feedback about what is it that we're doing to help agriculture, and I think it's certainly a hot topic, one worth having a conversation about. So that's that. Just love to see that pop up at a future meeting, and then. Yeah, the other thing is we have just general questions I've had from the Affordable Housing Committee. One, I've also made the comments to the chair to come in for reports. Second, there's a lot of conversation about surplus and other properties. It got me thinking about the conversations we're having about Curiosity Creek, Buffalo Creek, the golf course, Buffalo Golf Course. We should consider having a conversation about what our future planning is for parks, preserves, what have you. What can we do to address emerging and future needs for the county, in particular, Northwest, Northeast, and then how we can adjust programming in some of our other facilities, whether it's GT Bray or a variety of parks in District 2 and some other places. I've just had a lot of conversation with staff about what can we do to meet emerging needs and have planning from that perspective. You heard my comments about the school board, what we can do to collaborate there. But these are not cheap, and I think we're looking at some significant reductions in revenue, depending on how the State House votes, but the needs will be there from the community. And so I think it'd be worth a conversation to see, at least when it comes to parks, I know the libraries one got pushed out, that's worth a separate one, but at least when it comes to our public amenities, and in particular the economic development piece, like Premier and maybe recreating that elsewhere, let's have that conversation in the public, because I do know that we have some properties we're sitting on, like Curiosity Creek. There's conversations about Manatee Golf Course, the Buffalo Golf Course. I'd just like to see that pop up at a future meeting. Doesn't have to be a whole work session, but I think it's a conversation worth having as far as future planning is concerned. So that's it. Future planning for parks, preserves, amenities, and then the Florida Farm Bureau joint meeting. That's all.
All right. Thank you. And while I do not have anything, MATV just came over and said that number that was on the screen was trying to raise their hand. They just were not able to raise their hand. So for their sake, I'm going to reopen public comment for caller 635. You got to unmute yourself, 635. There you go.
Hello, thank you for listening. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I mean commissioners, my name is Özgür Ozangüç, and in 3 minutes this county is going to wish it never goes to the cat there. I am holding 6 aces, written by your own employees. You will hear every word, the internet will see every proof. Ace number 1, kidnapping. April 16th, Stephen Bell.
I need you to say your name.
And says, if nobody is on
I
the
need
boat
you to say your
24/7,
name. And now they're mute. Yeah. Okay. I have no idea. Jason thinks it was some AI bot thing trying to call in.
What AI? I'm not AI. I'm a person I'm talking to. I am not
That
an
sounds,
AI.
something, that's like,
I am a
that sounds like something an AI bot would say. It's that dude.
Could you state your name, please? And spell your name?
For the record. Okay, this is going nowhere. Okay, I have no comments. We are reclosing public comment because that is not
Hello?
working. We're going to call it a tech thing.
They're closing. Hello?
We are adjourned.
Hi. Here you go, dear. Does he need a pen? He's got his. Okay, thank you.